hey, on that note, why don't we do some? Let's get started. So we're going to do the same plan that I've been doing for the past couple weeks since Theros hit. We're going to do 3 drafts. We're going to do traditional best of 3, but I'm going to drop after round 3, assuming I don't O2, in which case you're kicked out after round 2. Although that's not dropping. That's really being removed for lack of wins. But regardless of whether I'm 2-1 or 3-0 or 1-2 and then you're eliminated, I'm going to be playing exactly 3 rounds. Okay, yeah, let's take a look at this pack. So, Atris is quite good. This is not S tier. This is like, A tier. 4 mana, 3/2 menace. Fine creature, nothing special, but the Factor Fiction ability is pretty good. Substantially better than draw a card. Hey, babe. I don't think Lyra's in here. Hey, into Finn. Rach is off today, so she's around the house. But yeah, so it's Atris is substantially better than draw a card, the Factor Fiction ability, because they have to show you one of the piles, and so, I mean, you're going to get 2 cards if you want 2 cards, because you can always choose to take the 2-card pile, and of course, you're going to do substantially better than draw 1. So anyways, a 4 mana 3/2 menace that's a little better than draw 1 is clearly a good card. Shoal Kraken, also a pretty good card. Blue is not very aggressive in this format, so a nice grindy creature like that can block the turn you play it and win you the late game. Heroes of the Revel is fine, but I think it looks better than it is. A 1/1 can't block is not impressive on turn 5, and you can only target your creatures so much. I think Heroes of the Revel is like, you're not going to cut it from a red deck. You're going to play it as a 5-drop, but it's not a very impressive card. I think it's substantially worse than it looks. Is Kraken worse than Sphinx? What Sphinx? I assume, the Witness of Tomorrow. They're pretty close. I would take the Witness of Tomorrow over the Shoal Kraken, I think. But I would consider those 2 cards to be pretty close. That's a good question. Because Witness being the blue common that costs the same amount of mana as Shoal Kraken. When you say this, whenever anyone says Sphinx in this format, I just immediately think of Dream Trawler. So I was about to be like, of course Dream Trawler is better than Shoal Kraken. Yeah, no, Shoal Kraken and Witness are pretty close. That's a good question. Chainweb Arachnar, also quite good. Flyers tend to overperform in this format. Green has a really powerful late game and is really grindy. A lot of times. I mean, obviously, if you build like a green-red 4-power aggro deck or a green-white auras deck, you're not grindy. But if you play the green-black self-mill or green-blue self-mill control, then you're grindy. The best commons in this pack are Witness, Caryatid, Hierophant. They're not especially great. So this pack is not awesome. Archis, even though it's a gold card, it's pretty splashable. It's single blue, single black. So if you don't go blue-black, but you end up like green-black or green-blue, it's pretty easy to splash. It's not like the card costs blue, blue, black, black too. So I'm pretty sure we're going to take Atris here, because the next best card in this pack is like Chainweb Arachnar, or like Witness of Tomorrow. It's a pretty weak pack overall. But Atris is a fine first pick, aside from being a gold card. Like I said, I would call this card like A tier. Definitely not broken, definitely not S tier, but a 4 mana 3/2 menace that draws you, let's call it 1 1/4 cards or something, is a pretty good card. Alright, so no perfect follow-up to Atris in this pack. The best card that's individually blue or black is Funeral Rites. I never really want to be maining Sweet Oblivion in this format, though it could be a sideboard card. Thank you, Say Yoho. Appreciate that subscription. It could be a sideboard card for control mirrors and stuff. It's pretty easy to deck somebody in a control mirror if you mill 8 to 12 cards. But there isn't really any other mill, not much of it. So you're not going to mill somebody trying to attack you who isn't milling themselves for 8 or 12 and have it even do anything, right? If someone's playing a 40-card deck and you just mill 12, that means they deck on turn 21 naturally. So that's nothing. That milling 12 is not a thing. But if they're milling themselves, if they're playing Funeral Rites, if they're playing Relentless Pursuit, both of which you see in this pack, if they're playing a bunch of blue card drawing, Sweet Oblivion can be a good sideboard card against them. So don't sleep on this as a sideboard card. You should pretty much never put this card, Sweet Oblivion, in your main in this format, but you do want to board it in some self-mill mirrors, some control mirrors. Petitioner's a weird card. I don't think it's very good, but if you're playing against aggro, you can gain a lot of life with this, and green does have a very powerful late game. Slaughter Priest is a really nice uncommon. It's a really good build around for the red-black sack archetype. You've got good ways to sack at common, like Lampad and Soul Reaper, and then you've got Portent of Betrayal, which conveniently enough is also in this pack. And the 4-mana version of this, Steal a Creature with Scry 1, is quite nice, because when they make this card cost like 2 or 3 instead of 4, and you get less, that makes the card substantially worse, because you're never looking to play this card on turn 3. You're looking to play this type of effect in the middle to the end of the game when you're getting a really nice attack in or you're sacking their creatures. So while it's always better to have a card cost less than more, you would rather pay 4 and get a Scry 1 than pay 3 and not get a Scry 1 on this type of effect. That's not necessarily going to be true when it's a creature, because those you want to put out as soon as possible so they can start attacking or blocking. So, like, if you looked at, like, a 3-3, for example, a 4-mana 3-3 Scry 1 could easily be worse than a 3-mana 3-3. I mean, I'm not saying it is or isn't, it depends on the format, but it easily could be. But a card like this, you would almost always like them to add 1 to the casting cost and Scry 1. That's going to make the card better, because you're not looking to play this card on turn 3. Anyways, back to the pack. So, the best black or blue individual card is Funeral Rites. I think it's better than Naiad to follow up Atris with. The best card in the pack is probably Slaughter Priest, which is a black-red-gold card, but it is a strong card to take early and not super different from black-blue. And then there's Warbriar Blessing. In my opinion, second best green common after Typhon. And good solid removal, good synergy, leaves your creature a little bump after it, takes out an opposing creature. So that's really what we're deciding here between. There's only 3 cards that we really have a reason to take out of this pack. We have Funeral Rites to just stay on color. We have Slaughter Priest to go into red, and it's a really good card. Or we have Warbriar Blessing to go into green. Less good of a card, but easier to play, and it makes it easier to splash Atris, because green is good at splashing in this format. So I think Slaughter Priest is the best card in the pack. Warbriar Blessing, second best card in the pack. But it's easier to splash into a green deck, and it's still less colors. And then Funeral Rites is a reasonable choice, because it's a pretty good card. I think Funeral Rites is probably too much worse than Slaughter Priest and Warbriar to actually take it. I think it's really just a question of Slaughter Priest or Warbriar Blessing. Warbriar being worse than Slaughter Priest, but easier to play with Atris. Green is especially easy to splash into. I think taking Funeral Rites would actually be a mistake. I mean, you could justify it because it's one color and on color, and Warbriar and Slaughter Priest aren't that good, but I don't think Funeral Rites is that good. I think that definitely Warbriar and Slaughter Priest are super close, that you could justify either of these. I'm going to go with Slaughter Priest because it's more unique. If we do end up seeing red-black sack stuff, we don't want to miss this really powerful build-around. If we do end up green, we're not going to care that much about missing a Warbriar Blessing. Don't get me wrong, it's a good card. We'd like to have multiples of it. But, Slaughter Priest, if you miss out on this, it's hard to go into red-black sack. This is a build-around. And it's just a great card. Well, we guessed correct in that there's another Slaughter Priest, which means we can definitely move towards red-black sack and have 2 of the good uncommon 2-drop build-around. Don't get me wrong, though. Had we taken Warbriar Blessing, we could just take Shimmering Chimera out of this pack, which is just another good card for a blue-green splash black or something like that. But these picks are close. That pick was close. So having taken Slaughter Priest, now we're, of course, going to take another Slaughter Priest. I don't think Chimera or Slaughter Priest is a lot better than the other one, but so following up Slaughter Priest, of course we want the second now. No, pick 1 wasn't really a close choice. I don't love taking a gold card first, but it's one that's splashable, and it was a pretty weak pack. And then picks 2 and 3 were Slaughter Priests and were interesting, and were close picks. Okay, so now there's nothing really great for us. The only good cards in this pack are white. They're not especially good cards. I think Daxos is good, but it also looks better than it is. A double color casting cost matters the most on your 2-drops, because you want to play your 2-drop on turn 2. And this creature has to be in play right away for you to gain life when you play your other creatures. Don't get me wrong, it's a good card. It's a 2-mana, 2-2. its toughness will grow, gains you a substantial amount of life, but I don't think it's, like, exceptional. So I think here we'll certainly stay on color, decide between Funeral Rites and Final Flare. Final Flare can work in the sack deck, but 3 is not that cheap of a sack activation, and it still has diminishing returns. So I think here we just grab a Funeral Rites and move to the next pick. All right, no real decisions here. Y'all know I'm pretty high on this card if you watch my stream, Dreamstalker Manicore. You don't need your pinger to ping every turn. That dealing points to the opponent is nice, but it's not that relevant. You really want to ping off 1 toughness creatures. So if you ping twice with a card like this, you ping off their 2/1 toughness creatures, you've gotten most of the value out of your pinger. Additionally, if you draw it in the late game or something, it has 4 power. If you play it turn 3 out of a red-black aggro deck and you have removal in your hand, you can start killing things and hitting them for 4 a turn. It's not an amazing card. I would call it like B tier, like a good 3rd pick or a weak 1st pick, let's say. But I do like Dreamstalker Manicore. I'm quite high on this card. Other than that, Mogi's Favor and Sending Oracle are cards I like, but I mean, they're cards everybody likes, and I think that's pretty obvious. They're just solid playables, go in almost any red or black deck. A card worth talking about a little bit might be Impending Doom. I think this card is better than it looks. Red is pretty aggressive in this format. The 3 damage is not that big of a deal. It's not that easy to really get 2 for 1. And this card just does a lot of damage very quickly. If you play it on turn 3 on a 2-power creature, you're attacking for 5. If you play it later, whenever they tap out and blank your attackers, you're getting to attack and have a good attack for a lot of damage on a turn you wouldn't have otherwise. So I like Impending Doom more than most, I think. But not nearly as much as Dreamstalker. This is an easy pick here. And if we're going to do red-black sack, this is going to be a Lampad of Death's Vigil. The 1 mana to sack a creature is a really important sack outlet. You won't always have 6, 7, 8 mana to steal their creatures and sack them to more expensive sack outlets. But with just 5, you can steal it and sack it. Because Portent, like I said, it is good that it has Scry 1 and cost 4, but it does cost 4. Again, Final Flares, we're happy to play 1 or 2 in this deck, but we're not looking to take them early. Same thing with Omen of the Dead. So this is definitely Lampad. Speaking of definitely, this is definitely Mogi's Favor. That's Mogi's Favor. A lot of E's. I think this card just picks off all the 1 toughness creatures. We can combine it with Manicore's ability to take out 2 toughness creatures. It's recursive. Red-black's not going to have that much escape, so we should be able to fuel it nicely. It's just all around a good card. Easy Soul Reaper here. Now we can get a second Mogi's Favor. It does have diminishing returns. You're not looking to get 10 of them. So now we'll draft them lower now that we already have 2 after pack 1. Tabled that Portent. Oh, actually, that was a different Portent. Here's the other one I was thinking of. But this deck's going extremely well. We now have 2 Portents to steal their creatures. We have Soul Reaper, 2 Slaughter Priests, and Lampad to sack them, and this is only pack 1. So we are looking good right now. Hey, ask and you shall receive. I've opened this card and had to pass it a few times because I haven't been red, and it's not so good you're going to switch. But now we've got a red-black deck going. We've got Funeral Rites. We're playing a grindy red-black sack deck. Phoenix of Ash, don't mind if I do. I'm sad to let Drag of the Underworld go. This is a good removal spell. It's quite cheap. It's like a murder that sometimes costs 2, sometimes costs 3 or 4. But of course, Phoenix is better. This is a recursive threat with the pump ability. I mean, it commands an answer every time. It basically can't be erased. And then if they kill it, you just get to bring it back. This card is awesome. So now, there's 3 removal spells in this pack. So let's figure out which one we're going to take. I like Dreamshaper Shaman quite a bit. And if you have 7 mana, you can steal an enchantment creature they have and then sack it, I think. And that's a really good combo. I'm not going to take a 6-drop, though, over these cheap, efficient removal spells. So we're just deciding whether we want Final Death, Blessing, or Omen here. I think that will mostly come down to our curve. Because all of these kill a creature reasonably efficiently. Well, we have a ton of 2s, some 3s. Our curve is really good. So I think we just want the most powerful removal in Final Death. But I think when you make a pick like that, you're mostly thinking about your curve. All of those are efficient removal. None of them really stand out that much above the others. So if I had a bunch of expensive cards already, I might want Omen to kill a small creature efficiently. If I have a bunch of cheap creatures, things to do on turns 2 and 3, then I want Final Death to kill a big creature towards the end of the game. So Triumph is a good aggressive card, but you got to be pretty aggro. The Sagas, you do sack them, I think, when you draw your last card, right? So they work with the Soul Reapers. They'll trigger it for +2/+0. So, and we do have a lot of cheap creatures. Even though our deck is not super aggressive, it could be good to be pumping this Phoenix and these Slaughter Priests and getting in for a lot. So I think we might want Triumph. Otherwise, we'd be taking Lampad or Funeral Rites. They're both good cards in this deck. We have 2 Portents. We'll play all the sack outlets we can. Black Omen, yeah, that sacks as well, for sure. But yeah, I think Triumph might be good in this deck. I guess we're not going to win fights very well. So that's not going to do much for us. Maybe we just want to lock up another Lampad, because Portent does cost 4. So it is important that we can take and kill a creature once we hit 5 mana if we want to. We won't necessarily be able to get to 6 or 7. I think if we had a few more creatures and didn't have double Portent, I would look at Triumph. But given that we have 2 Portents, I think we just want to take Lampad. Alright, so Funeral Rise is busted in red-green, but red-black probably doesn't have many 4-power creatures. Let's take a look at our deck. Phoenix, but you have to pump it. Dreamstalker's a great way to trigger it. Slaughter Priest, but you'd have to have sacked a permanent. Well, if you slap Mogi's Favor on pretty much anything of yours, that's going to get you to 4 power. So we're actually not that bad at triggering Funeral Rise. I think that I would take Funeral Rise out of this pack, figuring I can trigger it if there weren't good options for me. But given there's Final Death and Portent, we'll probably just take one of those. Our curve is nice and low. I think we could definitely use Final Death number 2. Incendiary Oracle is a good 2-drop. It's near impossible to blank, my number 1 rule for 2-drops. But we have 2 Lampad, 2 Slaughter Priest, and we're only in pack 2. So we're not hurting for like a dead average common 2-drop that's very playable. Final Death, on the other hand, good on conditional removal, and our curve is nice and low. Hello there, Blood Aspirant. I'm playing Red-Black Sacrifice. Can I have some Red-Black Sack uncommon build-arounds? Yes, I can. So this is a Windmill Slam. Iroa's Blessing is a good card in our deck. It's efficient removal, but it does not compare to Blood Aspirant in a sack deck. We already have 2 Lampads, 2 Slaughter Priests, Omen, Soul Reaper. This is what our deck does. Blood Aspirant is just a dream come true for us here. Now we can grab another Portent. Again, Incendiary Oracle's fine, but we even just got a 5th 2-drop in pack 2. We'll take it if there's nothing good for us. We'll play it if we need a 2-drop, but Portents are just good, hard scry removal in our deck, because, I mean, we have so many ways to sack. And keep them coming. I will play any number of Portent of Betrayal if I have 5 good sack outlets, which I already have here. 2 Slaughter Priest, 2 Lampad, and Blood Aspirant. And then we also have Soul Reaper for 1 more mana. So keep them coming. The curve's fine, though. I mean, we have 2 5-mana cards, 4 4-mana cards, some 3s, and some 2s. I mean, we do need to prioritize cheaper creatures because all of our spells cost 4 and 5 mana, but the curve looks good. Alright, so here we're just deciding between Hero of the Games and Oracle. Hero's on Impressive, but let's see how we're targeting. We could put a Mogi's Favor on it. Yeah, we're not doing much with Hero. We'd rather get a good 2 than a decent 3. I mean, this is a better 2 than Hero is 3 anyway, but also you'd just rather have a 2-mana creature than a 3 if they're pretty comparable. Okay, another good sack outlet, Skophis War Leader. It's a 1 mana to sack, and it's a pretty powerful card. I'm not trying to draft too many more 5s, but we are definitely taking War Leader. That's a good card for this deck. Now we have to decide between a 6 and a 2. They're both good in the deck. I think if we didn't have so many expensive cards, 3 5s and 4 4s, I would take Dreamshaper Shaman. I think Dreamshaper Shaman's pretty good. And it's good with the stealing their stuff and sacking it, of course. That's near broken. But we're going to have other ways to sack it, and this costs 7. 7 to combo with, 6 to cast, and then it's 4 to Portent and 3 to sack. I think that's just more power than we need. We already have a really high power level. Omen is cheap, grindy, and efficient, and we have to keep our curve down a little bit. Okay, we got the Triumph back anyway, but I don't plan to play it. 5th Portal, Portent. I'm going to probably call that card Portal till the end of time. Hey, look, sometimes the ball bounces your way, right? I mean, if you're going to draft Red-Black Sack, you should get a million Slaughter Priest of Mogies and Blood Aspirants and all the build-arounds and Phoenix of the Ash. So this deck isn't going to need to be aggressive. We're going to win on power level. We can cut situational cards like Impending Doom. Well, that's about it. The rest of our cards are good. But anyways, we're going to take Slaughter Priest here for sure. So this pack doesn't have much for us. There's some playables. Maze Warden is a solid 4-drop, but I don't think we want more 4-mana cards when we have 5 Portents. Final Flare can work with all these Portents. It costs 7, so you don't want to have a lot of that, but it's not the worst to have one of it. Steal their creature and sack it and kill another creature. We also have a million playables. Like, I can't even imagine what we're going to cut. None of these cards want to be cut already. So we could take Temple of Deceit, get a little value out of our land slot, help us hit our land drops, or mitigate Flood and Screw. We also do have that Atris. It would be good in this deck, but I don't think I'm going to splash it just from one Temple. So we'd have to see, like, a second Temple of Deceit, which is pretty unlikely. That said, since this pack doesn't have any great efficient removal, and we have a million playables, I think we're incentivized pretty heavily to take the land. This way we can get value out of a land slot by upgrading a swamp into a Temple of Deceit. Because anytime we take a spell now, we're going to have to cut one of these fine cards. And this time we're going to take a spell. There's 2 cards to look at. Pharika's Spawn and Final Death. They're probably pretty close. We're not doing a lot of self-milling, but we also aren't doing a lot of escaping. What do we have for escape right now? We have 2 Mogi's Favors, which is only escape 2. We've got this Phoenix, which is escape 3, and a really good escape card, and that's it. I'm not sure if we actually want the Spawn here or not. I mean, we have a Funeral Rites, but we could even cut that. Like, this isn't going to be a self-mill deck. We'll put a few cards in the yard, and we're pretty good at killing small creatures, so I think Spawn will perform well in our deck. And we do have 2 Final Deaths already, and another 5-drop, so I'm not excited about a third Final Death. So I think this is a close pick between Spawn and Final Death. I think they're both good in our deck. Neither one is amazing. I think I'm going to go with the Spawn because we don't have a lot of escape and we're pretty good at killing small creatures with, like, Dreamstalker, Mana Core, Mogi's Favors, Omen. We could even cut one of the Mogi's Favors if we want to. But ultimately, I don't think the Spawn is, like, busted in our deck. What is busted in our deck is Blood Aspirant. And I will take as many Blood Aspirants and as many Slaughter Priest of Mogi's as they want to give me. Yes, we could sack it to a land pad and then bring it back, but remember, it doesn't kill their best creature. It edicts them. So it's not that exciting if you're sacking your own Spawn to bring it back. It's exciting if they have to use removal on it or trade off with it, and then it gets to come back. I don't think we're going to play any of these, but I'll grab that for the sideboard. I'm pretty sure we're not going to play Underroll Ragehound. We have better escape cards with Spawn and Phoenix. So I'm going to grab another land pad. We have plenty of 2s. Blood Aspirant costs 2, Slaughter Priest costs 2. So I'm going to assume this Oracle stands no chance to make our main. We have 3, 5, 8 that actually turn on sack. I guess I'll grab Libation as a sideboard card. I mean, Maze Warden's a pretty good 4-drop, but it just can't make our deck. Our 5 Portents and our Spawn are all better than it. We might end up cutting 1 Portent or something, but there's just no shot this can make our deck. Whereas Wrap and Libation are actually sideboard cards. So we should, even though Maze Warden is just a good 4-drop that I would normally be looking to take and happy to get, don't look at this card like a 4-mana 3/4. This is like, it attacks, it can't be blocked by a 3/3, and then you can pump it and deal them 6. If they have a 5/5 out, you can pump it and trade with their 5/5. This is a really solid 4-drop. But, of course, it can't make our deck because it's going to be worse than Portent or Spawn. I don't know, Thunderwunk. I'm glad they did, though. What's up, Dongarino? So, here, yeah, we're not looking to play Portent on turn 4. That's a good point. But we'll be looking to play our cheaper cards. And we can always steal something and attack. But anyways, that said, I think that we should just take a sideboard card because we have a million playables. I think these cards stand no chance at making your deck, so we might as well grab sideboard cards. I'm not going to take land pad 4. I think we're probably going to end up playing 2 land pads and cutting one of the ones we already have. I doubt any of these cards can make our deck. Maybe if they have a bunch of enchantments, I'll want Final Flare. Again, I just don't think these cards stand any chance at making our deck, so I'm grabbing the sideboard cards. I would say these cards don't matter, but they kind of matter because they're relevant sideboard cards. Okay, so we're not going to splash Atris because our deck is really good. I'm going to assume 971 is correct because this looks like a 17-land deck. So we need to make 2 cuts. It's not an aggro deck, absolutely not. We're going to burn people out and stuff like that, but this is a deck that's just going to win through value. We could cut like 1 portent. I mean, we have a ton of sack outlets. We do have a ton of expensive cards, though, so we might want to cut War Leader and a portent. Because I don't really want to cut the cheaper cards. Because as somebody in this chat pointed out correctly, we're not really looking to portent on turn 4, because you have to pay at least 1 to sack their creature. So, and I don't really want to sack land pads. I don't want to cut land pads, because with this many portents, we're not going to be... We want to have the 1 mana sack outlet out. Blood Aspirant is a better thing to sack to, but it costs 2. And Slaughter Priest also costs 2. So I think we want to cut, like, War Leader, because it's a 5-drop, and 1 portent. We might also want to cut Soul Reaper. It's one of the weaker sack outlets. It costs 3, and we just have 1,000,000 sack outlets. I don't know if there's anything else we'd really want that's cheap, though. We don't need another generic 2-drop that doesn't give us synergy. I mean, I only have 1 Rights. I agree Rights isn't amazing in this deck, but we have a couple escape things to fuel. Soul Reaper, I'm pretty sure, is the worst of these cards that are still here. Now, it's very possible it should be our 23rd. I don't see anything in the sideboard that I really want badly or anything. This card could be okay. Blood Aspirant should grow before we'd have to play it. And we have 2 Mogi's Favors and Blood Aspirants that ping. I think we could consider that, but we'll probably want to board it in. I don't think we want to cut anything. I think Soul Reaper is the 23rd. Second Mogi's Favor is the 22nd. I kind of like the War Leader too. Maybe we cut the Soul Reaper for it. I'm just worried about not having things to do early. But our curve is pretty good. Yeah, the reason I cut the War Leader is because really if you view Portent as a 5-drop, we need to have something to do on turn 4. I don't really care if it's a 4-drop or a 3-drop or activating things and casting 2-drops, but I don't want to pass the turn and do nothing on turn 4. So I think this is right. I mean, cards are going to die. I mean, we're not self-mill, but Mogi's Favors only escape 2. Cards do die. Plus, it combines with Blood Aspirant's ping to kill 2 toughness creatures, which is kind of good. We don't have a lot of instants, but we have a few. Omen has Flash. Omen has Flash. 2 Final Deaths. So we have 4 cards to play on their turn for Dreamstalker Mana Core. Plus, it's just a good 3-drop. I think we're good to go. The Mana Core, I mean, it's just a good pinger. Again, you don't have to ping every turn. If you ping the 1/1 toughness creature and get a 3-mana 4/2, that's a really strong card. It's not a 3-mana 1/1, it's a 3-mana 4/2. The 3-mana 4/2 is unexciting, borderline playable, but if you kill off 1/1 toughness creature for free and get a 3-mana 4/2, that goes from an unexciting, moderately playable to a very good card. Soul Reaper is the weakest of the cards, I think. If I was going to cut anything, it would have been Soul Reaper. Yeah, maybe I should have played the 4-drop, like 3/4 that I was talking about, how good it was. Maybe I should have played that over Soul Reaper. Did I end up drafting one of those? Was one of them in my board, or did I not take any of them? Cardboard Live should be on. Is it not working? Oh, it needs to update. Let me update Cardboard Live. Alright, let's see. So they got a 3/6. Doesn't look like there's a ton we could do about that at the moment. Sack another creature or an enchantment. It gets +2/+, or it gets first strike, and then also +2/+, whenever you sack. So I guess if we use Omen, we could play it and deal 2 to the Sentry, and then pay 2 more and sack it to the Slaughter Priest, and this will be a 4/2 first strike. and it'll kill the sentry and live. So we can attack with both, and if they block Rumbling Sentry on Slaughter Priest, we just play Omen, 2 to the Sentry, sack it, and then we eat the Sentry just for this Omen. That's a pretty good deal. We kill their 5-drop with their 2-mana card. Our Slaughter Priest should even live, because it's going to be a 4/2 first strike. If they didn't block, then post-combat we would just play Soul Reaper. I see Phoenix as like A tier, not S tier. It's a good first pick, but it's not like a super broken rare. Like, I'm never like, oh, I gotta switch colors because I saw a Phoenix or something like that. Okay, I updated Cardboard Live, so hopefully it's working now. Oh, Phoenix is good in every red deck, absolutely. I just wouldn't call it totally broken. I would call it good. The record is 0-0. This is game 1, draft 1. The plan tonight is the same as it's been for the past 2 weeks. 3 drafts, traditional, best of 3, 3 rounds per draft. And this is literally game 1, round 1, draft 1. Okay, so we want to be able to sack something to Slaughter Priest if they block with Glory Bearers. So I think this turn, we kind of want to Mogi's Favor or Phoenix and attack with both. Then we can sack the Favor to the Slaughter Priest if they block. The only problem is we drew 5 mountains and 1 swamp. So if we do that, we can't do anything else the rest of the turn. So we have 2 lines to consider here. Mogi's Favor on Phoenix, attack with both. If they block with the Glory Bearers on the Slaughter Priest, we sack the Mogi's Favor to the Slaughter Priest, and we can pump the Phoenix. Or we could attack with just Phoenix, pump it, and play a second Slaughter Priest. We deal a little less damage by playing a second Slaughter Priest and not attacking with the first one, but taking this line gets a second Slaughter Priest in play. So I think the right play this turn is just to hit for 4 and play Slaughter Priest, because next turn we can always attack with both Slaughter Priests. So we deal like a little less damage this turn, but we use our mana better and we get a second Slaughter Priest in play. Hey, we got a raid from the Lords of Limited, specifically Lord Tupperware this time. What's up, Lord Tupperware? How you doing? Okay, well, Portent's a perfect draw. We can take their creature, we can sack it to the Slaughter Priests. I mean, this is just game. I don't think that they'll not concede here. It's not actually lethal, but they have to block. So when they block a Slaughter Priest, we just sack the Sentry to the one they block, and they're going to lose both their creatures. They're going to take a bunch of damage. We're going to lose nothing. Unless they have Shatter the Sky. And then even then, we would just bring back Phoenix. So I'm pretty sure this game is over. So we didn't see much. Green-white, a few enchantment creatures, a couple of 3/6s, which are actually kind of a pain for little damage-based removal. I mean, we could bring in the other Portent to deal with those big things, but we do have 4 Portents, 2 Final Deaths in our deck, so we're not exactly hurting for the ability to kill big things. I didn't see any 1-toughness creatures. I know it's tempting with a Temple to play the Atris, but I'd still have to put in, like, 2 islands. And my deck is really good, and I have 3 Slaughter Priest of Mogi. So I want to be able to cast this card on turn 2. So I don't want to cut, like, 1 Swamp and 1 Mountain for 2 islands to just to play Atris. It is tempting. I think we're good. We have a lot of ways to deal with big things. Yeah, this deck is just busted. If you were telling somebody what a red-black sack deck should look like, it would just be this deck. This is just literally a perfect version of the archetype. 4 Portents, 8 2-mana sack outlet creatures, just firing on all cylinders. I didn't see a lethal, because, I mean, they had 2 blockers, so if I do anything besides Portent, it's pretty hard to imagine I'm going to have lethal on board. I mean, they conceded the following turn. I wrathed their board. Their block was forced, because if I sack the Rumbling Sentry, both Slaughter Priests get pumped, so I was threatening lethal, so they had to block. So I wrathed them, but I don't think I could have actually, like, dealt lethal that turn. I'll make you a deal, Casual GC. If I'm 3-0-6-0, I won't drop after round 3. If I'm 3-0, I will if I've lost a game. But if I actually go 3-0-6-0, I'll play rounds 4 and 5 with this deck. Okay, for now, we're just going to put out Spawn. Starting next turn, we can steal their creature and kill it or Final Death it, and then kill all their creatures and this game is over. Yeah, I mean, the 5-0-10-0 dream is just too sweet, right? Also, it's not like some of the self-mill decks. I don't think this draft is going to take very long. I think that, you know, we're just going to kill people. Like, obviously, we might lose, we might win. I'm not saying we're going to go undefeated. It depends on, you know, our draws. But I do think we're going to kill people quite quickly and well with this deck. What happens if I triple block that? They can kill, like, Lampad or Soul Reaper? Well, that looks good. This is a bad attack by them, unless they really want this trade, because I could already block with Spawn and they're tapped out, and the creatures would bounce. But I can go 6 on their creature here, and then they still only kill one of mine, one of my smaller ones. This looks good to me. Yeah, we lose our 1-mana sack outlet if they kill Lampad, but we still have Soul Reaper, which we're only 2 lands away from. We have Final Death for now anyway, so, I mean, I wasn't really worried about it. Plus, they more likely than not, they're going to kill Soul Reaper, not Lampad, because they're both, once they're in play, Soul Reaper's a substantially better card. But again, it's not like we had a land light hand or something, so I wasn't really worried about it. We already had 5. We could already cast Final Death. A few lands away. Plus, we have a million more sack outlets to draw into. This is game 2 of the draft. I did take Spawn. Oh, do I generally? If I'm a self-mill deck, I would take Spawn over removal. But if in a lot of decks, I wouldn't take Spawn over good removal. I tend to think Spawn is a little bit overrated. I mean, remember, I've talked about this concept on stream from time to time. Edict effects are not that good in Limited because your opponent usually has something small, something fairly irrelevant, some token, something with a comes into play ability to sack. Now listen, Spawn's not an Edict effect. Spawn is a 4-mana 3/4 with a nice recursive Edict effect and then a 5/6 when you bring it back. I'm in no way, shape, or form anti-Spawn. I like Spawn. But I do think it tends to be a little bit overrated. A lot of times you bring this back, they sack some 1/1 token or something. Obviously, this is game. We'll Final Death their creature and go to round 2. I don't know how often it's open from the bots. I'm not really one to force. This is only maybe the 2nd or 3rd time I've drafted this archetype. It is really good when you get there. Of course, you don't normally get 3 Slaughter Priests and 2 Blood Aspirants. I wish this hand had a swamp, but it doesn't, so we're going to mull. Alright, that's a lot better. We're on the play, so I don't think we can be greedy and ship a mountain. If I was on the draw, I would ship a mountain. Like, if I had this exact same hand, I have 2 different 2-drops to cast, and then when I hit land 3, I can play Funeral Rites. So if I was on the draw, I would bottom mountain. We're on the play, so I think I'm going to bottom the weaker of my 2 2-drops, Lampad. We also know that we have 3 Lampads, and it doesn't really do anything in multiples, and we have a draw 2 in our hand. So there's a decent chance we'll end up with a second. We'll draw another Lampad anyway. But I think that was important, because it's pretty rare that it's going to be that different from the play to the draw. But that exact 7, this exact deck, on the draw, I bottom Mountain. On the play, I bottom Lampad. And I feel pretty confident in that decision. right, for now, we're going to Funeral Rites. So we're not going to chump block. I will trade my 4/2 for that this turn, should they not do anything to interfere. If they do have a pump spell or removal, then we have Final Death for next turn to make sure that that Underworld Ragehound dies. But for now, I'm happy to block. And then, of course, get back by 4/2 immediately. So now what do we want to do? We can ping it on their turn with Final Death, but are we really going to be able to double ping it on their turn in addition to that? Probably not. We're well positioned for a long, grindy game, so I think we just want to trade. Alright, so where are we? We can sack the Omen to get a Scry, in which case these will both grow to 2/2s. We can sack the Omen to one of these for a ping, and then these will also grow to 2/2s. We can Mogi's Favor on the Horn Beetle, and then we can trade one Blood Aspirant with it, or we could double ping it out next turn, but we'd have to take a nice hard hit for 7. I don't think we want to do that. So what are our best options here? Nothing's really amazing for us. I mean, if we trade off one Blood Aspirant for Horn Beetle, we're good there. I don't know if we want to do that or not. I think we want to save Final Death in case they play some True Bomb. I don't think we need both these Blood Aspirants in play. So what I'm kind of feeling here is Mogi's Favor on Horn Beetle, and then I can just block it with a Blood Aspirant. This isn't like sorcery only or something, right? No, okay. Because now I can sack the Omen for the Scry too, which is actually pretty valuable in this position. And then I'll trade my 2/2 for their 7/2 if they attack. Now that they played Furious Rise, they're probably not going to attack because they want to get cards out of that. So that may change things. Now I could double ping the Beetle. I could always sack the Mogi's Favor and the Omen to ping it, and then just Mogi's Favor it again. I would have to re-Mogi's Favor it, though, and I only have one card. Oh, but the Omen will make 2. Okay, so I can just kill the Beetle here by without losing anything, because I can go tap 2, sack Mogi's Favor, ping it, tap 2, sack Omen, ping it, then tap 3 and play Mogi's Favor on it. So we'll just do that. So we won't do anything end of turn. So now, well, this is disgusting. Every time we sack the Mogi's Favor and buy it back, we can grow our Blood Aspirants. This is just gross. So we're sacking the Favor. It is going to grow, so it's not going to die. It's going to grow before the ping. But of course, then we can just finish it off with Mogi's Favor again. And that was fun. Back to you, opponent. Blood Aspirants quietly up to 3/3s. Okay, well, that's convenient enough. We have Spawn to block. Blood Aspirants are 3/3s. They've got a 5/3. So now I think with 7 mana, this turn is pretty much scripted. Put out Phoenix. I'm going to attack with both. This is a 2-turn clock. And then they're not going to surprise lethal me because I have a blocker. Omen of the Forge doesn't really change anything. If they want to spend 2 of their 6 mana killing my Phoenix, I'm cool with that. I can bring it back whenever I want to. The only thing I'm worried about is not taking lethal, but, I mean, I'm at 11. They have 6 power out, and I have a 3/4 blocker, so they're nowhere near lethal. So I'll happily block. It's a good trade for me. Save 5 damage. At least 4, because it has trample. Plus, it's 1 card closer to bringing back Phoenix. Which we could actually already do if we really want to, because we could sack a Blood Aspirant. But, of course, we don't really want to be sacking Blood Aspirants, so we'll see what they do. Alright, so we have 8 to work with. 2 cards in the yard, plus the Phoenix and the spawn. So Phoenix costs 4 to escape. So like I said, if we wanted to bring it back, we could shoot the Canopy Arachnar, sack Blood Aspirant, and then we could bring back Phoenix. But we're not lethaling him that way, so I don't really see a point in doing that. If we were to Final Death this Rage Hound and just attack for 6, they have to chump block or go to 2. That just looks great for us. We don't have to worry about them lethaling us. They have 1 power out and we're at 10. So this just looks very safe and very solid. I'm not sure if we have any ways to rummage lands out of our hand, but we could spend a lot of mana potentially bringing this back, sacking things. So this is the kind of spot where you don't want to hold the land, because if we draw a land next turn, we might use all 9 mana in play. I guess I could have Mogi's favored one to force a chump block there. I'm not sure if that would have been right or wrong, because I don't want to exile my Spawn and my Phoenix of Ash, but it would have forced a chump block, so there's definitely substantial upside. That said, I'm pretty sure they have to be dead. Now we can do what I talked about last turn. If I ping the Arachnar, it can't block until end of turn, and that'll give me 3 cards in the yard to exile to the Phoenix, and then I can just bring the Phoenix back and kill them since they're tapped out. So this is game over. This is match 2. I guess I already had 3 because of the Final Death, but whatever. I have to make it unable to block anyway, so. Okay, so they're a red-green fatties deck. Actually, they're kind of an aggro deck. We saw 2 Rage Hounds, Impending Doom, Arachnar. Just kind of a normalish green-red 4-power deck. Removal is good against them, because you want to keep them off of triggering Furious Rise, and off of their 4-power synergy. And we're going to be on the draw, so I think we can slip out Soul Reaper for, like, Libation. This exiles, and I saw double Cage Hound. I think I want to try Underworld Fires. It combos well with the Mogi's Favors and the pinging, and I think we saw double Underworld Rage Hound, which this deals 1/2 in exiles. So I think I kind of want to try the Fires here. I don't know what we should take out, though. Maybe I can't even try it. Could cut a land. We're going to be on the draw. I could cut a Mogi's Favor, though it combos well with it, and Mogi's Favor is really good with Slaughter Priest. I don't think we're too light on creatures. We have about the right amount. You don't need a ton of creatures. The 2/3 is already out. I'm not sure whether Libation or Underworld Fires takes its spot, or whether I want to cut like another Mogi's Favor or Omen or something like that. Yeah, I think the Black Omen's pretty weak in our deck, but it's still another way to recur these these 5 2-mana enablers that our deck revolves around. Also, it synergizes really well with them, because after you get the Omen effect, you can sack it to them. I'll just take the Libation out. I'll just go with the Underworld Fires over the Libation and the Soul Reaper of Mogi. I mean, I don't know the creature count, but we have the 8 good 2-drops. And then we have Spawn, we have like a couple Phoenix. But again, you don't need a super high creature count in decks like this. We're not really looking to enhance our own creatures or anything like that. We're like just going to trade and grind and remove their stuff. So creature count is not really a big concern to me. Unfortunately, since our hand doesn't really do much, we have to make this trade. prolong this game and hope we start drawing some spells. I would never mull like a 5-lander, both colors, double land pad on the draw. Obviously, it looks a lot worse now because we've drawn 3 straight lands, which is pretty unlikely when, you know, you're only about 33% to draw land every turn because you've only got, you know, 12 in your 33 cards. Sorry, if the camera's shaking, it's generally not the camera. It's generally me just tapping the table with my knee. I'm one of those, like, anxious people who's always, like, moving their leg and stuff. So whenever my leg just ends up, like, bumping the table, then it shakes the camera and shakes the whole table. I apologize. Okay, I can't do anything about that. So it looks like we're pretty dead, because I can steal their creature and sack it now, but they still have lethal. So I'm not even sure if there's any way we're not just dead on board, because Portent's a sorcery. If I pass the turn, I take 6. I block 1, I take 6. If I steal 1 and sack it, I take 6. If I steal 1 and don't sack it, they get it back. Pretty sure we're dead. Yeah, I can't shake the world. I can shake the table, but not the whole world. Are there mic issues? Yeah, there's only one problem, Falcoholic. How do I sack the thing without tapping the Blood Aspirant? I think I'm going to draw first. Even though the deck's a little slow, we have a lot of cheap cards, and it's kind of a grindy synergy-based deck. I probably should just be drawing first in the dark with this deck. It's weird because we're going to end games pretty quickly a lot of the time, but really we're just playing things, trading, stealing things. This is probably a deck that's supposed to be on the draw every game. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, She-Top. I mean, it would be really silly for them to block with them at 20, and I'd be showing them cards. But doing that is probably better than just pushing Concede. Okay, for now, I could favor and ping it, but I'd have to sack the favor, so that's not going to work. So it looks like Temple and Slaughter Priest this turn. I don't think we need lands. I mean, sooner or later we have to draw them naturally. We should have plenty to do in the meantime. I'm actually just going to block that Dreamstalker Mana Core with my Slaughter Priest if they attack, because I have the Omen to get back the Slaughter Priest. Well, looks like they're not going to let that happen. No need to chump yet. So not going perfectly. We can play a 3-4, which matches up well against the 5-3. Otherwise, we could Omen back Slaughter Priest, play it, and have 1 open, and then we waste that mana. That doesn't seem great, so I'm pretty sure we just play Spawn this turn. Of course, Spawn blocks that nicely if they attacked and we could just chump. Now it gets a little more interesting. I mean, we could try and race it if we ever hit for 8 with the portal. I guess we don't need to chump this turn. We could always chump next turn. And if we draw a land, we can just Final Death it. So let's take it here, and then we'll see what we draw, and then we'll make our decisions. So not a land, but it is another blocker. We can't take another hit from that. But we're not far from actually just lethaling them with their own creature. I don't know if I want to have just Lampad up. I don't want to have to chump block with Lampad. It's the 1 mana sack outlet, and we have Portent. So I'm not sure what to do. I think what we could do is play Lampad, play Mogi's Favor on spawn, hit them for 5, and then we have Blood Aspirant to chump block and sack to the Lampad with a mana to do it. That looks pretty good. And now we have a backup blocker so we don't accidentally die or something like that. Yeah, they have the Trampler creature, but if they play that, then I just have to chump with the Lampad and not sack or something. It's not like they can play that at instant speed. So if they put that out for their turn, okay, then we make a slightly worse play, but it's not like we die or something. I would just end up blocking with the Lampad and not sacking. Okay, so they're at 13. If we port in the Rage Hound, that's 5, 8, 9, 10. So we don't have 13 this turn. We should next turn. If we take the 8-6 in attack, they have to block. And then we could sack it. So that looks pretty good. Impending Doom deals 3 to the creature's controller. So yeah, we'll take the 3, not them. But that's okay. But we could also just Final Death it. It's okay. It's okay if we take 3. You don't have to get them from all angles at all times. So the question here, do we want to Final Death the Mana Core on their turn? Or do we want to Portent it now, attack with both? They're going to put Rage Hound on spawn. And then we can sack it and ping them. I think we want to take it. We don't need any more lands, right? And then I guess we can attack with all... No, we can't attack with the Lampad because I didn't play a land first like a chump. What? Oh, I thought it passed a turn. I was like, what just happened? So Blessing falls off because it can only enchant a creature you control. They control the Blessing and I control their creature, so it becomes illegal. Impending Doom doesn't say enchant creature you control, so it's legal for Impending Doom to continue to enchant the creature once I take control of it. It is not legal for the Blessing to keep enchanting it. Okay, so this 3/4 is pretty annoying. If I target it, I take 3. I can bring back Spawn. That's pretty good. They'll sack Oracle, not Giant, but then I'll have a 5/6 out to block. That looks like a clear play this turn. I'm not sure if I want to get rid of Mogi's Favor or one of these creatures, though. Because I do have the Omen in hand. Probably the Mogi's Favor, actually. And I mean, unless they have a way to deal the final 3, we're still pretty safe. Tectonic Giant does 3 when it attacks, but I'll eat it. 5/6 is not easy for red-green to deal with. Okay, so now what we're going to do is Final Death the Rage Hound, because they're at 5. If we target the Giant, we take 3. Either way, they're going to have to chump block the spawn. So we Final Death the Rage Hound. Now we can attack with both, forcing the chump block out of the spawn. I mean, out of the Giant, because they have to block the spawn or die. I don't think there's any way they could just, like, kill the spawn with 3 mana up playing red-green. They'd have to use a pump spell or something like that. So there's no fear of them blocking the Lampad. Pretty good game. I don't know what is Fateful End. If you're talking about the sack, deal 5, it does 5. My spawn had 6. Yes, that as well, ZMRK. But I literally don't think there's a way in the format. Oh, I'm not saying there's not a way for them to finish it off. I'm saying there isn't a way for them to kill it. Let's pretend they had, like, destroy target creature for 3 mana. They could kill my spawn and then block my land pad with their giant. There's lots of ways they could kill my 5/6, including blocking with their giant. But they have to block it with their giant. And that means they don't get to eat my land pad. Y'all keep naming spells that could kill it with the help of blocking with the giant. Not that could kill it on their own for 3 mana. Yeah, this hand's pretty slow and we need a sack outlet. I think we have to bottom a Final Death. No, we lost 1 game. Got flooded. 2-0, 4-1. Course punished. I was right to play the Temple last turn, but maybe I should have played the Mountain the previous turn or something. And then we drew the double red Phoenix. That's justice if ever I've seen it. Right, Final Flare does 5, not 6. Okay, so we could play Phoenix and put Favor on it, and then we could trade it for one of their creatures. We could play Lampad and then just not favor anything, and then it'll block one of their creatures. We kind of want the Lampad out so that we can port and sack. So I think that's the right play here. But then we don't want to put Mogi's Favor on it because we don't want it to die. We'd rather it just bounce with one of their creatures. I think you should keep 5 land, double Lampad on the draw as long as you have red and black. There's only another 12 lands in your deck. You're not that likely to super flood. Mulliganing sucks. I'm much more in the keep and hope camp than I am in the mull aggressively camp when it comes to Magic. I don't know, Urisk. We'll see. We might. Okay, so we can steal and kill any one of their creatures, or we could Final Death one of their creatures. It's not much different. It's 1 point of life. If we want to Final Death, then the spawn is a great target. If we want to steal and kill one of their creatures, we might want to not kill the spawn, which means we take 1 extra anyway. So this turn, it looks like Final Death is a pretty good option. Get rid of that recurring creature for good. Okay, this time I don't really see any choices. We can just use Portent, kill their best creature, the 3-power one. Assume I have to top that. I don't know if I can really stay alive here, but if I can, it probably involves double spell. I think I might just be dead. Just too slow of a hand. I played Final Death on my turn because they could sack it to Soul Reaper and draw a card and put it in the graveyard instead of it getting exiled. So I'm at 5 effectively. So if I block the Nyx and sack, oh, then it has trample, so that doesn't work. So if I block one of these and sack, I take 5. Yeah, I'm dead. Well, on turn 3, I had the turn 2, I played the Temple, which, I mean, I just drew it. Turn 1 is the turn I would have had to play Mountain instead of Swamp. Now, it would have been correct to play Mountain turn 1, because I have a black tap land and no red tap lands, and I have a double red 3-drop. So, the correct play there was to play a Mountain turn 1, but again, it required me drawing. I didn't have the Phoenix in my hand or the Temple in my hand. For me to get punished, it required me drawing Temple turn 2, Phoenix turn 3. Why'd you say Rip 5-0 Dream, ZBD? We're We're just down a game. We could still win. This deck's great. Hey, Benjamin Nemus. Well, the 6-0 Dream got wrecked last round. We only won last round 2-1. Haha. Well, that's true, but that already happened last round. I was planning to still concede at 3 wins. This deck is a lot faster than most of the decks in this format, so these 3 matches haven't actually taken very long. So maybe we'll keep playing. I don't know. The bots feel fine. I've been drafting all the different colors, all the different decks. I don't feel like they have any gaping holes. So normally I wouldn't be like keen on a double block here with the Woe Strider and the 2 land pads. But if they have something, I'm okay with the risk because we have a 3rd land pad and they don't really do anything in multiples. So I would be happy enough with double blocking. They play their trick. I sack a land pad, then I have another one. Now we have to decide whether we want to sack the Mana Core. If it sits in play, it can ping for us, but they could also exile it. I think we do want to just leave it out, though, for now. I'm not worried about them spending a turn paying 3 and exiling it, and we already have instant to play. So I'm just going to untap. I don't know your risk. I don't know any of the programming behind the bots. I don't know if they're learning better, if they've adjusted them. I don't know if it's just because it's a flatter set. I really have no idea. It's a good question, but I would have to know like if the bots are learning or programmed or whatever, and I really have no idea. Okay, I feel like Final Death on Woe Strider makes too much sense since it's a creature that comes back. We still have Portent in the hole to deal with any other creature they play. And then, of course, now we can attack with everything because all they have to block with is a goat. And this goat, not LeBron, not Tom Brady, not the goat, just a goat. Yeah, so sad. Well, I don't think Kobe is the GOAT basketball player. I think he's actually kind of overrated. Super sad, obviously. He's, he was only 40 and a family man and just, just an early death. Very sad. Yeah, LeBron is the GOAT basketball player, in my opinion. Listen, I'm not trashing him. I mean, I think it's super sad, and I think Kobe's great. I'm not going to just say he's the best basketball player of all time now because he died. I mean, I don't think he's the best basketball player of all time. I do think it's really sad that he died in a helicopter crash at 41 years old. I'm just getting super aggro now because this game's over. Just going to use all my mana, sack all their creatures, attack them with everything. What, you thought I was out of Portents? No, sir. Sorry, Sponge. Or Spong, anyway. Sponge has an E in it, I think. It's fun to compare. I mean, I agree the time to be rating who the best is not right after somebody passes away, necessarily. But, I think it's fun to compare who's the best, who's the second best, who's the third best. That's not appreciating them. I always see people get offended when they get ranked like not first or last out of a group. Listen, if you want to rank the top 10 Magic players in the world and you rank me 10th, I'm going to be flattered, not upset that you ranked me last. Because 10th best in the world is 10th. It's 10th in the entire world. You know what I mean? Like, people are just obsessed with competing with each other. Like, that should be a flattering, not insulting ranking. Sounds good to me, Apodipsis. 69th in the world, also quite a good ranking. Not because of the special number, just because there's a lot of Magic players in the world, and it's a really hard game. Ha, I didn't say that. I said if you ranked me top 10. And I didn't even say all time. I said right now, which I'm not necessarily by any means. I was just making the point that whenever people, like, if you were to rank somebody, if you were to go up to somebody and say, you're the 10th best player in the world at anything, whatever it is, most people would be, like, flattered and find that to be a compliment. If you were to rank the 10 best players in the world and rank a given person 10th out of those 10, most people would be upset or, like, not happy with the ranking. It's the exact same ranking. People don't view rankings properly. The goal is not to beat the other people you're being compared against. It's just an assessment of something. It's more damage if I do it after, right? It's +2, but I hit for 4. There's no need to wait until it gets bigger. That's just being, like, kind of greedy, I guess, would be the word. We want to kill their big creature. We have a second portent. The goal is not to get the most out of that portent we can. It's to give us the highest chance to win the game we can. I mean, this game is pretty much over if they don't have, like, Shatter the Sky. The Mount Rushmore of Magic players, isn't it Kai, Finkel, Luis, and Peavy? And that's actually pretty easy because there's 4 heads on Mount Rushmore, right? So we could create a Mount Rushmore and it would just be those 4. Yeah, stealing all your opponent's creatures and killing them with them, that's kind of fun. At least it's fun for me. I don't know if it's fun for them or not. So let's see, are they dead here? If I take the 2 power, if they don't block Slaughter Priest, I can sack, and then that's 4. Let's say they blocked, like, the Horn Beetle. That would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. So it's exactly lethal. Let's say they do block Slaughter Priest. Then I still sack the Horn Beetle. I can't lethal them, but I kill both their creatures. Yeah, that looks good. So it's lethal if they don't block Slaughter Priest now. And if they do block Slaughter Priest, I sack their Horn Beetle, eat both their creatures, and they take 5. I'll play the next 2 rounds. This is a fast stack, and we're 3-0. I feel like we just started this draft. It's not actually the case. It's 6:40. I've been on for like an hour and a half, but these games are just bloodbaths, and they're going really quickly. This is definitely like a prototypical black-red sack. Like, if you were wondering what a black-red sack deck is supposed to look like, obviously, you're not going to always get 5 uncommon sack outlets, but basically, this deck, -1 Blood Aspirant, -1, you know, Slaughter Priest of Mogi, you know, but, like, as far as what the deck should look like, you want a lot of 2-drops, you want your removal spells to be expensive, and, of course, all the sack synergies that I have. So this is definitely, like, around what this deck is supposed to look like. I didn't block because we're going to be able to sack something and ping that out sooner or later. Even if we take 2 a bunch of times, we have the land pads to gain life. I'm not really worried about it. And eventually we'll kill the Triton for free. Because if we steal something, we can then sack it to the Aspirant and ping the Triton. Unfortunately, I don't think I can wait around to kill that Cacophony. I mean, maybe I can. Because I could steal it when I have an enchantment in the yard, like a lamp pad, And then maybe I should wait, because this will trigger for me, right, at the beginning of my end step. So if I could sack a land pad to kill this Triton to the Blood Aspirant, and then once I hit 6 mana, I could portent, like, the Cacophony, get a 2/2 by exiling the land pad. Cacophony. I'll cough on everyone's knees. So I'm not really sure what to do. I guess for now we can wait. It's not like there's really a lot going on. So what I'm going to do is ping off the Triton then, sacking the Summoning Sick land pad, and then I can attack with the other one. Because if I'm not going to kill the Cacophony or block it this turn, then I might as well not miss a damage. So we can play the second land pad, sack it to the Blood Aspirant to ping off Triton, which is not an enchantment. It's not going to fuel the Cacophony. And then hit them for 1. Okay, so that worked out pretty well. We're not under any pressure. Now we can definitely wait. The only thing is, if they play another creature and I portent that, I can sack it and ping the flyer. So, like, that may be more effective than even taking the flyer just to get a 2/2. Unless they play, like, another 1 toughness creature, in which case we hit Yahtzee. Because this doesn't make a creature until end step. Like, I think... Well, I guess we can't steal a creature of theirs with portent when they have a land pad out. So we're going to have to portent the land pad or final death it. Anyway. So after this ability goes off, if I final death the land pad, they're going to sack it. So that's not great for me, actually, because then they can remove it to the Cacophony next turn. So I'm not 100% sure what to do now. I think I'm just going to untap. If I attack with Blood Aspirant here as a 2/2 and they block, if I sack anything, it'll grow to a 3/3 and eat the land pad. So I can, like, sack the second Blood Aspirant or the land pad to itself. I don't necessarily want to do that, though, because that's just going to let them make an extra 2/2. So I think for now I'm just going to chill. Well, I guess I can attack with both. I don't need a blocker, and then I get an point of damage. Plus, they might not block the Blood Aspirant because they might be afraid to lose the land pad. They shouldn't be afraid of that because if it gets exiled, they'll just get a 2/2. But you never know. Yeah, Discordant Piper would be pretty good in this deck with all the sack stuff. I don't think it would be great. I'm not sure if it would have made the deck because we have like 8 better 2-drops, but it would be good. I could ping the Harpy. I'm trying to steal the Harpy and ping something else. This way, I can make a 2/2 zombie. But now that there's another good creature to steal, and they're tapped out so they can't sack it to land pad, what I'm actually going to end up doing is just stealing the Maze Warden, and then sacking it to a Blood Aspirant to ping the Cacophony. That looks like a pretty good top. And now we can attack them with these. We'll hold back this 1/1 Blood Aspirant so we can sack Maze Warden to it. I could have dealt them an extra damage by playing the land. I didn't miss that on accident. I'm choosing to hold the land because of Aspect. They've been missing land drops, and so they have 5 spells in hand. We have no clue if they're holding the discard 2 or not, but I don't want to discard 2 final deaths. My hand is pretty strong. And now this is just a total blowout. We're going to sack the Warden, ping their 1 toughness creature. Our 2/2 Aspirant's going to grow to a 3/3 and eat their land pad. And they end up with no creatures. We just 3-for-1 them. Good game. Thank you, Miha Soso. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you, Pixel Zest. Appreciate the subscription. Sometimes I get super focused on the game, so if I missed any other subscriptions, thank you to everybody who chooses to support my stream. No decisions here. We can't possibly lethal them this turn. We're not super far from it, But again, I'm going to hold the land because I want to protect myself from discard 2, even though they don't have any creatures, so it'll be pretty hard for them to do that. Also, whatever, we can always play the land next turn. They're dead next turn. There's no way for us to lethal them this turn. So, not too much of a to think about here. This game is completely over. You're welcome, Royal. Thank you for supporting it. And by my count, this should be game, assuming I have enough mana. Because if I sack a creature to the land pad, I have lethal. I do have to play the land pad and the final death. So I guess I don't actually have lethal. I'm a little bit short. Oh, no. I still have lethal. Because I can just sack my creatures, right? If I sack the... Oh, no, because if I sack the land pad pre, that's 8. But then I don't have the land pad out to sack. So I can 8 them, but I can't 9 them. So what we actually want to play around, assuming we don't have lethal, which I think we're 1 point short, is the deal 4 to all creatures. Because they can't win this game without playing a sweeper. And if they have that card, I'm going to want to grow this Blood Aspirant twice. I'm going to respond by sacking Blood Aspirant here, the 2/2/1, and then also sacking the land pad, so that this will live through it. So I think in that case, we just put them to 3. Because now if they have the deal 4, I go sack, so this is a 5/5, and they go to 1. I have the second land pad to finish them off, but also I'll have a 5/5 live through the deal 4 Wrath. I can't sack the Omen, so maybe I could have 9'd last turn, but by my count, I could only deal 8. Because if I sack the land pad first, then I can't sack anything else because the land pad's gone. So yeah, I played a land. I held one the turn before, but it was to protect myself from Aspect in a game I can't really lose. So I don't think we did anything wrong. No real need to lethal them a turn early. The only sweeper they have access to is deal 4 to everything, which Blood Aspirant would live through. What did we see? Yeah, we saw 2 different 1 toughness creatures. We could bring in fires. I'm down with that. Plus, we'll be on the draw this game. Just take out Soul Reaper. Three 1 toughness. Triton, Cacophony, Cacophony. What? Cacophony. I'm never going to call that card right. Ancient Greek. Why are you so hard to pronounce? What was the third 1 toughness? I remember Cacophony, and I remember Triton. I don't remember a third 1 toughness. When did they play a Rage Hound? I don't remember that. The next stream tournament I'm playing in should be RPT Phoenix, the regional players tour in Phoenix next weekend. Oh, okay. They didn't even play it. They searched it out with the 5-mana 4/4 they put at the end of the game. Bad breath cow indeed. I got you. Yeah, if traveling wasn't an issue, I would rather play weekend 1 than weekend 2. It rewards innovation more. Everybody's just going to be reacting to what happens this weekend, so that makes the tournament way less exciting. I think they should have held all 3 on the same weekend. I'm not super happy about them holding ours the week after. This is probably a go second deck. I mean, our cards are really cheap. I don't think it matters a ton either way. Okay, well, this turn is easy. Kill their scary creature before it could possibly get out of control, and use all our mana and cast all our cards, and life is good. I don't know, Burnator. Let me think about it. If you're around during ads and chats later and you remember, I'll try and give you an answer. But I don't really know off the top of my head. Thank you for subscribing, Elron. Welcome to the 12-month club. Appreciate your support. So here I'm going to block because I have Omen to get it back. So if we're going to make an even trade, that gives me something to do next turn. I'm pretty happy about that. Even though Omen has Flash, we have to play it now so that we can play our Slaughter Priest, because we have nothing else to do this turn. But we're pretty online now. We can Final Death the 4/4 or something else. Then with 6 land, we can Portent and sack to Blood Aspirant or Slaughter Priest. We also have this Omen out we can sack. Alright, what are we going to do? We're 1 mana short of taking their creature and then sacking it. That costs 6. So I'm perfectly happy to Final Death a 4/4, especially knowing these Portents can kill anything. This triggers end of turn. There's nothing a black-red deck can really do to punish me for waiting, except maybe like Final Flare, which who cares. So I think I'm going to pass just in case they have Aspect and they want to put it on their Cyclops or something, because then I can get the blowout in response. Okay, well, that's not that. It is a slightly better creature, but it's worth saving the 5 damage, because if we draw a land, we can just kill any creature with these Portents. So now we'll Final Death the Flummox Cyclops. This deck would be decent without Portents. I mean, it would be weird to have none. Like, we didn't need to get 4. Like, we got 5. I'm only playing 4. If we had 2 Portents, this deck would be almost exactly the same. Because, I mean, we have so many good cards, 2 Final Deaths to go with all those Portents. If we had 0 Portents, it would definitely be a worse deck, and that would also just be, like, kind of strange. Okay, so Slaughter Priest can attack or block, though. We know they have an Infuriate, so we're going to take 8 if we don't have a blocker next turn for the Rage-Scarred Berserker. But if we do want to block it, we're going to have to, like, sack 2 things to the Slaughter Priest, or we're going to lose the Slaughter Priest. I kind of feel like maybe we just get aggro. I mean, if I take their creature and hit them for 8, what happens the following turn? They have to have, like, 2 blockers to live. Another option, I could play Phoenix and attack with Slaughter Priest and Phoenix. That's pretty good. They can't block the Slaughter Priest. And then I could just, like, sack the Omen to it. And then I'll deal them a bunch of damage and grow my Blood Aspirant. I think that's my best play this turn. It's far from perfect, but it does a lot of damage. Maybe we'll get them in range for next turn. Because if they want to attack me, the odds are they can only play 1 blocker. And then we should be able to just Portent it and lethal them. If it's a 4-power blocker, they're dead on board. If we draw a land, they're dead. Even without any of that, they may have to block Slaughter Priest or end up dead. So the 1/1 can't block, so that's not necessarily going to stop us from lethaling them. So they're dead on board. Now we just Portent the hero. The 1/1 can't block. Hit them for 10. We don't even need to draw a land. That's game over. The good guys are rolling so far today. We're the good guys, by the way, in case you were wondering. Less letters, more efficient, Ben greater than Bean. No arguments here. Red, black, the traditional good guy colors. Red, black is like the evil colors. Thanks, Samig. I do tend to net gems in the best of 3. Yeah, well, I'm only going to do 3 drafts tonight because I'm testing Pioneer pretty much all the time I'm off air. But I don't mind staying a little later on Thursdays generally, so I don't mind playing 5 matches. The reason I generally don't play the 5 to 6 matches with each deck is because it gets boring. It's just so long. But we're probably going to only play 5, not 6, because we're probably going to go 5-0 because this deck is so busted. Also, the games are just fast because we're not like self-milling. So we're just playing creatures, attacking, portenting, removing, and ending. And these games are just ending fairly quickly. A lot of games in this format are really long, which is a good thing. I love long games. But our deck is just so broken. We just keep growing all our stuff, stealing and killing all theirs, and the game tends to end pretty quickly that way. This might be the best deck I've had in this format. This deck is just disgusting. It's like perfect curve, perfect synergy, tons of uncommons. The only way this deck could be better is if I had a few mythic rares to toss in. But when you have this much synergy, these uncommon build-arounds basically function like cheap mythic rares. Like, obviously, they're a little less powerful, but they synergize so well. Speaking of synergize so well, look what's about to happen to my poor opponent. On their turn, I'm going to play Omen, 2 to the Temple Thief, 1 to the Mire Triton. Sadly, I have to miss 4 damage. If I Omen now, then I can hit for 4. But I think it's worth it to get the extra kill. 1 there. This is Arc Lightning. 2 there. For those who are old school, Arc Lightning is 3 damage, split any way you choose. We just Arc Lightning the opponent. Okay, so we'll discard a land. We don't care about the 3 damage, and we have plenty of lands. I don't know if we want to Omen back Blood Aspirant yet. We probably don't, because we get a ping. Oh, you know what, though? We're going to use all our mana next turn, so it's worth giving up a ping, because next turn we have Phoenix to play and Blood Aspirant, which uses exactly 5. So, again, I feel like this game is pretty much over. Also, I feel like this deck can never lose, basically, unless you get horrible draws. Just, oh, I forgot we had the Phoenix, too. This deck might be a 10. This deck is so good. Just all cheap, perfect synergy, uncommons and rares and removal. Like, this deck is just ludicrous. I think this is the best deck I've had yet in this entire format. Probably approaching, like, 50 drafts or so. Okay. I guess we can sack one of the Omens now to scry to grow the Blood Aspirant, and then maybe pump the Phoenix. That looks pretty good. I don't think it matters which Omen we sack. I'll sack the black one since we have less black mana, though. Yeah, I'm going to top both of those. The Portent first, just in case they play a good creature I want to steal and end the game. Other than that, I'm pumping Phoenix. I do remember that blue-black one, which we also just destroyed everybody with. Sack a creature. So we could sack a Phoenix that comes back. We could sack a Blood Aspirant, which is the smallest. If we sack the Phoenix, the Blood Aspirant will grow. And the Phoenix is, what, 1 card away from coming back? Oh, it's already able to come back. Okay, I'll just sack the Phoenix. I feel like they're helping us. Well, Blood Aspirant grows no matter what. The thing is, the only choices really were Blood Aspirant or Phoenix. I wasn't going to sack Dreamstalker there. It's dealing more damage than the Blood Aspirant. And it's just, I've got an instant. I could ping if I want to. So let's see. We have enough mana to steal it and sack. Oh, they're dead. They have 1 red up, right? There's like nothing for 1 red in this format. So we can just steal it and lethal them, I think. There's Infuriate, but there's no removal. For 1 red in this format, there's no like shock or anything. So, we saw 2/1 toughness creatures, and again, we really have like no 1 toughness creatures in our whole deck, because these Blood Aspirants will grow. So we probably want Underworld Fires. I'm just not sure, because we also already have Dreamstalker, Manicore, and double Blood Aspirant, and double Mogi's Favor. So we're really good against 1 toughness creatures, but if we see several of them, we also don't have any of our own, really. We could board and Lantern for Kroxa. I'm not really scared of Kroxa. I mean, I can steal it, kill it, whatever. Escape 5 is no joke. I will give credit to Research and Design. They did a good job making the Titans not too good and limited. They're both good, but like if you kill them when they come back, they're not coming back a second time. That's exile 10 cards. Oh yeah, this deck is totally busted. I mean, you can lose to Kroxa. It's a powerful card. But if somebody's going to have a Mythic Rare and spend that kind of mana, they should get a powerful card. Here's another nice 5-lander to keep on the draw and flood out and lose with. It's funny, because Dimir is really my favorite color combination library manipulator. Well, yes, this hand can definitely lose. Yeah, we drew spells this time. We're good. Manticore is really good. This is one of the cards that I'm higher on than most people. I think this card is just excellent. Synergizes with everything. And again, with the pinger, you're happy. You don't have to ping every turn with a pinger. Because like when you're pinging them for 1, that's not a big deal. It's pinging off 1 toughness creatures for free that is a big deal. So this is like, instead of a 1/1, you just get a 3-mana 4/2, which is a very real body. And then it still pings a once or twice a game when you really want a ping. It turns Red Omen into kill a 3 toughness. I'm just a really big fan of Dreamstalker Manticore. For now, though, I do have Omen to get it back, so I'm going to offer them the trade. If they take it, I'm happy, because then I have Spawn to trade with the 4/3. If they block and trade, I'm happy, because then I have Omen to get it back, so I need a creature in my yard for Omen to be on. So that's why we're attacking in this spot. Because if they take it, it's good for us. We get in 4 damage. If they block, and we have Spawn to block Marauder. If they block, we're happy. Because then we have Omen to get back the Dreamstalker Manticore. So now I'll block with Spawn, of course. That's a card we want to put in the graveyard. I don't particularly want to Omen back Spawn, but I might have to do it anyway. We're not that close to escaping it yet, and I do want to sack the Omen for Scry, because that's going to give us another card in the yard, and give me spells. So for right now, I see no reason to trade Manticore for Woestrider. There's creature can come back too. I don't think pinging the goat is more important than using all our mana and putting out the Spawn this turn. So I think we're just going to make the, like, not max value, but correct play, and Omen back Spawn. No need to be greedy. Just cast our 3/4 that can attack or block on this board. Yeah, we don't gotta kill the goat. It's just an 0/1. It's not that scary. Using all our mana and getting an extra 3/4 out, probably more valuable. Okay, so if we go for Portent here, it would be worth it if they don't have anything, but if they kill the Lampad in response, we won't have a way to sack the Woestrider. We have a second Lampad, so I don't think, again, we need to make an aggressive play when we're in such a good position. Spawn has a good attack this turn. Other than that, I'm just going to play Lampad and pass. I'm not actually even going to play a land. This way, if they aspect me, I have 2 lands to discard, and I can hold on to Portent. Next turn, I don't have to worry about removal, because I have 2 sack outlets out instead of 1. And end of their turn, I still have the 3 mana I need to sack Omen right now. So I'm going to hold both swamps to protect me from aspect. They're making me sack a creature. Do we sack Lampad or Spawn? Probably Lampad. We're not that close to spawning yet. I mean, we're not that far, but second Lampad is redundant. Spawn is attacking or blocking successfully, and we're not looking to bring back Spawn just yet. So now, end of their turn, we have the 3 mana to sack Omen. Certainly don't need any more lands. Bottom. So now, again, if we go for Portent and they have nothing, it's really good for us. But if they have, like, removal for Lampad, we won't be able to sack it. We drew another 2 mana sack outlet, We have a good hand and we're in a good position. I'm just going to keep grinding slowly and safely. Make sure they don't get any blowouts where they're able to actually turn the game. If it was a closer game, I might go for the Portent play. But for now, we drew a second sack outlet, so we can just cast that. Okay, we obviously don't want Spawn to get exiled, so let's sack it to the land pad. And again, I'm going to hold 2 lands. That's because they might have Aspect in their hand. They haven't played a land for several turns. They're definitely holding spells. I don't know what they are. Well, thanks, Lemar. So now we have the 2 sack outlets. So now, even if they have removal, we're good. So now we're going to go for the Portent play. I'm not going to play a land first, because this might get them to kill the Blood Aspirant in response, thinking I don't have any more land, and then... Or, sorry, to kill the land pad in response, thinking I don't have any more land, and then I can't sack it. That said, they didn't. Now we can just attack with everything. If they kill the land pad, we'll sack Woestrider to it. If they don't kill the land pad, well, we'll sack Woestrider to it. And of course, we don't need to hold 3 lands. Aspect only makes you discard 2. Plus, now that we've played the Portent, we don't really need to protect our hand anymore. Woestrider, sack another creature. You can't sack it to itself. Okay, pretty nice rebuild by the opponent. We don't really want to spawn them right now, because they're just going to sack one of these little rinky-dink cards. They're nowhere near bringing this back again, though. So I do think we want to trade Manticore for Woestrider if we can, potentially. Although I guess maybe not if we're going to spawn it. So maybe we take this turn off. End of their turn, we can ping Triton. On tap, ping the 0-1, and get them with the spawn. So this turn, let's just chill. See what they're going to do. We have the 3 cards already to remove to the spawn, and we're planning to sack more creatures. If they don't do anything... we can kill one of their good creatures with the spawn. Even if they do play a second 5/4, we can still make them sack one of them. So what we want to do now, well, we're going to block because we're going to sack anyway. What we'll do now is go something like block, and then I'm going to Blood Aspirant, ping off Triton, sack the Soul Reaper, so we don't take the 5. I think this set is better than Throne. And I like Throne, but I think this set is quite good. So if we brick, the plan is to Blood Aspirant and 0-1, because then we can bring out Spawn. Well, they found another creature, so now that plan kind of goes out the window. So we still have a game here. And we bricked. So I think... we mostly just want to bring back our 5/6 now. I can... If I Blood Aspirant away the 0-1, then they have to sack, like, Hateful Eidolon. I don't know if that's worth sacking Lampad or not. I guess it kinda is, mostly because I want cards in my yard anyway. Because then I can just spawn more. So, I think... and then we could also attack with the 4/2, potentially. So I think we Blood Aspirant here, sacking Lampad. Because we're not actually trading Lampad for an 0-1, because they would have been able to sack the 0-1 to the spawn. Now they're going to have to sack Hateful Eidolon or something else to the spawn. And then 4-2 for the 5-4 is a good trade. We don't have any more instants to play. If they want to go to 3, the life total is 19-7. So we either make a profitable trade, or we hit them for 4. And now we can spawn them. Of course, you want to remove spells first. You can't buy those back. So now we're sitting pretty. We got a 5-6 over a 5-4. We've already got 3 cards to bring the spawn back again if they have removal. Yeah, you're right, Traff. They could have gained a life by double blocking. But also, we could have also had a removal or something in hand and blown them out. So if we port and they have nothing, they're dead, of course. What happens if they, like, Final Death the Blood Aspirant in response? 5 + 2 is 7. They're still dead. Okay, so I'm not afraid then. Of course, they can live if they Final Death their own Woe Strider, but then they have to kill their own creature, so I'm cool with that. Oh, they have no hand. I didn't even realize. Sorry. All right, starting off the night right with a 5-0 after last night's 8-0. That's a pretty good win streak. I don't know what we finished the previous stream on, but on last Thursday. But this is quite a win streak we have going. Don't get to say that often. And let's enter draft 2 of the night. All right, well, top 3 in the set. Should have been Mythic. Should be banned from Limited. Whenever somebody says Sphinx, I get a little shiver these days, and it's because of Dream Trawler. Hopefully, Blue-White will be open, and we'll be able to draft a busted Dream Trawler deck. So now we have a choice pick 2 already, because the best cards in this pack are green. Eutropia and Vicious Typhon. Dream Trawler's not the easiest to splash, but you certainly can. Otherwise, if we want to stay blue-white, there's nothing great. I mean, there's fine playables. I do like Stern Dismissal in blue-white, since white doesn't have a lot of spot removal like black or red. Also, Heliod's Punishment is okay removal. There's not a lot of rares that I like generally want to force or stay on color for, but Dream Trawler is in that super S tier rare. It's not like Punishment is bad. It's not. I mean, Eutropia and Typhon are better. Eutropia is also splashable. So if we don't see green and we go blue-white, if we pick up a little bit of fixing, we could still play Eutropia potentially. I think I'm going to take Eutropia because it can be splashed into blue-white. And if we do end up just a 2-color blue-white deck, I'm not going to really miss a Heliod's Punishment or a Stern Dismissal. But if we do end up seeing green-blue, we can still make Dream Trawler work in a green-blue deck. Okay, now we can just grab 1 with the Stars. The best cards in this pack are 1 with the Stars and Dawn Evangel. I think 1 with the Stars is better. You can search for it with Heliod's Pilgrim. It doesn't put the card in the graveyard, which is really good in the escape format. This is just good on conditional removal in this format. Now we have to make a decision again. We're looking to play blue-green or blue-white. Because if we play blue-green with good fixing, we can still splash Dream Trawler. And if we play blue-white, of course, then we can splash Eutropia if we see fixing. If we don't. If we don't, we'll lose Eutropia. No big deal. Now there's Omen of the Sea, a very solid blue card, and it sees a lot of cards. So if you have a card like Dream Trawler, I actually don't get to talk about this concept that much. If you look at Omen of the Sea, it doesn't give you a big advantage, but it sees a lot of cards, right? Scry 2, draw 1, scry 2. That's like 5 additional cards, or, 1/8 of an entire 40-card draft deck. So if you have a card like Dream Trawler that pretty much auto wins you the game, that makes cards like Omen of the Sea much better, because this sees a lot of your deck. It means you'll have Dream Trawler way more often. So when you get cards like Dream Trawler, you want to prioritize cards like Omen of the Sea much higher. Binding of Titans also, though, mills 3 cards and then buys back a dead creature. So if we do want to go for the Bant, like, super power deck, Binding of the Titans, Eutropia, 1 with the Stars, and Dream Trawler is pretty much firing on all cylinders. Yeah, it's got to be Omen, because Dream Trawler is difficult to cast and so good. I don't know, though. Now, there's only a Sea God Scorn, which I don't really love in a control-ish blue-white, which is what we're drafting at the moment. But there's an Omen of the Hunt, Fixing, Scry, the Green-Blue-White Dream. We might have to draft Ramp Fixing here. I don't know. I mean, I think the Omen was the right pick last pick, but now that it's the Fixing and Sea God Scorn I barely even want for this deck, I think we got to go back to the Green Omen. Not an easy pick here. We're either going to play base blue-green splash white, or we're going to play blue-white. So there's nothing amazing for us. Altar is Fixing, but it's a lot worse than Omen. I mean, we could take one of these creatures. We're not going to probably splash Glory Bearers, although maybe we will, if we really want an enchantment creature. Nyxborn Seaguard is fine. Alright, we'll grab the Altar in case we need it. Hopefully we won't play it. Think now we can just grab Wave Rider. This card is fine. Like, this is kind of a slow format. A 3/3 flyer can definitely win you some games. I don't love that when you're on the defensive, it's just a 4-mana 3/3, but that's not a horrible blocker. I actually kind of like this card. Now I'll grab Elite Instructor. This card is not amazing, but same concept as Omen. It's a little better in a Dream Trawler deck. Also, if we go blue-green splash white, then this card gets a little better to help us find our splash. Relentless Pursuit, sees a lot of cards, finds Dream Trawler, finds Plains. I don't think this is a deck that's really going to want a lot of bounce, but we might want the one cheap trick. Traveler's Amulet's okay fixing, though, if we do go 3 colors. I mean, we haven't seen any white, so we pretty much are going to have to assume we're going to play blue-green splash white. And Utopia is a really good green card, so we do have incentive to do that. Obviously, it's nowhere near as good as Dream Trawler, but it is a good card. So I think we'll take the Amulet, going under the assumption we're probably going to play blue-green splash white in this draft. We've seen, like, no white this pack, but plenty of good blue and green. Erebos is no big deal to me. Like, this is a solid black card. It's, like, B tier. Like, you're going to play it in every black deck, but it's not, like, an exciting mythic or anything. Unfortunately, Caliph is also not exciting. Most of the demigods are really good. Annex is amazing. Renata's amazing. Daxos is pretty good, and Timurit's really good. But Caliph kind of sucks. It's just kind of a hard-to-cast 3/3 with a very minor ability. Thirst for Meaning looks like it would be pretty good in our deck, though. We have a lot of enchantments, and it's pretty efficient card drawing to help us find Dream Trawler. Not a good first pick, but I think it will be a good card in our deck. Even though Utopia is legendary, you don't draw 2 of 2 that often. We have a ton of enchantments. Look at how many enchantments we have. Omen, Lionfish, Grove Dancer, Omen, One with the Stars. And we're just getting started. So it looks like we're going to draft Utopia blue-green. Apathy's fine off the splash, but Apathy's not even better than Utopia, I don't think. It looks like we're going to draft a blue-green Utopia deck, and we'll probably splash Dream Trawler, since we already have Omen, Relentless Pursuit, and Amulet. Let's take a look at how Naiad is in our deck. I mean, it's an enchantment creature, and we want all of our creatures to be enchantment creatures if possible, since we have double Utopia. Does it make things cheaper? Not really. I mean, it makes this card cost 2, this card cost 2, and that card cost 1. So we have a few. Otherwise, it's what? Memory Drain. That card's better after you get Naiad. Vexing Goal is offering us nothing. So we definitely want the enchantment creatures, and we'll just try and prioritize some instants to lower the cost of. And since we're going to be drafting almost all enchantment creatures, Nyx Herald should be awesome in our Utopia all enchantment creatures deck. So we'll definitely grab Nyx Herald here. Now we have to decide between Hydra's Growth and Stern Dismissal. I don't think Favorite of Erois off the splash was worth considering there, Thunderwunk. I might not even splash Dream Trawler. I hate to let it go, but our deck is ending up really good. We'll have to see what we see the rest of the way. I mean, you can splash a double white card with Omen and Traveler's Amulet and Pursuit and all that, but also we just have a double Utopia, Nyx Herald, nice blue-green deck, so I'm not even sure if we're going to end up splashing it or not. For now, I think Stern Dismissal's what this deck wants more than Hydra's Growth. I don't think we need the growth. Well, now there's a second Omen if we want to do the splash. It's Dream Trawler. We want to do the splash. Who are we kidding? Deny the Divine or Hydra's Growth. Deny the Divine looks pretty good in this deck, given we're going to leave our mana up for Omens. So I think we want Deny the Divine. I also don't think we need to set ourselves up to get 2 for 1 with Hydra's Growth, given we're going to be able to close pretty easily. I guess maybe we'll need a 2-drop. Hopefully not. I guess we could splash Polukranos too. It's single black. Is it single black on the escape? It is. Okay. Well, I wasn't going to splash for Erebos because that card is mediocre. Polukranos is not mediocre. Polukranos is totally S tier. We're positioned to splash. We have Double Omen already and Traveler's Amulet. If I'm going to toss 2 planes in, I can toss 1 Swamp in for a totally broken S tier rare. 5-color green it is. And you know what I'm going to do now? If we're going to draft 5-color green with all these splashes, we need mana fixing. Binding of Titans sees 3 cards, buys back these bomber creatures, and helps you find your lands. Definitely a no-brainer there. Well, this pack sucks for us. I don't want any of these. If there was a Final Death or an Apathy or any good blue-green card, I mean, I don't really want to splash for Revoke Existence. I still don't think I want to play Hydra's Growth. I mean, I guess Revoke for the sideboard is probably the best. Alright, second Binding, same as the first. Happy as a clam. Dig up our rares. We're actually pretty good at the self-mill thing, but I'm not going to go over 40 this time, I don't think, because we should just close easily with double Eutropia, Polukranos, and Dream Trawler. I mean, maybe we just splash Polukranos and don't splash Dream Trawler. I know it's sad and we have good fixing. I'm not really sure. Yeah, so now it's Relentless Pursuit or Itchy Fish. Relentless Pursuit helps, but we don't really need the fixing and dig for our rares. We have Double Binding and Relentless Pursuit. Itchy Fish will trigger our Eutropias and kill their stuff, and we're trying to win as a control deck. We have counters, we have recursion, we're going to be giving things flying, and we have closers, so Itchy Fish looks pretty good in this deck. Speaking of looks pretty good in this deck, I'm pretty happy to get a 2-mana ramp spell that's also an enchantment. This deck's a little slow. We could use a nice 2-mana play. Second Thirst also. We can dig right through this deck. I'm not really sure if we're going to end up splashing the Dream Trawler. I would have for sure for the double white, but now that we got Polukranos, I think we can just close pretty well with double Eutropia and Polukranos. We'll look when we lay it out, but I suspect we're not going to play Dream Trawler. Sadly, we saw no white this draft. I don't really think I want or need another amulet. Like, we have enough fixing. These cards are just not very good amulets. They're acceptable fixing if you need them. But Omen is much better. Plus, we have Double Thirst. We have Relentless Pursuit, Double Binding of the Titan. I think we can just find our Polukranos and mill ourselves and win with that and these Eutropias. I don't want to play this Traveler's Amulet. Play like 2 swamps in case we mill 1. Remember, it's not really 6 islands. These 2 go and get an island, and Binding can also help. So I'm pretty sure there's a 16 lander. We don't even have a card that costs more than 4. But actually, this adds mana. These get mana. These get mana if you need them to. So what are our last 2 cuts here? Yeah, I agree with Reed's logic there. I just don't think we need to do it. If I didn't pick up Polukranos, I would have splashed the Dream Trawler in this deck. But I think we'll close just fine with double Eutropia and Polukranos. So I'm no longer worried about closing. Yeah, Instructor's kind of mad. Do I have 1 in or 2? Just 1? What do we have to discard to it that's good? Polukranos? Alright, and it's not even an enchantment. We can cut Instructor. Any non-enchantment creatures? Skirmisher. We do have a lot of enchantments, but we also ended up with enough 2-drops. We can just cut Skirmisher. It's kind of a weak card. Looks good to me. Thanks for subscribing, Danny Tanner. Appreciate it. Hello, Flex Retro. Yeah, like I said, I would have splashed the Dream Trawler if we didn't get Pelucranos. But now that we're going to play... I'd rather play 2 Swamps than 1, just in case we end up milling 1 and we want to get something else back with Binding or something like that. And I'm not worried about closing. It's a great recursive rare. We already had double Eutropia. If we didn't get Pelucranos, I would have built roughly the exact same deck, and I would just be playing like 3 planes, and I'd just be splashing white for Dream Trawler. Even though it's double white, we're pretty good at fixing, and I wouldn't mind splashing for it. But given we ended up getting Pelucranos, I think it's just completely unnecessary. Believe me, it hurts me too. Okay, this turn we're definitely playing Naiad. Next turn we can play the Lionfish, even get a tap out of the Omen if we want it. Probably just going to trade off the Naiad. We're looking to play a long game here. We got to stymie this beatdown if we can. Well, we're taking a lot of beatdown this turn, but we're still positioned okay for next turn. The Stinging Lionfish can trade with the Rage Hound, and the Omen can tap the Stampede Rider. So that turn they hit us pretty hard, but if they're out of steam, we're still okay. Yeah, good call, Flex Retro. Okay, so they're killing that, so we won't get to trade with the Rage Hound. So that means we want to tap the Rage Hound, because 4 is more than 3. I'm going to set an upkeep stop. No, if I draw a land, I'll just sack this for a 2-2, which can block the 4-2. So we don't need an upkeep stop. That refreshes the mouse cursor, the thing with the graphics. Okay, so we need a 2-2 now. Unfortunately, 5 and sack. Oh, but not the land. So we can tap 2, 3, 4, 5 and still be able to play Omen. So that's not bad. And then, I mean, look, our back is to the wall. But again, if they're out of steam, we can trade with the Rage Hound. We go to like 4. And then we can Omen and dig up some business. So if these 2 cards in their hand are land, we're still in pretty good shape. If they have anything else, we're pretty much dead. I guess we could have Omen first in case we found a better option, yeah. Although it was hard to do too much better than a 2-2, given a 4-2 was one of their 2 creatures. But y'all are right. That was a misplay on my part. I should have just Omen main phase, just in case I found, like, a much better option. Yeah, but I could just Omen main phase, and then if I don't find something good, then make a wolf. So the chat is right. Does a 2-3 help me? It only pumps on my turn. It can block Lampad, but it doesn't really block Stampede Rider. We've drawn a lot of our 16 lands. I think we have to bottom that and hope for, like, Pelucranos or some of our good spells. Oh, that's not one of our good spells. So if we sack Upkeep to Scry, we'll have 4 left to work with. Can they bring back Rage Hound? Not right now, but post-combat they can. Not sure if we're supposed to Scry. I guess we are. We're looking for Pelucranos. Are we dead on board or are we stable if we play Pelucranos? So they attack with both. Block Stampede Rider, go to 3. They sack it to Lampad, I go to 2. They bring out Rage Hound. They sack the Rage Hound and sack the Lampad. If I block the Lampad, Oh, but they have to bring the Rage Hound out first, which they can't do because the Stampede Rider won't have 3 power. Oh, but that doesn't matter, does it? Like, if I block the Lampad, I take 2. They throw the Lampad at me, I'm at 1, but 1 isn't 0. Yeah, it looks like Pelucranos doesn't leave us dead on board. It leaves us dead if they have a cheap creature or a 4 power, but it doesn't leave us dead on board. So I'm going to look for Pelucranos or something big enough to block Stampede Rider. Okay, how about 1 with the stars? Well, that works, right? If I put that on the Lampad, they put me to 3. Oh, no, they sack it in response, and they bring back the Rage Hound, and I take 3. If I put that on the Stampede Rider, they attack me to 3, and then they sack Stampede Rider, bring back Rage Hound, and then they kill me with the one with the Lampad. But I think at this point, I have to just, like, kind of hope, right? If I put it on the Stampede Rider, they sack the Rider, I'm at 3. They hit me with the Lampad, I'm at 2. They bring back the Rage Hound and kill me. Yeah, it doesn't work. Oh, well, I ran out of time. Well, I think I ran out of time, so it's not going to let me play it. I was pretty dead anyway. I would have put it on the Lampad. They sack, put me to 3. They bring back the Rage Hound pre-combat and kill me. Yeah, I needed a blocker. I needed, like, a blocker that was big enough, like, to kill Stampede Rider, to not be dead on board. This game is, like, a really tight squeeze, because they need 1 more card to bring back Rage Hound. So I can't use a removal on my turn to stay alive, because then they're just sacking whatever, and then bringing back Rage Hound. But if I did find Pelucranos, I could have put it in front of Stampede Rider here. They sack it to put me to 3. And then the Lampad puts me to 2. They bring back Rage Hound and kill me. But if I put the Pelucranos in front of the Lampad, the Stampede Rider puts me to 2. They sack the Lampad to itself to put me to 1. But then they would bring back Rage Hound, and I'd actually be stable at 1. They can't bring back the Rage Hound pre-combat and get in a damage without using a card from their hand. So we needed to find Pelucranos or like a 3/3 or bigger creature to stay alive. So everything we did was right. It was right we bottomed the Nyx Herald. I was about to bottom the one with the stars and hope to top deck Pelucranos or a 3/3 or bigger creature, in which case we wouldn't actually have been dead on board. We can see the top card. So, it was Pelucranos. Wait, but what's this forest? Because the one with the stars was supposed to go on the bottom, in which case we would have drawn forest, or would we have drawn Pelucranos? Oh, the forest would have gotten scryed, yeah. Because the 2 cards were forest and omen with the stars. So we would have drawn Pelucranos. Wow, and then we might have turned that game, because Pelucranos kills Lampad. So if they didn't have a removal, we actually might have won that game. Like, don't get me wrong, they could have top-decked a Red Omen, or another Lampad, or a Graveyard Recursion. But that was actually a winnable game for us if we top-decked Pelucranos. Yeah, we would have top-decked Pelucranos. We would have bottomed Forest and won with the stars, top-decked Pelucranos and played it. Then, as I spent minutes explaining, we weren't dead on board. All they needed to do to have us dead was play a cheap creature that they drew from their hand, or any removal spell. But if their hand was just lands, or an expensive creature and like lands, we weren't dead. And then with Pelucranos' board sweeping and recursive ability, we might have actually won that game. That's sick. Nah, we don't board in Trawler. That game, they had a lot and curved out, and we had a slow hand. I mean, I don't expect to get run over that often. Thank you, Drewbull. Appreciate the subscription. All right, let's go ahead and get our ramp out before we play our card drawing. So I don't look on mulligan decisions and stuff, because that can make you results-oriented, though I don't think it's a big deal. If you want to look and you enjoy it, look. I did look there just because I ran out of time as I was figuring out that I had to bottom omen with the stars. So I was just curious to whether I would have actually hit the Pelucranos or not. Because, I mean, we did figure out that I had to bottom it, and I was going to bottom it. Alright, we can't counter that, but that's okay. We have stuff to do anyway. Do we want to play Omen or Thirst for Meaning here? We don't really have any junk to discard to Thirst yet. I mean, we can discard this island. We're already at 5 mana with the swamp. So if we don't find a bad enchantment, we just discard island and another land we draw. And this sees more cards faster. This sees more cards in total. Well, we didn't really find any junk or lands. So I guess we're going to discard Omen then. Well, I could discard Itchy Fish also, potentially. So next turn, I can play Omen and Deny. And then the turn after that, I can play Utopia and Omen. And then the turn after that, I can play Deny and Itchy Fish. I could discard Island and Deny. I think it's actually right to discard Island and Deny. Even though discarding one card feels a lot better than discarding two, our next two turns are pretty well scripted now. Like, now we can play Utopia, and then play Omen and grow it. And then the turn after, we can play, like, Deny the Divine and Itchy Fish here, or Omen. What was my punt, by the way? Or is it just running out of time because of the scrying the one with the stars to the bottom situation? Well, I don't like that because my hand is really good. I can Omen first. If I find, like, a land, I can just discard it. So I think I want to just draw this land and discard it because I don't really need more lands. No, I guess I should be digging because if I find Pelucranos, I can always buy it back. So let's just bottom both of these, and then we'll make our decision. Well, that makes it easy. Utopia is strong, but my hand is strong. I'm not going to keep a second copy of a legend. We're going to discard that. And then which of the two 3-mana enchantments do we want to discard here? I guess the Omen is probably worse than the removal spell. That's a really nice draw. Now we can make our Utopia into a 4/4, and if they don't have removal, it can eat the Rage Hound. I like this. And of course, if they play something good, we'll deny it. If not, we'll Omen of the Sea end of turn. So hopefully they just don't have a removal here. Well, that doesn't really matter. I could exile that, but that doesn't seem like a good use of Deny the Divine. I don't really care about the Stinging Lionfish. I guess, ultimately, they're going to replay it to try and kill the Utopia, and I'm going to have to deny it anyway. So maybe I should have denied it. But at the same time, they could also just do other things this turn with their mana. They have 5 cards in hand. And I really don't care about that Stinging Lionfish. It's literally a 2/1 that's going to do almost nothing. But I will deny it to save Utopia now that we ate their creature and all that good stuff. Okay. Don't think we're going to be able to protect our hand from Aspect anymore, so I'm just going to put my lands out and make a 2/2. Right, it trades it for 2 cards in their yard, and it trades it for their mana, which is, like, kind of the key. Okay, and now, again, I think we can just sit behind our counters, play a little D. Anytime we want to cast an enchantment, we can hit them for a bunch in the air if we want to. Given a Rage Hound was going to die, we know that it does matter cards in their yard. So I'm not sure whether my play was optimal not denying the first time they played Mogi's favor. Like I said, the Lionfish wasn't going to do a lot, so I think it was a close play. Let's see what we can dig up. Scry when? During my upkeep? I don't know, I wanted to leave mana up for stuff. So now we just have a 2/2. Doesn't stop much of what they have. We're not under a ton of pressure at the moment. Pretty sure we want on one with the stars this Charger. I shouldn't have started talking about the win streak. I deserve this. Dream Trawler would be a strong play in any board state. Actually, I don't even want a 2-for-1. I could hit for 2, but then I take an extra 1 back from the land pad. By holding the 2/2 back, it can block the land pad. I'm going to Itchy Fish one of these, but I'm only 1 mana away from Memory Drain and Itchy Fish, so I don't think we want to Itchy Fish yet. Just leave up Memory Drain for now. Scry 2 is a pretty strong play if they do play something worth countering. Yeah, Trawler was my only good white card. Is a 4-2 worth countering? Don't know why they're playing it post-combat when it would have grown the Stampede Rider, in which case I would have almost certainly had to counter it. Now I'm not sure. I think it's worth it because of the Scry, too. If this was an ordinary counterspell, I might not counter that here, but I think I do want to Scry. I keep taking damage. That's not really great for me. So now 2/3 stabilizes the board. So there's no reason to put this on either creature at the moment. So yeah, just play our 2/3 and pass. Yeah, we never saw white. I wanted to play Dream Trawler, believe me. Okay, there's a good target for Itchy Fish. Glad we held on to that. Yeah, they could sack it to the land pad. They'll get their 1/1, but we'll at least get Annex off the board. Polukranos, Polukranos, rise up to the top of my deck. It's getting tight. I might actually just be dead if they attacked with everything. What would have happened if they attacked with everything? I would have blocked, like... I guess, if I block, like, the 2/3 on my 2/3 and the 2/2 on the 1/1, they sack the 2 that got blocked, they get in one with the land pad, then they sack the Grey Merchant and the land pad and kill me with their 5 mana. If I double block the land pad, they sack the Grey Merchant and the land pad and I take 5. Yeah, I was dead if they alphaed last turn. Does everybody understand that? It's kind of tricky with land pad. So... if you block land pad to put lethal on it, then they can't sack creatures that are getting through before they deal their damage. But it was exactly 5 either way. Because if I had 2 blocks last turn, I could have put 2/3 on 2/3, 2/2 on 1/1. The land pad gets through for 1. They could sack the 1/1, the 2/3, the merchant, and the land pad after it does its 1. Or I could double block the land pad. Then they could sack the merchant, the land pad, and then connect for the other 3 and deal 5. So they actually had Xaxes last turn. And yeah, since I drew 1 blocker, it'll be lethal again this turn, but they shouldn't realize it, hopefully, since they didn't last turn, but who knows. Well, they don't need the Xaxes complicated lethal, because they got the second Grey Merchant here to drain me out. Good game. Doesn't make a difference, Locke. It only makes a difference if we had 3 power to put on the land pad, so we could force them to sack it before damage. Because if the 1/1 gets through, we just take the same one we take from the land pad, and then post-combat they can sack the 1/1. So it only makes a difference in the event that we can put 3 power on the land pad. Then it saves us damage. Because then they can't let the 1/1 connect and then sack it, because the land pad won't still be in play. Death by Gary is a good way to go. Hey, babe.
Hey.
You joining us on the stream?
No.
Look, Dream Trawler would be good every game. You know what else would have been good that game? Polukranos, and we saw like 60... what did we see? Like 2/3 of our deck? We're not going to always draw it, but it's not the easiest to splash a double white and a black card. And like we have a pretty high power deck. If we get bad draws, we get bad draws. Remember, Dream Trawler's double white, not single white. It can Belger Riyadh, but then it won't still be in play post-combat to sack other creatures that got through. And if they sack those creatures before they get through, then they don't deal their damage during combat. So if you have a 3-power creature to put on land pad, you can at least squeeze them some in that way. The Ghost of Rachel. I was like, I'd probably block Caryatid and take 1 here. I'm not really sure about this attack. Deal, Vilbesty. I agree to your terms. Yeah, white's pretty good in this format. It has a lot of pretty solid commons. As you guys are talking about now, there's Revoke, Apathy, Pilgrim, Chimera. Oh, no, Erebos wouldn't be good on the splash. Erebos is not that good. Like, I'm not saying, like, look, if you're black, you take it, you play it. But I'm not sure if it's better than, like, a Myers Grasp in a lot of black decks. I think it's pretty close. Like, I think Erebos in most black decks is, like, on par with Myers Grasp. Because sometimes you turn it on and it's this massive indestructible god. But the gods aren't that easy to turn on in 2-color decks. And the static ability on Erebos is not that good. Heliod is not overrated, AJ Morosky. The gods aren't that easy to turn on, but Heliod's statics should outright win the vast majority of games. That's why it's the best one. That's why it's it and Clothis are the only ones I consider S tier. Because the other 1-color gods are too hard to turn on. But Nylea and Thassa do have powerful statics as well, so they're definitely good cards. Erebos has like a good but not amazing like static, and then Perforos just kind of sucks. Like, you'll still play it in an aggressive red deck if you can turn it on consistently, but Perforos is just not a good card. Okay, so I think here we'll just hit them for 4 in the air and dump our hand. We should have enough blocks on the ground. I can trade one of these Grove Dancers for Chimera. I'm actually going to hold this Grove Dancer, I think, because Wave Rider gets flying whenever you play... Oh, sorry, just 3. Herald's not going to pump it. It's not an enchantment, nor an enchanted creature. But anyways, nonetheless, I'm going to hold the Grove Dancer just to play it next turn, because Wave Rider gains flying whenever you play an enchantment creature. So for now, the ground is pretty even. We'll just hit them for 3 in the air. If they do something to one of my ground creatures to get an attack, cool. They're green. I mean, they don't look to be very aggressive. I can always play the other Grove Dancer anyway. Take a few extra points of damage. I'm not that worried at 17 life. So I'm holding on to the Grove Dancer because it's an enchantment, so that next turn I can play it and give Wave Rider flying again. This card is like 1,000 times fancier than it is good. Like, I'm not saying you ever cut Dryad from a green deck. It's a 3-mana 2/4 with some upside. But playing 2 lands in a turn does not go that far in limited. Like, you just run out. And, like, I mean, if you're not 5-color or something, if you're just a 2-color deck or 2 and a splash, then it's not that much of a mana fixer. It's like the fanciest 3-mana 2/4 in history. Okay, no real decisions here. They do have a 2/4 blocker, so we're not attacking on the ground. It is perfect for Dream Trawler. If I had gotten Dryad, I would have probably done the double splash and played the Dream Trawler and the Pelukrinos. But for now, we're just going to hit for 3 in the air, start milling ourselves with the Grove Dancer, see if we can dig up Pelukrinos. We don't have a swamp yet, but we have 2 in the deck, so if we mill one, we're not scarred. Plus, we have a lot of ways to go get it. We have 2 green omens. We have double binding of the Titan to get it back as well. So we're definitely going to mill ourselves here. Not the worst place to be. Thank you, Blazer Doom. Appreciate that subscription. And yeah, we have card drawing. We have double thirst. We have the blue omen. We have the green omens, which aren't great card drawing, but then we get the scry too, since we're not under pressure. So we'll stop flooding sooner or later with our 16 land deck full of card drawing. I said sooner or later, not necessarily sooner. I think we want to hold some lands because of double thirst. I don't know if we should hold 2 or 3. I guess we can hold 3. I don't think we really have any cards that are that expensive. We're not trying to play up to 9 to mill 3 times with Grove Dancers. And we do have 2 copies of Thirst. Plus they might aspect us and make us discard 2 or something. So I guess I'll hold 3. Hey, soon there'll be none left in our deck. 6 to go. There's a threat, though, so we do need to find some of that removal, which we also have a pretty good amount of. Well, now I'm going to play 1 land, because now 7 gives us the ability to mill once and use Memory Drain. So now I think it's right to play land 7 and only hold 2, because we're likely to cast a 4-mana card. I am a little worried about decking myself, because this deck can close, because, I mean, I have Pelucranos, and if I'm putting all these cards in my yard, then I can always, you know, bring it back. Plus, also, whatchamacallit, to double Eutropia. But if I mill myself endlessly, I could theoretically mill most of my good cards. I guess if I mill Pelucranos, it's a good thing, though. I might triple block next turn, but since I have to lose 2 of the creatures I have in play on a triple block, I wanted to wait a little, give myself some time. I assume that they'll probably bring back Chimera, and then I can Memory Drain it. And then with the Scry 2, I should be able to find an answer to a 6-7 rather than have to triple block it. So now you want to mill yourself in response, because of course you want to mill yourself before the Scry. Oh, I can't mill Dream Trawler because it's in my sideboard. And I'm not scared of milling Pelucranos because it has escape. Okay, so I want to draw a binding. I don't want to mill a binding, so the question is, do I bottom the other binding, or do I just not do anything this turn? I think I'm just going to bottom the other binding and play a binding this turn. I am under a little bit of pressure. I can't wait forever. If I mill any more lands with this binding, I'll gain some life, because I have the double Grove Dancer. That was a really funny one then, Surfer Rosa. Oh, good point. Good point, Usurped. It's possible I should have scryed first, because if I saw a land in 2, I could leave it on top and then mill it. But if I don't see a land in 2, then it's kind of rough. I lose the mill. So I'm not sure which is right. Oh, I never hit done. I thought it was on my opponent that whole time. Alright, so first let's play this, see what we mill. Then we can decide whether to play this forest for an extra mill or not. We're probably going to have to stop milling us soon. This will buy something back, but as long as we have a good target to buy back, which we already do in Eutropia, we don't necessarily, like I said, want to risk decking. That said, we can probably mill like 1 extra time here, because we do gain life. But there's so few lands left in our deck, we can't expect to mill too many of them. So what did we mill? Another Eutropia, that doesn't really help us. We're still really looking for some better cards, like Pelucranos, which we haven't seen yet. But we already have 1 mill. So I think we could also hit for 3 this turn. We played an enchantment. They're going to bring back something. I'm not sure what we want to do. I think we're going to need some blockers in play. I'd rather take the hit for 6. I can potentially double block. Plus, we might just kill them in 3 attacks in the air if we find enchantments, which we have a lot of. So I think the right play here is to play the land, to mill twice, because we're looking for good cards, and we're looking for lands. If we mill lands, we gain 2 life. If we mill good creatures, we can get them back. And if between these mills and the next couple draw steps, we find a swamp and Polukranos, then we can get back the swamp if we mill it, or get back the Polukranos if we mill that. So I think the play is to just hit for 3 and hold back these Grove Dancers. I can now double block the Soul Reaper or the Dryad, which will be the Soul Reaper if they send all 3. The Soul Reaper's a better creature in play than the Dryad. Sagas definitely count as enchantments. It's an enchantment. Now, we do want to mill before damage in case we hit a land. No reason to give up points of life. So let's go ahead and mill. Because, I mean, this is a very tight game. So this is an important draw step. If we draw an enchantment, we can hit them down to 6. We're going to go up to 11 from binding. If we draw like a removal, like a One with the Stars type enchantment or something, that's awesome. We can kill the 6/7 or the 7/7 because they're going to play a 7/7 now, I think. Unless they drew better stuff to do. Yeah, we can get through our deck pretty quick with this deck. Like I said, I just wasn't that worried about decking because of Polukranos' recursive nature and double Eutropia, the Wave Rider. Like, we have ways to finish the game. Well, Polukranos with no swamp is kind of ugly. We don't want to miss out on a point of life. So let's go ahead and mill some random creature that we're not going to get back. We can try and find the swamp for next turn by milling ourselves now with the Grove Dancer. But unfortunately, we now can't do anything this turn. So I think I have to play this land again because that's an extra mill, which an extra mill could find the swamp that lets us cast Polukranos. Kind of ugly being super flooded and not having one of my swamps. But next turn, we should be able to cast Polukranos if we find a swamp in the 3 mills, maybe, and/or our draw step. We also have binding to get back something. Nothing amazing. We can get back like Eutropia or Nyx Herald. We don't actually have very many good creatures. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, if they kill Polukranos, they win, obviously. But if they can't kill Polukranos, then it's going to be close. Okay, so we have to assume we're not going to mill 3 lands. I don't even know if there's 3 lands left in my deck. So might as well chump the bigger one. We can afford to take 6. Let's get our mill on. Maybe we'll gain a life. Maybe we'll find a swamp. There's a swamp. If there's any lands left in our deck we should mill for life, I'm not even sure if there is. I just want to confirm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 13. Okay, so there's still 3 lands left. Because I'm not that worried about decking, because if the Polukranos lives, I've got so many cards in my yard, I can escape it a bunch of times. So, just because I might gain a life, and that life could end up winning me a super tight game here if they don't have removal for Polukranos, I think we still want to be milling ourselves. I guess we also might mill a good creature to get back. Like I said, we don't have many, but binding is going off this turn. But I kind of have to get the swamp back unless I top deck the other swamp. The cool thing with Sagas, though, they happen when you draw. So we'll get to see if we top deck Swamp or not before we decide what to get back. Okay, so that's decent. Enchantment removal, but it's not the Swamp, so we're going to go ahead and grab the Swamp back over any of the creatures. If we put this on the Typhon, it will still keep its counters, so we'll shrink it to like a 3/4. Now, Polukranos can handle that, but Polukranos doesn't win a fight against a 6/7 anyway, so I think this turn is pretty straightforward. We accomplished the most by putting that on the 6/7. No, because I wouldn't have went to 1, even if I milled the 3 straight land, because then I would just die to a Swarm or something. So I was still going to chump block, even if I milled 3 straight land. Even if I knew I was going to mill 3 straight land, I would still have chump blocked. A better question is, can we attack with Wave Rider? I assume the answer is no. We need to, like, double block Typhon or chump Typhon, and then we could block Hierophant if we want with Polukranos. We'll lose 3 counters, but we won't die because the 3 damage gets prevented. But I don't think we're in a position to attack with Wave Rider. So basically, if they don't have removal, we're in a favorable spot, but our back is to the wall. If they kill Polukranos, of course, we concede the game. But if they don't have anything, we're fine. Well, that's not great. Because now they have 2 different creatures I have to block if they alpha, right? Let's say I let the 6/7 through. 3/3 on Typhon, 6/6 on 3/3. That's 9, and we die. Yeah, so now we're in really bad shape. Well, now we're dead. We did have the out of, because Polukranos is so big, potentially, of, like, drawing the Swamp, bringing back Polukranos, and being able to fight with it. But now we're just taking a million trample, so we're super dead. I don't think it's a super archetype-y format. I think it's kind of like a value-based format. Most of the games go kind of long. The Trawler's not going in. Polukranos is good enough. We've been pretty unlucky not finding it, not finding a Swamp in a very long game when we have 2 Green Omens and 2 Swamps. I mean, you know, we've been super flooded, but the Dream Trawler is correctly in the sideboard. These hands are just... Alright, so we want an enchantment to discard to Thirst. We'll probably find a land off Omen. We don't really need land 3, because Omen can dig up land 3. So even though it looks greedy to bottom a land here, the plan is to play the Blue Omen, use the Scry to draw a card to find a forest, and then we can Thirst for Meaning, discard these enchantments, and kind of reload. Yeah, I probably should have drawn first, since both mine and the opponent's decks are pretty slow. My deck is kind of slow, so I have to play first in the dark. Because if I go against an aggro deck and I choose to draw with this, I could get run over. But knowing my opponent's not an aggro deck at all, I probably should choose to draw in this matchup. Nah, this deck has enough creatures. Again, you find them when you're thirsting and stuff like that. This shrinks your deck. I would like it if my creatures were a little better, but my creature count is not really a problem. A lot of my creatures kind of suck. They're just in here to fuel Eutropia and the rest of the deck. But I'm not worried at all about the creature count. It's just playing so many 2-mana 2/2s and stuff isn't always great. Polukranos is really good against Death Touch. For anybody who's never seen this interaction, when the damage gets prevented and the counters get removed, the creature never takes the damage. So Death Touch does not work against things like Polukranos with that ability. And it's not the only card we've seen like that. Like Ujin's Conjurant in War of the Spark works the same way. Oathsworn Knight and Throne of Eldraine. Yep, very true, Grimoire. Yeah, we never saw any white the whole draft. And then pack 3, I was still going to splash the Trawler because we got good green fixing and blue card drawing. But then pack 3, we opened Pelucranos and it's single black. Also, you can mill it and then escape it for single black. So, like, we're playing like a self-mill deck. Pelucranos is a perfect fit in our deck. Dream Trawler would have been good, of course. It's Dream Trawler, but it would have been awkward. Okay, I think this is a race we should be able to win. For now, I don't see a need to fight the Typhon. Although I do want to get value in case they have Final Death or something, because my hand is really good. So we have a couple of options. We can play Eutropia, play Binding, put the counter on the Pelucranos and hit them for 7. That certainly does the most if the opponent never has anything. But I'm not really sure that we can lose this game unless they Final Death Pelucranos. So I think we might be better off just playing a slow game here. Like, we can attack, just let them block. If they want to block, cool. If not, I think I'll fight off Typhon here and just play, like, Binding. I think I'm going to play a slow, grindy game rather than go for a quick kill. Because if they don't have Final Death and I recur this Pelucranos, I'm going to win because I'm recurring Pelucranos. If they do have Final Death, I'm a lot happier to kill their 4/4. So now I guess that they did block. That tells us they probably don't have Final Death. So we probably want the counter on the Pelucranos more than the Eutropia, I think. I do draft on MTGO sometimes. I prefer Arena by a lot, though. Not because of the bots-human situation. I prefer humans by a little bit. But as far as the programs, I prefer Arena by a lot. I just put a counter on it with Eutropia because I played an enchantment post-combat. If they didn't block post-combat, I wasn't going to play Eutropia. I was going to fight Typhon and play Binding. Because you saw they had Final Death, but at least we killed their Typhon for now. So now we still have a close game that either of us could potentially win. But if they didn't have Final Death, I would never be able to lose getting Pelucranos and Binding going. So I wanted to make sure I at least killed their Typhon. So that's why I took the line I took last turn. Yeah, but I can always just bury my own Pelucranos by having it fight anything of any decent size. It's a close choice whether to put the counter on the Eutropia or the Pelucranos. The important part of last turn, I think, was the overall line of attack. If they don't block with Typhon, fight the Typhon post-combat while they're tapped out, and then play Binding. If they do block with Typhon, then you can play Eutropia and Binding, or you could fight the Viper. I don't think fighting the Viper was particularly important, so that's why I did what I did. Okay, this turn, let's Relentless Pursuit. Then we can play Nyx Herald, grow our Eutropia. I don't know if we need Forest or Island number 3. It probably doesn't matter. We have a double blue card I can think of, so I'll grab the Island. Cardboard Live should be up and running, so if it's not working right, let me know. So now, what are we going to Binding back? I guess just a Grove Dancer. Like I said, our creatures aren't great. I mean, we have Wave Rider, we have double Eutropia, but a lot of the creatures in this deck are pretty weak. Although Grove Dancer's not bad right now, because that gives us an enchantment to potentially discard to Thirst, should we want to do that. Although, right now, I guess we just want to play Wave Rider and Grove Dancer, because that's a pretty good turn. And then what? And then we have Thirst and Omen to refuel for later to make sure we find enchantments? Yeah, that looks fine to me. Just building my creatures to about equivalent size. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the boar. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll play it in a removal heavy deck, but I don't love the card. Okay, so they're going to fight off Eutropia, I assume, here. Their creature dies too, but Death Touch works okay there. Now we have the Wave Rider to start hitting them with that. And Thirst to reload. We have a lot of enchantments, though, so they kind of had to do that, or they would have just died in the air. Okay, that's a good draw. Now we have something to discard to Thirst. So now we have a choice. Do we discard 2 forests, or do we discard one of these enchantments? I guess it's probably right to just discard 2 forests, because every enchantment we can hit them for 3. I think this turn, I'm just going to pass, because we have Deny, and it's a pretty even board. Oops, that's the opposite of passing. And then if they play anything good, we can deny it. If not, we can crack our Omen. And then on future turns, we have enchantments to play. And we never have to drop shields with 6 mana. So this game's looking really good. They have to beat us with non-enchantment, non-creatures, basically. Also, we could just end up tapping their team with Lionfish. Like, obviously, you can only tap one thing per turn, but if we counter something, add this to the board, and then play Omen and tap something, they may be left with almost no permanence. No blocks. We've got a big life total advantage, and I don't even want to kill that. That's certainly good enough to deny. I would have denied just about anything, because this, like I said, is a pretty evenish game. Okay, so now we're going to play Lionfish. That's going to give the Wave Rider flying. Then we can also attack with whichever one of these creatures we want. The Hierophant can trade with one of them, so we can only send the one we pump with the Herald. I assume we'd rather trade off the Grove Dancer, because then the Herald sticks around to pump itself, potentially. So pre-combat, it's Lionfish here, because the enchantment gives the Wave Rider flying. No reason to give them the option to block that. Then we can use Nyx Herald to pump Grove Dancer and offer our 2/2 for their 3/3 Death Touch, along with the 3/3 Flyer in the air. Now, I'm not going to be milling myself for one right now, because I'd rather cast Omen on their turn to tap Typhon if they don't play other blockers. If they do, then I may save it to give the Wave Rider flying. Let's see if we've used both Thirsts or one. If we've only used one, then I'll hold the Swamp. If we've used both, which we have, then I'll probably play it, because it's not doing anything for us in our hand. So now we're going to see what they do. If they go to combat and they want to attack me, cool. If they play a blocker post-combat and have one on-tap blocker, I'm going to Omen and tap it, because then I can hit them for 8. If they play a blocker and pass with 2 on-tap blockers, then I'll probably just scry into their turn, dig up more enchantments, and keep hitting them for 3 a turn in the air. So we'll see what they want to do here. If they attack with the Omen, with the Typhon, we play our Omen, tap the Forerunner, and then we get to hit them for 8, because we're winning the race. If they hold it up, well, we could still tap Typhon, and then, well, then we could force them to either take an extra 3 or trade off Forerunner for one of these. So it's close. What do we want to do? If we tap Typhon by playing Omen here, then we can use Nyx Herald to pump Lionfish and attack with Lionfish and Wave Rider. But we could also just play the Omen on our turn, potentially, to give Wave Rider flying. I guess we might find an enchantment kill also. Or Eutropia. Okay, so now we're not scrying upkeep, of course. Eutropia is just a perfect draw there. So now they can't block the 2 flyers, just the ground creature. We don't even want them to trade off Typhon, and we don't want to miss damage. So whatever creature we give +1/+1 to between the Lionfish and the Herald is what we're attacking with. I'm not really worried about their attack back, so I don't think it matters a ton. So I guess let's pump the Lionfish, because if they have to remove one of them, that's the worst one of the 2. The Wave Runner gets flying because of the Omen. The Lionfish gets flying because of the Eutropia. And now we'll just hit them for 7 in the air. Yes, I want to search for a basic. I prefer to have lands than not. And we want to scry on our next upkeep so we can find another enchantment. So this game should be pretty much over unless they do something super surprising. Because now they have to stop, like, multiple 3-power creatures, potentially. Thank you, Corey Some Numbers, for subscribing for all 13 months of my stream. Appreciate the support, Corey. Thanks, Dan. I am. Appreciate the support. Thank you for subscribing all 13 months of my stream. Hope you guys got those first subscriber badges. Also, in case anybody forgot, Corey and Dan donated a lot of subs last year when the stream was first getting rolling. Really appreciate the support and the help getting it off the ground, guys. Oh, that's a lot of damage, but it's not lethal. And I'm not really sure how the opponent's going to survive unless they have Fog, as long as we find an enchantment. There's no black cards in the deck except Polukranos, so we can tap both Swamps and Scry, and hopefully in the 3 cards we'll find an enchantment to win the game. Grove Dancer looks like an enchantment to me. Same as last turn. I don't think it really matters much. We, of course, aren't going to target the Wave Rider with the Eutropia because it's flying anyway now. So we just pump one of the other creatures, and then we have 2 3-power flying lethal threats with the opponent at 3. Lionfish is fine. It's not great, not horrible. It still dies to Mogi's favor pretty unprofitably, or the 3-mana 4/2 Manticore that I was ranting and raving about that I had in the last draft. But of course, also, this format revolves more around building big things and enchanting things than it does small things. So you can tap their best creature with it, and that can definitely be effective. Alright, we didn't see things to plummet. Can't imagine we're going to sideboard much. How great is it that Dan's got one of the first subscriber badges and Corey doesn't? My life is complete. What's up, guys? How's DC? Hope you're freezing up there. If Trawler was green, blue, or black, it would be in my deck. But Polukranos is probably a better splash than Trawler in this deck because we do a good amount of self-mill and all of that. So we're really good at escape, and we have, like, no escape creatures. And so I'd have to play, like, 2 or 3 plains because of all the self-mill, and then 1 or 2 swamps. I can't play, like, 3 plains and 2 swamps. Like, it's just not, it would not be correct to splash Dream Trawler and Polukranos. Had we not opened Polukranos in Pack 3, I would have splashed Dream Trawler. I would never troll my chat. Troll my chat? Plenty. Troll? Never. I only open Dream Trawlers to not play them. Come on, y'all. And it's really hard, Flex Retro, to splash a double white and a black card. Like I said, if I didn't open Polukranos in Pack 3, I would have splashed Dream Trawler. I just wouldn't have splashed black. I would have just played 3 plains. But now that we have 2 swamps in the deck, pretty hard to splash Dream Trawler also. I took it out of those packs and put it right in the sideboard, just like it belongs. I'll do my best to make it quick, Linguini Genie. This deck's not as fast as the last one. I would love to go to Famous Dave's, spin a Poke Gym, eat some barbecue, and watch some basketball. I'm down, Corey. I'll drive right over. Be there in 16 hours. Yeah, the auto-adding land is pretty good. Sometimes you tweak it by 1 or something because you don't want, like, a strict ratio. You have, like, early cards of 1 color or something like that. But overall, if you're not good at mana bases, you can use the auto-add. It's pretty good. It's very rare I change it by more than 1. It's pretty frequent I change it by exactly 1, but then who even knows who's right? So we could Itchy Fish that, but again, it doesn't really do much. They already didn't play an extra land. I really don't care about that Dryad. I think I would rather just go search up a swamp, have more mana to work with for the future. We can even tap the Dryad here so we don't take 2 damage. Yeah, that's true too, what Hamilton said. I usually just end up cutting a land because I have a few other mana sources. And obviously the program doesn't know that Omen is a land. So that's not even on the program in any way. Eventually, when they get that programmed in, though, that'll be pretty awesome. When the program properly accounts for, like, Traveler's Amulets and Omens and things like that. I'm not sure if I'll be, like, happy or scared. Famous Dave's is obviously just mediocre barbecue. Like, it's fine. The food's not great, not horrible. But there's a Poke Gym at this one that was the closest to us in DC, so that's why we used to go there. At least that's why Corey always wanted to go there. Alright, for now, I guess we're chilling. This turn, we can have Memory Drain up, sack the Omen if they don't do anything. Then we've got the Itchy Fish. I'm in no way against Itchy Fishing a Hierophant, but given we have Memory Drain open, I think it makes more sense. Pokemon Go stuff. Don't worry about it, Coxie, if you don't know what we're talking about. Alright, sack Omen. They didn't do anything. Let's see what we find. Hopefully Pelukrunos. No, but Thirst looks pretty good. We've got a handful of lands we don't need. I think we're going to have to drop shields, though, because we are kind of taking too much damage. So for now, we can use all 6 mana this turn with Thirst and whatever Itchy Fish. Let's attack for 2. And then we'll Thirst on their turn because we can tap something. So I think we want to get rid of the better of the 2 creatures here. And then we still have 2 land to discard to Thirst, even if we don't find a bad enchantment or more lands. So this actually works out pretty smooth. We have to drop shields, so we don't have Memory Drain online this turn. But we don't take any damage. We can Thirst their only creature here, tapping it with Lionfish. We draft like it's the PT every night, Dylan B2CM. When I play 55, it might not be right, but I think it is. We don't draft for the memes. We don't draft to put on a show. We draft to win in this stream. Thank you, Raceland Helmy. Appreciate that subscription. And sheesh, I won online matches last night and the first 3 tonight before dropping round 1 with this deck. That was a good win streak of at least 12 matches. Alright, let's Thirst here. No promises, Linguini Genie. Except when we drop at 3-0 pretty regularly. Yeah, we do that. All right, let's see. So, are there any enchantments I would discard over these two forests? If there are, Grove Dancer is one of them. We do kind of want the lands so we could leave Memory Drain up and play things. How many more lands are in our yard? None. So we have 6, 8. The choice here is definitely discard either Grove Dancer or 2 lands. I think it's pretty close. It's probably still just 2 lands. Because we have a decent amount of self-mill. So the Grove Dancer will probably gain us some life. And we just don't need those forests. They're just excess lands. We almost want extra cards in our graveyard for when we find Polukranos. And yes, I said when, not if. Whoa, J City gifting out 5 subs. Thanks, J City, for the continued generosity, making 80 subs gifted out in the channel. That's a pretty ridiculous number. Thank you for the generosity and support. Okay, so we drew a land. So that means we can play like a 3-mana card and leave Memory Drain up, or a 2-mana card and have 5 up, which does matter because we could play Omen and Scry. On board, we're not really looking to do anything. I don't really want to trade the Lionfish for the Moss Viper, but I don't want to take damage or have to keep tapping things. So playing the Nyx Herald this turn actually looks pretty good because now we have a 2/3 to block the 2/4. So we're pretty even on board now. If they do anything good, we can drain it. If not, we can Omen end of their turn. We're basically a control-ish ramp deck that's trying to win with its win cons. And our win cons are 2 Eutropia and Polukranos. And we have double Thirst for Meaning, Omen of the Sea, and double Binding of the Titan to go and get those cards. But we're not really worried. I mean, you'll always take free damage, but we're not really worried about, like, dinking them with this deck. We're just planning to win eventually. So that can fight one of our creatures and live. So I don't love that. I feel like I have to do better with Memory Drain, though. We don't really care about the Lionfish or the Nyx Herald very much. They've got 3 more mana to work with. So let's just let that out. Let's see what they want to target. If they target the Lionfish, I'm not that worried about countering a 3-mana spell, so I'll probably Memory Drain for the tap in response. If they target the Nyx Herald, then, of course, I can always Omen later if I want to tap something. And that's a pretty good card with Typhon in their yard. Again, I kind of want to do better with Memory Drain than that, though. So I think we have to let that happen. Oops, I should have played Omen now that they're tapped out and tapped Dryad. I just missed that. Now, if I lose this game by exactly 2 life, it was my own fault. I'm going to play Omen end of turn. I should have played it and tapped the Dryad when they entered combat. I just clicked OK for no reason. Okay, we want to draw that. We don't need to draw any more lands. So Utopia is a pretty nice draw. So now I'm going to drop shields. As long as they don't make me discard 2, it's not really that big of a deal. Because if they resolve something good, we can always one with the stars it. Just get our Utopia going, get our stuff out. And I'm not really scared of them playing a good creature because, like I said, I'll one with the stars it. I would take Mire's Grasp, Baron. I think a lot of other people might take Spawn, but I think Spawn is a little overrated. I think it's a good card. I like it, but I think Mire's Grasp is a little bit better. And Escape has pretty heavy diminishing returns, so I don't like taking Escape cards early. I mean, I'm not unwilling to. I'm not unwilling to take Spawn early. But if there's a Mire's Grasp in the pack, I would probably take it over Spawn. Pick one, pack one. Yeah, because, like, these things just take forever. I wish WotC would change this so we played 3 rounds with these decks instead of 5 to 6. I 5-0'd the last one with the black-red deck because, I mean, that deck was really good and the games were really fast. But, like, sometimes when you do 5 to 6 matches in these best of 3s, you're in one draft for 4 hours. So, like, I want to do more drafts. Okay, so we have 7 mana. So we can cast One with the Stars, or we can cast Pursuit. Well, we can cast Pursuit, and then we'll have Memory or One with the Stars, not both. So we might as well start with Pursuit. It sees a lot of cards. Maybe we'll find Polukranos. No such luck. So now, I think we probably just want to leave Memory Drain open. There's nothing in play really worth One with the Starsing yet. And we can use, but we kind of want to save Memory Drain, because we can use it to protect Polukranos from Final Death. And these are all spells, because they've been missing a million land drops. So there's a decent chance they have their Final Death. So I'm not 100% what to do. I think I'm going to play the land, because we could use virtually any amount of mana in one turn, and just pass to the opponent. Hopefully we can dig up Polukranos by milling ourselves and or this Scry. I don't plan to counter a reasonable sized creature. I can One with the Stars it. I want to save Memory Drain to protect my Polukranos from their Final Death if I can. Because I may have to single-handedly ride my Polukranos to victory, because they have a lot more resources than me. But as long as I have a Polukranos going, I can fuel it from my graveyard endlessly. I can escape it multiple times. So Polukranos can beat their entire deck as long as I can protect it from Final Death. So that's definitely not getting countered. They'd have to play something pretty impressive for me to use Memory Drain. Like I said, I don't know whether Final Death is in their hand or not, but I do know that they missed a bunch of land drops, so all 3 of these cards are spells, and I think I need that Polukranos to win this game. What I don't need is either Lionfish nor Grove Dancer, so if they attack, this is a pretty easy double block. I don't really care about these creatures. And now let's scry in a turn. We already have 8 mana, so if we find Polukranos, we can play it with Memory Drain up. So life is good. Okay, so no Polukranos, but we're in a stalemate. Eutropia is definitely good enough to draw, but is Stern Dismissal. Stern Dismissal will be a nice tempo swing, but we're not really playing a tempo game here. So it still might be better to just take a random draw. I'm not sure about that. We're really just looking for Polukranos, but we're going to top Eutropia, of course, because they don't really have any flying defense, and they're at 13. I'm not sure about Stern Dismissal. Do we put this on the bottom, or do we leave it behind Eutropia? I think we bottom it. I mean, when they play one of these 7/7s, bouncing it is sweet, but I still think it's worse for us than just not doing that. We already have One with the Stars. I don't think that we really want to draw Stern Dismissal. Plus, I kind of want to mill myself into their turn, because if we hit Polukranos, that's amazing. Granted, it's like 6 mana to bring it back out of the graveyard, so I kind of want to draw Polukranos, and then I can play it with Memory Drain up, because I am kind of scared that they're just going to Final Death it. But, I mean, I'm still going to mill myself, because if I hit the Polukranos, I'll see if I draw a land and can get to 10. And then I can play it with Memory Drain up out of the yard as a 12/12. If I don't draw a land, then I'll evaluate the board based on the spell I do draw, because I'm at least going to have some business since I'm drawing a spell, and I have one with the Stars in hand. I don't want to mill the Dismissal, because I really want to mill Polukranos to find it, or lands for life. Plus, the Dismissal could come in handy towards the end of the game if we end up drawing it. So I think we want to make that decision. I don't think we want to leave Dismissal on top, miss out on getting one card closer to Polukranos by milling ourselves. Because remember, Polukranos escapes, so if we mill it, then we found it that way. So this basically draws a card towards getting towards Polukranos. I don't have a favorite Magic artist, no. Thank you for the donation. We floss daily. I'm glad you keep good dental health. I floss daily as well, and I also appreciate your support. I'll be going to Walgreens to buy a new pack of floss sticks with that generous 100-bit donation. Thank you for your support. Tempting as it is to counter a 7/7, I'm not going to do it. I need to protect this for Pelucranos. I've got one with the stars to shrink it to like an enchantment, so it's not like Itchy Fish. It won't be able to do anything once I make it an enchantment. So let's go ahead and do that. We can even pump this Lionfish and give it flying, get them for 4 in the air. I'm going to hold the Naiad because I can play that next turn and pump the Lionfish again. And now life is good, and back to you, opponent. And if we play 2 straight enchantments, we can just kill them using Eutropia's ability here. And again, we're not really under much pressure. I mean, they have, like, some small attacks if they want it. It's pretty funny. They have a 4/4 enchantment. I don't think I've ever seen a card like one with the stars. So that's definitely not good enough to counter. Like I said, there's a good chance one of these 3 cards are Final Death, so we're holding on to Memory Drain if we can, in case we draw Pelucranos. If we mill Pelucranos, then we may have to adjust our plans. But we'll try and get to 10 mana if we're not under that much pressure. And we know they have a Final Death. This is game 3. We don't technically know if it's, in their library or in their hand, but we do know they're holding 3 spells, and we do know there's a Final Death in their 40 cards. At least one. Oh yeah, and Prison of the Moon was similar. You're right, Bad Beat Nick. That was a while ago, but you are right. That was basically the same effect. Alright, we can't block with Eutropia, because we know next turn we're hitting them for 5 with the Lionfish, and then potentially killing them the turn after that. So we could trade the Grove Dancer for the Viper, but I think I'd rather just mill myself, so let's just take 3. And then we'll see what we draw next turn. And the Naiad will give us another okay blocker once it's in play. Well, that gives them a pretty good blocker. Because they can chump with it, and then they can also bring it back. Now, my creature won't have flying on their turn, but it is a 4/5 reach when they bring it back. Okay, so things get interesting. We milled Pelucranos. I was really hoping to draw it, because I believe there's a good chance they have Final Death in their hand. And I was hoping I'd be able to play it with the Memory Drain open. Now, I'm only 1 land short, counting the Naiad, because Memory Drain will only cost 3 on their turn if they don't have their Final Death mana up on mine. So I definitely don't think I want to play Pelucranos here. I think for right now, I'm going to play Naiad, and then just attack them in the air with this Lionfish. Actually, I kind of want the Lionfish back to block so I don't take more damage now that I found Pelucranos. So I'm going to actually, I actually changed that a little bit. I'm going to pump the Grove Dancer because it's only 2 less damage, but it's a much worse blocker. And they're probably going to chump block with the Chainweb Arachnar anyway. Or if they go to 6, I can always tap the Arachnar and try and surprise them for 6 in the air at some point. So I think given they have the Arachnar out, and the damage, if I pump the Lionfish, it's not going to connect. They're just going to chump block. That makes it right to pump the smaller creature that's a worse blocker. Maybe I should have even pumped Eutropia. The Auto Tapper was fine. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but it was fine. I still have the ability to cast all my cards. Okay, well, that can remove Pelucranos. So there's no longer any reason to play around Final Death with this Memory Drain. We saved it for a card that would have stopped Pelucranos, so I'm happy enough with that. Oh, it didn't leave me 2 blue. You're right. No, y'all are right. The Auto Tapper did get me there. My fault. I could have put it on the Eutropia or the Grove Dancer, whichever one. Think I don't need the land now because I now can't play around Final Death because I had to use Memory Drain on their artifact, or that would have took care of Pelucranos. But this is an enchantment that triggers Utopia and gives me a 2/2, so that looks like a pretty good draw step. The land would not give us the ability to fight once, would it? 4, 6, 8, 9. It would be 10 to play it in. Oh, no, it would be 9. You're right. So maybe the land would have been good. But I can always just wait one more turn on Polukranos if I want to play it and fight once. And I mean, this gives me this triggers Utopia and gives me that 9th mana and gives me a 2/2 later if I want it. So I mean, I don't think I'm going to take a land over the Haven here. And then once I get the Haven, I have enough mana to play Polukranos and fight with it next turn in one turn anyway. Yeah, not countering the Spider is a little rough. Not super happy about the auto tapper there. But you know what? It doesn't kill anything. We're in a stalemate. It's not that bad a situation. No, you're right. It's good to point that out, Akinar. I didn't even think of that. Okay, they can't attack. I mean, I guess they could send the 1/1 if they want. And then I can trade Naiad for it if I don't need the mana from it. Which I don't think I do. And they're attacking with both. What do they have left? Well, I guess I can't remove the 4/5. Yeah, I don't think I need this Naiad around. Save a little bit of damage. Yeah, the Deny the Divine would have been good, I agree. Okay, so if we play the Haven here, we can jump something, but only the Lionfish would be big enough to get through the Arachnar, so that's not great. So not much we can do this turn. I think... What do we want to do? I think we're just going to Haven... What are we growing? We could grow the Lionfish, so that if we ever grow it again, it could attack into the Arachnar. But I don't think we want to trade it with the Arachnar now. I think we just want to pass. We can deny the Divine something good and mill ourselves, or we can just mill 2. This game we haven't drawn that many lands, so there's a decent chance we'll get a life or 2 out of a mill. 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 11. I think I scried some to the bottom. 14. But that's 4 cards. So in our top 6, there's 2 land. So if they play anything good this turn, we're denying it. If they don't play anything good, we're milling 2. Then next turn we can play Polukranos and be able to fight once, even if they have Final Death. If I deny that, I can tap the Spider. So it's not great, not horrible. I'm not worried about the trample, but it does let them draw another card. And it does activate the Lionfish for me. And I don't really want to have to keep leaving the mana up. So I think it is right to counter that. And then we'll tap the Spider. It's not like I could activate Grove Dancer that many more times anyway. So if they attack now, I can block Forerunner with Grove Dancer. Mill myself the once. Yeah, everything has trample, but that's not a big deal. They have a total of, what, 5, 10 power out? The only question now is, do I put Lionfish and Grove Dancer on Forerunner, or do I put just Grove Dancer? If I put just Grove Dancer and they do Final Death it, I go to 2, maybe 3. I can play Polukranos and fight. So I can fight off the Forerunner, and then I'll have 1, 2, 3 blockers, and I'll be at, let's say, 2 life. They have 1, 2, 3, 4 attackers. That doesn't kill me. So I think we can put just the Grove Dancer on it. And that's even counting me not gaining a life, which I'm 33% to do. Because we know the bottom 4, and in these top 6, there's 2 lands. But even if I go to 2 here, it's 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait, the Forerunner wouldn't die. Oh, no, I'm fighting it off with Blue Kronos, yeah. So if I go to 2, they have 1, if they cast Final Death on the Grove Dancer, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 creatures. I play the Polukranos and fight the Forerunner, which leaves them 4. And I have Lionfish, Eutropia, and Polukranos, and I'm at 2. So I have to let the Viper through next turn, but then I'd eat the rest of their board, basically. A 5-4 eats one of these, Polukranos eats something else. So yeah, this works. So for now, let's mill ourselves. Take a life if we can spike it. No, Polukranos is a 12-12 when it escapes, right? I don't think it's a 6-6 out of the yard. So after the fight, it will still have tons of counters. Okay, so coast is clear. Play our Polukranos. Make sure it's leaving us a black. It looks like it is. Looks good. As long as the auto tapper doesn't pull a fast one on me, it's leaving open swamp, forest, and island. I don't think it matters much what we get rid of here. I guess spells, lands, whatever. And then let's just fight off their Forerunner while they don't have Final Death. I know they're empty-handed, but if they top deck it, they can respond to the fight activation. So we want to kill that 5-3 while they don't have any cards in hand and are tapped out. Can't send the 5-4 here because they have a 1-3. So now we just pass to them. So if they don't rip something great this turn, we're looking really good now with Polukranos. Turns out they didn't have Final Death. They did have that 1-mana artifact, but we had the Memory Drain. No, it doesn't, because the Polukranos doesn't die if it fights Moss Viper. It'll prevent the 1 it deals to it. Polukranos' ability prevents the damage it would take, so Death Touch doesn't work against it. Yeah, I thought the auto tapper was fine this time. It did mess up the 2 blue on the previous time, but it can't really know that I have Naiad lessening the cost of my spells. Eventually, hopefully, it'll realize that, but... Okay, so that doesn't have Trample, so we don't really care. In fact, I think if they attack with the Arachnar, I'll just block with Polukranos, because the trade is good for me, because then I can just escape Polukranos again, and it'll be a 12-12 again. So I'm not sure why they're moving in on that. Unless I'm missing something. It doesn't have Trample, right? Doesn't say Trample. If they attack with all 4, then they're probably dead on board. Assume because I can chump with Eutropia on tap with these 2. Well, yeah, and then the Omen, yeah, so they would be dead on board. Pretty sure no matter what happens, they're dead, but they might not die this turn. But I'm pretty sure with them tapped out, I can figure this out, and they're just dead. I can play the Omen. So let's say, like, hypothetically, I do, like, chump block, eat, and then just take 3. Well, I guess I can just take 5. Oh, this is just eating something, so that doesn't make a difference. So then I have to block the Chain Web. So let's say I do a block like this, and then I untap. I don't have Eutropia. I fight Polukranos on Huntmaster, and then I have 8, not 9. So I need Eutropia. So let's say on the other hand, I block like that. Then I untap. I Eutropia. Yeah, I actually might not have them dead on board. I mean, I'm going to win, but I don't think I have a lethal somehow. Because I do have to block Chain Web with something. So I don't actually think I have a lethal here. So let's just do, like... I can't tap with Fish. It only works on your opponent's turn. So let's just do this, then. Because I have plenty of cards to bring back Polukranos again. And if I don't have lethal, then this looks like the best block. then again, they may top deck like something in response here, so I think we want to go ahead and kill that, just in case they draw Final Death. I can't attack with both, because then I lose to a removal, but I can attack with one. But if they don't draw Final Death, I'm going to win the game. If they do, I don't want to chump with Eutropia, so I think we just attack with Eutropia here. Because if they draw Final Death for Pelucranos, I then have a 5-4, which stops the 2-4, and then I can win the game with it next turn, potentially. If they brick this turn, I'm winning either way. But if I send the Lionfish, then they Final Death the Eutropia, I have to chump block. I mean, the Final Death the Pelucranos, I have to chump block with the Eutropia, so that would be pretty bad. I am dead to Fruit of Tizerius, but nobody plays that card. Hopefully them included. Ironically, I keep giving them turns. It's like turns to nowhere. But if they do top deck that Fruit on like the last extra turn, because I played this like really conservatively, that would be pretty awkward. Okay, for now, the only way I can lethal them this turn is if I fight off all their creatures, or if I jump Pelucranos. But if I jump Pelucranos and fight the spider, that's probably not lethal. It's 5 in the air. If I can play 2 enchantments, I can lethal them. But I don't have any way to draw any extra cards this turn. So I don't think that's what I want to do. I think what I want to do now is just basically clear their board. So I'm not going to be able to lethal them this turn, I don't think. If I fight off 2 things... Well, if I fight off 2 things and I lose 3 power, then I have lethal. So what if I fight the 2 small things and then attack with everything? That's game, actually, right? As long as I don't fight the spider, I think I have game. Oops. So blue, green, black. Now they can block one of the 5 powers with their spider and take 7 and die unless they drew something. So that looks good. And then I can use Omen as a trick for +1/+1 if I want. Do I lose to anything? I don't lose to a pump spell. I could always sack whatever they blocked if it's Libation. What if they Libation me before blockers? Well, then I sack Eutropia. They still lose the spider. If they have a pump spell, they're dead. They have to have removal. I don't think there's anything. I hope I'm not punting here. I mean, they're dead on board if they have nothing, obviously, at 7. If they have a pump spell, they still die. If they have a removal spell, this is sort of me throwing the game away. But I don't think there's anything they could have. Drag from the Underworld costs 4. Mire's Grasp is a sorcery. Final Death costs 5. Plummet doesn't work. None of my creatures fly. I guess Return to Nature could kill the Lionfish. They can't really be holding that there, can they? That was a pretty sweet game. I didn't expect that game to be so epic. I'm telling you, whoever's designing these limited formats, good job at R&D. We just get so many great games nowadays. I feel like we're spoiled. People don't know a few years ago when we were playing like Aether Revolt and Ixalan and Kaladesh and like so many limited formats that were just not very good. These days, we're just in a great run of limited formats. They're just doing something right over there. What's the green tuck spell? Oh, Mr. Crapeel. Yeah, Mr. Crapeel would have been good for them. Maybe I'm supposed to jump Eutropia. No, the spider can block a jumped creature. Yeah, if they top deck that, then they do win. I don't know if they wouldn't have used it on my turn. I guess they probably wouldn't have. So maybe it's right to go for it. Maybe it's not there. It might not be. Because an enchantment kill does let them block Eutropia and then kill me. Since I couldn't do anything. And I would lose the Stinging Fish. It might have been wrong to attack. Zendikar was awful. Hopefully Return to Zendikar will be better. I think Theros is better than Eldraine. I have Eldraine as like a 7, Theros as like a 9. There's 8 forests in my deck. I need you to cough one up at some point. Didn't have to be turn 2 or 3, but we're getting to the point now where I could use a forest, please. I still have M20 over Theros. I would rank the recent sets, Dominaria, M20, Theros, in that order. ELD was actually better than I think people give credit. It got a bad rap because of the bot problems. Even after they nerfed blue, then it was just like all aggro red and white online. But in person, it didn't play that way at all. Like, it was a really healthy, balanced, fun format in person. Well, this is bad. Loses all abilities. So if I shrink that, well, the Hydra's Growth doesn't lose its ability, right? Unless it gives it to the creature. It doesn't. This is going very poorly. I mean, M20 wasn't that deep of a draft format, but the in-game play was incredible. So I can play Eutropia and Omen on their turn. Get a +1/+1. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do anything great with that. I could, like, Itchy the Horn Beetle. It'll just be a 1/2. But I'm taking a lot here. 4, 5, 5, which isn't 6. I guess if they don't have anything, maybe I get a double block. Oh, no, I don't have 2 green. I can't even do the Eutropia Omen play. This is rough. This is really rough. Oh, I can Itchy Fish an Omen, which, again, isn't the same. I won't get the Eutropia trigger, but I think I probably have to do this. Assuming Nyx Herald will keep growing thanks to the Hydra's growth, I'm going to have to remove it. Like, I'm going to have to draw Stern Dismissal or something. So I think it makes more sense to put this on the Horn Beetle. Yeah, there's benefit in not showing them stuff, but I'm not sure the game is literally over. I'm in really bad shape. But imagine, like, imagine I draw Stern Dismissal or something that gets rid of this Nyx Herald, or, like, One with the Stars. I mean, if these 2 cards in their hand are land, all they'd have out is a 1/2 and a 1/1. So, I mean, assuming they don't exact seize me on the following turn, if I deal with the Nyx Herald, it could be a winnable game. I'm not saying it is. Oh, I had to play the Omen before that died. Now I can't cast Omen. Sorry, y'all. Okay, whatever. Well, I would have lost to 3 creatures anyway. Of course, we drew the Stern. But if I play the Omen, I have 6 mana to work with. And then I have to, like, Stern Dismissal something and play Eutropia. So it would have been pretty tough. Okay, so they have, like, a kind of a tempo-y blue-green. So we're probably going to go on the play. We didn't really see flyers. We did see the enchantments, so we want Stern in. I mean, like, my deck's not really slow. I mean, these gain life. We haven't really been drawing our 2-drops on turn 2. Like, I have 4 proactive ones, and then Omen and Binding also. I mean, the deck is, like, it's a slow deck in that it doesn't deal a lot of damage fast, but my curve is not that high, is what I meant. Looks fine. The first deck played like a constructed deck. I think we lost 2 games on the way to the 5-0, and they were both like Super Flood or Screw. This deck, on the other hand, I would say is like good, nothing special. Like, this deck is actually pretty close to average, I think, for dealing with the arena bots. In person, I would be happy with this deck. Alright, we're not going to go to 5. Just discard bottom 1 copy of the 2 Eutropias. Hopefully this time we won't draw all islands. We're playing 8 forests, 6 islands, and we have the thirst to help us dig up a forest. So hopefully we'll just draw a forest this time. Be kind of rough to lose this game back-to-back mana problems. Land. Any land. Preferably a forest, but any land. Boo. Boo. Yeah, we've been drawing a lot of all lands or not enough lands with this deck. Like, this deck is not as good as the first deck, not even close, but it's also better than it's been performing. Like, every other game has felt like flood or screw with this deck, whereas we drew pretty smoothly with the red-black. I mean, I do think that deck was better because it was a borderline constructed masterpiece, but there's nothing wrong with the double Thirst, double Utopia, Pelucranos self-mill deck. Hopefully it's not too late. So we have to start by shutting down their only real threat. Even though we stall for 3 turns, they do only have 2 power out. So hopefully they just don't have any more real threats, or we draw a land and then we can one with the stars another one. I'm playing the upcoming Players Tour in Phoenix. I will be in Phoenix next weekend. Okay, I think especially drawing Pelucranos, I want to play Thirst here. Just dig up my land so I don't miss any more land drops. And then we'll discard what's the weakest enchantment, Naiad or Nyx Herald. This is only on your turn, right? I'm not worried about attacking them. I'm on the defensive, so we can discard that. We could get back into this, potentially. Luckily, they drew a very not pressure-oriented draw with a Moss Viper and a Caryatid. So even though we stalled for a few turns, this game isn't over. Let's see what else they have. I've been playing a lot of Pioneer, yeah, to practice for Phoenix. I never played a game of Pioneer before like a week and a half ago or so. Although I'm starting to regret it. Pioneer is by far the best constructed format I've played in a long time. It's like more like Standard than Modern, but if you put all the good disruptive cards in Standard. Like, there aren't the like ridiculously goldfish hard to interact with combo decks. There's just a bunch of powerful interactive decks and you just fire them all against each other, whether they're aggro or synergy or combo win conditions or control of different kinds. I've actually been really liking Pioneer. Like I said, I think it's the best constructed format I've played in a long time. Okay, so I think here we just run Pelucranos. I mean, can we protect it? We have to get to 7. I guess we could wait and try and protect it. We're not really under any pressure. Maybe if we play Utopia, then next turn we can play Naiad with Memory Drain up, and then we can play Pelucranos with Memory Drain up. I was figuring I would just have to run it because my back was to the wall, but since the opponent's really not pressuring me, I'll play the game slow and conservatively again. Okay, that was a strange concession. Broby Wan Kenobi. I mean, I love an early concession as much as the next person, but I guess I missed land drop, so they know I'm holding all spells. If their hand is like all land, maybe they feel like they can't win. Arena's getting pretty laggy. The stream is fine, but I'm just going to do the restart arena thing here during sideboarding. Maybe they were on tilt because they did misclick away their Utopia. Okay, I don't think we really want to change much. I mean, they don't really have flyers aside from the Splash Utopia, so we can't really count on Plummet. But we don't need to break our deck faster or anything. Like I said, we have plenty of 2s. Just hopefully we'll draw well. This is the second time I've played them, Raceland Helmy. Broby-Wan Kenobi. The force wasn't strong with him. They do have a sweet name. I do agree with that. Hey, take it easy, Addy Snow. Take it easy. Old Ben. I'll be young Ben forever. I don't care what my age is. Hey, Dan, how them 30s treating you? I love that all my friends who were young and, like, used to call me old, they're just old too now. Time keeps going. Nobody beats it. So, for all you making old jokes, you'll be right there with me soon. I feel like it was only yesterday I queued for my first Pro Tour in London, and it was actually 20 years ago. Do you think Magic will be around 20 years from now? What do y'all think out there? Oh, perfect. A 2-lander on the draw. We'll just never draw land 3, discard a few times, and that'll be game. Yeah, I think it will be. I don't see why it wouldn't be around. I mean, Magic's awesome. It's only growing. Like, 20 years ago, I definitely didn't think Magic would be here today. But seeing how popular gaming is and how gaming has grown and how Magic has grown, I think Magic will be around 20 years from now. Might be all digital, might not, but I think it'll be around. I shouldn't say definitely, but I would bet on it. Thanks for that subscription, Devil Walker. Very much appreciated. So if we Relentless Pursuit this turn, that's going to put us to 8. So it's not a great turn to Relentless Pursuit. On the other hand, if we Omen and get a land, even if we don't find a land next turn, we can Relentless Pursuit and then play the land we find immediately. So this turn, we just want to pass to the opponent. This is draft. Also block constructed. Well, if it's going to be that cool, I'm going to have to start eating healthier. Alright, so what are we doing now? We could just cast Pelucranos. Don't know if they can kill it or not. We haven't really seen any ways out of their deck to kill it. I don't have the counters to protect it, and we have the land drop to make. Plus, unless they Final Death it, we can Binding it back. I think it's time to just slam our Mythic. Next turn, we can play Relentless to get land 6 if we don't draw it, and then play a land and fight, or play a land in Utopia. So, let's find out if they have a Final Death, or if we can win easy. Well, I like that, Arcath. I hope Planeswalkers all die in their War of the Spark or whatever, and then we don't have to play with them anymore. That would be awesome. Okay, so I think I want Pelucranos to die so I can buy it back. So what I'm going to do here is Relentless Pursuit, because I didn't find a land. Leave open green and black so that any land lets me fight with Pelucranos. Got to assume there'll be a land in 4. Then I'm just going to attack. If they block with the Acolyte, I'm going to fight the Forerunner so that the Polukranos dies, and then I can bring it back as a 12/12. If they block with the Forerunner, I'll fight the Acolyte. If they take it post-combat while they're tapped out, I'm going to fight the Forerunner. So, did everyone catch that? If they would have blocked with Acolyte, I would just have to fight Forerunner, because I'd rather kill Forerunner than Acolyte there. Or sorry, I would let the damage happen after the Acolyte died. I'm just speaking quickly. Then I would fight the Forerunner, and then I would kill both and lose my Polukranos. If they blocked with Forerunner, I would fight the Acolyte, and then it would trade with the Forerunner, and I would lose my Polukranos. So I was happy either way. Planeswalkers just create this awkward sub-game that I think is not nearly as good a Magic as not Planeswalkers. Okay, so that's going to grow next turn to a 4/5. So I'm not really under much pressure, but I do want to get rid of the Polukranos sooner or later. If I put a counter on it, I could then fight off the Beetle. I don't know that I can do that, though. If I play Utopia and a 2-mana card, I don't have enough to put a counter on it. So I think the most important thing I can do this turn is make land drops. The second would be get Binding going. So let's start with Thirst, because we want to make land drops. Okay, that works out pretty well. I think if we discard, like, Omen, we can then do quite a bit, right? Because we can... This card effectively costs 1 mana, because we can use the land we put it on right away. So we can develop our board quite a lot by playing the Wolf Halo Haven there. Then we can play Utopia. And we put out 2 mana effectively this turn. And now I have the Polukranos back to block, so if they want to attack, I have a chump blocker, and that kills Polukranos for me. How many cards do we get in the yard? 5. Perfect. I didn't even count that, because I can put a bunch more in the yard with Binding and Grove Dancer. A lot of Planeswalkers have been okay for Limited, but even then, they're not, like, interesting in Limited. They just generally don't do that much, which is why they're okay. Okay, well, I kind of wanted the Polukranos to die anyway. I don't really want to bury Utopia, but I think it's worth it to slow them down right now. So I'm just going to double block here. I can always get the Utopia back with Binding later if I want to. So now let's see. We have 3, 5, 8, 9 mana effectively. So we can bring back Polukranos and fight. Oh no, we don't have double black, sadly. But we can bring back Polukranos and still spend a few mana. We can leave up 3 for Deny. Or we could play like Binding or Grove Dancer or something else. This is going to be, what, a 6/7 this turn? I wonder if they have any counters or anything. Looks like... I don't even know what their splash is. I thought it was blue for Utopia, but they're basically mono-green with a couple blue and a couple black. I mean, they'd have to have Deny the Divine to exile Polukranos, but that would be pretty bad for me if it happened. But I guess unless I find the second swamp, I can't play it and fight with it in one turn. Yeah, they could have Final Death. I think I'm going to start with Binding. Because if I find the other swamp, I might play around them being able to stop Polukranos. If I don't find the other swamp, then there's no way I can do that, because I'm going to lose to this card. But I did find the swamp, so now I'm not sure what to do. Think we can now play around it, because we found the other swamp, so we can get that back with Binding. So at least for now, I'm just going to play Wave Runner and pass to them. We also have the Stern Dismissal. I don't think we milled that this game. No, we didn't. Okay, they can have that. That's not a card that really does anything. I will deny just about anything with 2 denies in hand, but any creature. I mean, I don't really care about them getting another land. They have infinite lands. No, milling the swamp was good. That's what we wanted. Now I can get the swamp back with Binding, and then I can play Polukranos with fight mana available. Swamp, I was hoping to mill the swamp. So now we deny any creature. If they do nothing, Omen end a turn. Even that, we got to deny it. Can't really let them do more at this point. Okay, let's just exile 2 creatures. None of them come back, so I don't think it really matters. That's the scariest one with their giant creature out, and then so is that one since it gives flying. Will it be too big? Nah, next turn it won't be bigger than a 12/12, will it? It's gonna grow by 4 this turn to a 10/11, and then my 12/12 can take it out. Think I have, what is it, 9 mana to play it and fight. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 10. So I can sack this to make a wolf if I want to. I can get the second black next turn with binding. That was the plan. I mean, it's tight. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but that was the plan. I do have to have 2 blockers up, but I can sack this. And I still have enough mana for next turn. So I think here we can hit for 3, make a wolf, and play Grove Dancer. Which is good, because then we can just block with the wolf. Unless they have removal and force us to block with the Grove Dancer. And we still even get to have Deny up. I would prefer if I had 3 mana up to sack Omen as well, but the auto tapper hates me. Or to mill myself with Grove Dancer. But as far as auto tapper punishments, this one's not too bad, hopefully. Plenty of cards in the graveyard for Pelukrinos. The auto tapper loves to tap all of one kind of mana for some reason instead of leaving you half and half. I have no idea why. And we still haven't seen Stern Dismissal or the 4-mana counterspell, Drain from Memory, whatever it's called. Memory Drain. So we can't see Memory Drain because that we milled. But we do have Stern Dismissal as a nice top deck also. I wish we had green up so I could scry in a turn, because Stern Dismissal would just end the game because we could bounce this. But the current plan is we're working around a removal to the best of our ability. Don't know if we're going to succeed. Definitely have to counter that because it gives trample. So Itchy Fish is an interesting draw. So I can shrink that, but it will still keep its counters. I needed 1 with the stars, not Itchy Fish. Drew the wrong one there. Okay, so now let's assume they final death it during their upkeep. With this ability on the stack, I'm going to fight it. I need to have a backup blocker to not die. I don't need 2 backup blockers. So, do I fight it now in case it works and hit for 5? Or do I fight it during their upkeep and make them tap 5 then? Probably during their upkeep. So, we'll just attack with the Wave Runner, because that's the completely excess blocker. I don't think it matters what we get rid of, really, but let's get rid of mostly spells that we're not going to buy back. And then if we pass, I don't think we should need an upkeep stop, but you never know. I'm not concerned about, like, taking 10 or 6 or whatever. I can bring this Pelukrinos back endlessly. But if they did have Final Death, I kind of wanted to at least take their turn here, because this is really tight. Their creature doesn't have trample, so I could have chumped, hit them to 5, and scryed on my upkeep. So they just drew Eat to Extinction. Crazy game. Let's see. During my upkeep, we definitely want to scry. We have endless mana. We don't need any more lands. Unless it's going to deck me, I'll take Binding. 13 cards, plenty of cards in the library. See what we get. I was trying, I understand if they have removal, they can do it in their upkeep in response to the fight anyway, but I was trying to play the game as long as I could, like stranding their mana and doing as much as I could first, because if they didn't have it, I basically couldn't lose. So if they did have it, rather than get completely blown out, I wanted to accomplish as much as I could first. As you can see, they effectively had it afterwards, and I still don't really feel like I can lose. Even if they played a reach creature, it would lose reach when I put Itchy Fish on it. Magic is a game of mana. Why are you such a landlord, Deathsy? You take 3 and die. What an epic game. The last game was epic too. Good stuff. All right, so that makes us 2-1. So I'm going to drop from this draft. This is a fairly straightforward deck. I don't think it's that exciting. And I'm going to do the final draft of the night. We're going to play 3 matches with it, unless it's 55 cards or a red-black constructed deck, in which case we may play all 5. We'll see. No, not really, Thurkle. I'm pretty good at being not results-oriented and focusing on whatever I'm doing. I make plenty of mistakes because Magic is so hard, but I don't think past mistakes are really haunting me when I'm playing games. Pretty good about forgetting that, like, there is a past or future and anything else exists, and focusing my mind on whatever I'm doing. I still make plenty of mistakes just because Magic is so hard, but I don't think it's actually thinking about past things. Nyx Bloom Ancient is way more fancy than good. There are a few ways to use unlimited mana, but not that many, and a 7-mana 5/5 Trample is not a good card. Banishing Light, on the other hand, excellent splashable removal, single white. If you don't see white, but you play green and you want to splash some removal, it's great for that. Also, enchantment synergies. Let's look at the commons. These two uncommons aren't great. They're both fine. I like Impending Doom and aggro decks with a lot of 2-drops and small creatures. I like Minion Return if you have Hateful Eidolons or Aura synergies, but neither of these are even remotely close to Banishing Light. And Nyx Bloom Ancient is also not close to Banishing Light. There are some decks you can use Nyx Bloom Ancient in profitably, but I would always take Banishing Light over Pick One, Pack One. I don't even think that's close. But I agree with what Deathsy just said. I think Impending Doom is very underrated. If you play turn 2, 2, turn 3 this, you're hitting for 5 on turn 3. If you have a 3-drop, then you just play that, and you just keep curving out and attacking them. And then whatever turn they like play something big that would stop your board, you just play Impending Doom and get in another good attack. I think this is a pretty good card for aggro decks. That said, Banishing Light is a lot better than Impending Doom. As far as the commons, there's nothing close to Banishing Light. The best common is like Heliod's Pilgrim, which is good, but nothing special. So this is Banishing Light by miles. Okay, so following up Banishing Light, we definitely could take Favorite of Erois. I think it's probably the second best card in the pack, behind Devourer of Memory. And Devourer of Memory is really good, but it is a blue-black-gold card. So it's not a great card to take early, even if we didn't first pick a white card. But I do think Devourer of Memory is better than Favored. Favored's a really strong card, though. It's pretty easy to trigger every turn. It's pretty easy to pump your stuff in this format and just have a massive double striker. Hey, what's up, Legend? Thanks for the raid, and yeah, perfect timing indeed. Welcome. What do you think about this pack? We first picked Banishing Light, so now we're looking at, like, Favorite of Erois, Devourer of Memory, Warbriar Blessing. Nightbot's got it covered. Do we have a Legend command? That's awesome. He definitely deserves it. Ooh, Legend says Blessing. That's a little bit of a curveball. I was going to favorite of Erois. Impending Doom is dependent on your creature count, because if you don't have a lot of creatures, then the drawback of having to be able to put an aura on something, and to be able to do it the turn you want when they're tapped, gets, like, exacerbated. If you have a lot of creatures, if they leave their mana up, you just play other creatures, you're never running out of them, and then at whatever point they stymie you, you get to slam the Doom to have a good attack anyway. Oh yeah, well, Inevitable End isn't, but that's different. Alright, well, Legend says Blessing. Legend raids us almost every night. I'm going to go with Legend on Blessing here. I think if I was by myself, I would have took Favorite of Erois. I think there's a pretty close pick between Blessing, Erois, and Devourer of Memory. Green-white auras is one of the good archetypes where Blessing is good. But I also really like Favorite of Erois in general. It's pretty easy to trigger every turn, and white is pretty aggressive in this format. But yeah, I think it's pretty close between all three, and I don't want to take Devourer early when I took Banishing Light, and it's a blue-black-gold card. Blessing is a totally reasonable pick here. Okay, this time, I'm not going to ask Legend, not because I wouldn't do what he says, but because there's just a Windmill Slam. This is second Banishing Light by a lot, and it's not close. Banishing Light is great removal. It's splashable, even if we don't see white. My second choice out of this pack would probably be Destiny Spinner. Destiny Spinner is a pretty good 2-drop that wins late games. It's not a super exciting card, but it is a 2-drop 2/3, which is pretty good stats for turn 2, and then it can also win the late game. Yeah, I would have took Destiny Spinner over Chimera, but of course it was Banishing Light by a lot. So Daxos isn't super busted, but it seems like we're seeing white, and for a heavy white deck, then Daxos is excellent. Birth is really good if you're really controlling, but green-white doesn't tend to be that controlling, even though we don't know if we're going to play green yet or not. Again, white is the color we're seeing. White is the color we're committed to at this point. That makes this a pretty easy Sunmane Pegasus. Don't sleep on this card. It's kind of like mini Baneslayer Angel. A 4-mana 2/3 flyer that would just gain Vigilance for 2 would be unplayable, but lifelink can be a big deal. If you enhance this, it's on-raceable. They kill it or lose. And even if you don't enhance it, 2 a turn plus you gaining 2 a turn can be tough to race in some scenarios. Pegasus is a gross overperformer from how it looks. I agree with Fake Mark. This card is a lot better than it looks. Alright, now we have to make a choice. We're not going to take Indomitable Will. Stern Dismissal would probably be the best card in the pack with what we have, but we don't have any blue cards yet. Grove Dancer's not really great in these green-white decks. Grove Dancer's good in green-black self-mill or green-blue self-mill control, but you don't really want Grove Dancer in a green-white aggro auras deck. Enemy Enlightenment's a fine 6-drop, but it's nothing special. It's a lot more fancy than good, but if my curve is not high, I would almost always play it. Furious Rise is really good with 4-power creatures, but white's creatures are pretty small. Wings is a fine 1-of for a deck like this, but white also has plenty of flyers, so I don't know that we'll necessarily want Wings. I think Stern Dismissal is probably the best card to take here. I know it looks out of place, but if we do play a white creature deck, that's the deck that actually wants Stern Dismissal when you're white-blue. I don't think we want Grove Dancer. I could see Rage Hound in case we end up white-red aggro. There's no reason to take Will. It's such a mediocre playable. We'll have plenty of opportunities at cards of that quality. Alright, now we can get back to good white cards and just take Dawn of Angel. This card's not, like, incredible, but you play plenty of auras in your white creature decks, and if it gets back Daxos, that's amazing. No, I'm not a big fan of Agonizing Remorse. Like, it's a fine playable, but it's still almost dead in the late game, and the games almost always go late in this format. And, like, I just don't think it's a very exciting card. Like, it's fine for powering up your own, like, escape, but it's so easy to get so much good self-mill in this format. I don't know if we want Eyes. I think Eyes is good, but Return to Nature is also just a good green card here. I know we're not sure what we're playing as far as our second color, and we're 100% to play white, but, like, we have plenty of time to pick up Sentinel's Eyes, and they're not great in multiples. I think Return to Nature is the best card in this pack that's likely to end up in our deck. Yeah, and also 8th pick, there's Omen and Return, which means there's a decent chance we're going to see green in this draft. Oh, I like Eyes. If I play a white-green Auras deck, I plan to play 1 copy of Eyes in my deck unless I get a lot of green escape stuff. I'm just saying I don't think we need to take it that early. Deathsea says take Doom. Could be good for a white-red aggro build. It's good on. It's good with Dawn of Angel. It's good with Sunmane Pegasus. Could go on Daxos. I could definitely see Impending Doom here. Or Aspect, or Skirmisher. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Skirmisher. We're going to have a lot of enchantments, but it still dies to Mogi's Favor and to the Mana Core. I think Doom makes a lot of sense. We might end up a white-red aggro. Okay, bots. Alright, bots. It's one of those times I'm going to need to have a talk with you. So, 8 picks ago, there were three good cards in this pack. Favorite of Erois, Devourer of Memory, and Warbriar Blessing. Legend said to take the Blessing, so we went with the Blessing. In this format, there's a lot of enchantments, way more than usual. There's also a lot of auras that pump your creatures. This is a very good card. This should never table. Pick 1, pack 1 was Banishing Light. So I think red-white aggro is starting to look like one of the places we might end up. There's not a lot of escape in red-white like there is in green. Like, black-red and green-red generally don't want Rage Hound that much because they have better things to escape out of black and green. But white doesn't really have escape. So if we do end up a white-red aggro deck, I think we'll be pretty happy to pick up this Rage Hound. Now we can grab Wings. I think that's really important. If anybody wasn't paying attention, I think Rage Hound is a lot better in white-red than it tends to be in red-black and red-green. Because black and green have pretty good escape at common, but white doesn't. And Escape has really heavy diminishing returns, but Escape is a really powerful ability. So when Rage Hound's going to end up being the only escape card in your white-red aggro deck, it's a really good card. When it ends up being the 4th escape card in your black-red or red-green deck, it's not a very good card. So value Rage Hound much higher in white-red than you do in red-green and red-black. Okay, rant over. Let's look at the next pack. So here, there's Perforos, which again is not great. It's fine. It's not going to be on ever in my deck, so it's a pretty unexciting card. Heliod's Pilgrim tends to be really good. At this point, we have Impending Doom and nothing else really. You can't get Banishing Light, but we have the whole rest of the draft to pick up auras, and we already have one powerful one to go get. Stampede Rider's really good if you have a lot of 4 power, but we probably won't. Birth is really good if you're defensive, but white-red is probably the most aggressive deck in the format. So I think this is just Pilgrim. Rage Hound might actually be my second choice out of this pack. I really don't think Perforos is a good card. Like, if you're mono-red or something, and you're going to play it as a 7/6 haste a decent amount of the time, sure. But in a deck like this, I just honestly don't believe it's barely even playable, I think, if we go white-red aggro. Hey, Deathsea taught me Ak and RHS. For anybody who watched my stream after that, I started drafting bows. I'm not one of those, like I was wrong on bow. I saw Deathsea crushing with bow. Started drafting bows, I'm always down to learn. Bowsy. Okay, so I don't love 6-drops in decks like this, but I do like Archon because if it dies to a removal, you get something back. If we don't take it, we're taking, like, Blessing. So I think here it is Archon. There's not really anything else to look at. Hello, heavy white deck. Hello, Reverent Hoplite. I really want this Blessing because we have Heliod's Pilgrim and Dawn of Angel. But I have to take Reverent Hoplite, right? I'm almost mono-white. I really want the Blessing. I gotta take it. Like, I mean, not for memes or anything, because it's gonna make 5 tokens. Banishing Lights even sit and play Fueling Devotion. Banishing Light is not white removal that goes to the graveyard. It's white removal that sits in play, fueling Devotion. My whole deck is, like, as good as possible for Reverent Hoplite. Yeah, Blood Aspirant looks good. The only question is, are we even red? We might end up mono white, and we definitely still have the option to go white anything if we open a broken rare in any other colors. Transcendent Envoy is not good in our deck yet, but we are trying to get auras. We do have Dawn of Angel and Heliod's Pilgrim. Blood Aspirant making things unable to block, plus we have small creatures to sack, though, is not a joke, given we're a really aggressive deck. I think the pick has to be Envoy, though, because we don't even have a second color. Like, we have 2 red cards, like 2 green cards, 1 blue card. Like, we basically don't have a second color at this point. Maybe we'll just open Heliod and play mono white. For now, though, let's grab a decent white aggressive 2-drop. So another Heliod's Pilgrim here is definitely the right choice, but we really need auras. Like, badly. They're not hard to get in this format. We just haven't really seen them. Currently have 1 Blessing and 1 Doom, depending on whether we go red or green. So we have 1 aura in red, 1 in green, none in blue, and none in white. What can we flicker? Hoplite. Pilgrim, if we get a bunch of auras, but we don't have many. We are missing Will way more than I thought we'd be. Flicker Banishing Light doesn't really work unless they're killing it. They get it back, whatever you... I mean, you can then kill something better, but they get the previous thing back. I think Flicker's okay. I think if we end up red-white, I would definitely rather have, like, Final Flare here. We're going to have, like, 1/2 sitting around and 1/1 tokens, and we don't have a lot of removal. I think Flicker's got some upside, but I think Final Flare is the best card for our deck. Red is probably our most likely second color, and I think Final Flare will be good in this deck. That said, we still might go green, and we need auras really badly, so I'm going to grab Training here. Second Final Flare is not nearly as good as first, though I would definitely still play 2. But just in case we end up having to go green for auras, I'm going to grab Training there. We're basically 100% to play white, and we're deciding between green and red still with it. Don't think these cards really matter. We don't really have 4-power creatures. I don't think we're going to play Stampede Rider, so I'm going to grab Revelers in case they have good artifacts I want to blow up out of the board. Again, I don't think these cards matter, but you never know. So we'll see what we open. Because we definitely are 100% to play white, and we can still play red or green, and we're pretty 50-50. Can we still play black? Do we have any black? 0 black cards in our 75, and we open a pretty busted black rare? Sounds about right. So if we don't take Nightmare Shepherd, what are we taking? There's also no white cards in this pack. So for green, we could get Binding of the Titans, which is not particularly good in our deck. We don't have Escape. For red, we could get like a 2-drop. This is a good 2-drop for an aggro deck. But yeah, this pack is pretty bad for us. I don't see how we don't take Shepherd in case we see a bunch of black this pack. Even if we only play a few black cards, I mean, we only have like 3 green cards that would really make our deck, like 3 red cards. Shepherd is better than our 3 green cards or our 3 red cards. So I think I'm going to Shepherd and just see what's in the next couple packs. Okay, Mire's Grasp. That's great to search out with Pilgrim. Great with Dawn of Angel. Try and draft black-white from here, I guess, for Nightmare Shepherd. That's the advantage of not having a second color, I guess. Whoa, second Hoplite. I really need this Apathy so that I have auras to search out with these Pilgrims, especially if black's going to be my second color. But Hoplite would be totally busted. No, the aura has so much upside with double Pilgrim and with Dawn of Angel. I'm thinking about taking the aura here, Apathy, over Hoplite. I think I have to. I think Hoplite's a better card than Apathy in my deck, like, kind of in a vacuum. But with double Pilgrim, and this being pack 3, I think I have to take Apathy, just to make sure I lock up auras to search for. Because Pilgrim's really good if it searches out Apathy or Mire's Grasp, but if I don't have stuff to search for, Pilgrim's awful. So I think I have to take Apathy here. Okay, no auras. Now we're just looking at like Lampad or Sunmane. They're both going to be pretty good in this deck. Let's check our curve. 2-drop, 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 3-drop, 3-drop. Our curve is fine. I mean, we would definitely play more 2-drops. Back up on 4, we have like 1, 2, not very many. So I think we can take either. I think Lampad is probably better to lock up a 5th 2-drop than a 3rd 4-drop. Again, now it's Favor or Chimera. I think the Chimera would be a little bit better in general, but with Double Pilgrim, I think I just want the Favor. The Devotion is kind of nice for the Hoplite, and because we're just such a heavy white deck, this card's going to cost like 3 to 4 mana. Oh, definitely not Revoke. This is between 3rd Aura, because we really want to lock up one more Aura, or Chimera, because it's quite good in our deck. Revoke is a distant 3rd here. Chimera is better than Mogi's Favor, but we do need to pick up auras. But we did get 2 this pack. We got 2 good ones to search for. So I think we can take the Chimera and just hope we still get 1 Mogi's Favor or something else. I think that was close between Chimera and Mogi's Favor, but Revoke there would be a serious mistake. Yeah, so now do we want Storyteller or Unicorn? We are a pretty low curve aggro deck. Unicorn might be a nice curve topper for us here. Don't forget, this card doesn't cost 5. Deathsea Legend, you got thoughts on this pick? Storyteller's kind of underwhelming. Like, it's a good card. We can kill something with Apathy and then get it back, or kill something with Mire's Grasp and get it back. I guess we're going to have these removal every game because we can search them out with Pilgrims. So I guess Storyteller is buying back a removal spell almost every time. I do think the Unicorn is great for this deck, but the fact that we're going to search for Mire's Grasp or for Apathy, and then we can get it back with Storyteller is pretty sweet. But yeah, I agree that, like Detsy just said, I think that Storyteller is always fine, but I think it's underwhelming a lot of the time. But this is the deck where it'll be best with, because I have 2 Pilgrims, Shepherd, Mire's Grasp, and Apathy. Alright, so I think Hero is substantially better than Will, but I think I want to lock up a 3rd Aura now. I don't want to risk not getting a 3rd Aura to search for in my double Pilgrim deck. So now I think we have to take Will. We've waited as long as we could wait. What did I say? I'll just take Hero and get Will the very next pack. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not psychic. But, do we want Temple Thief or Will number 2? Now that we have a Will, we don't necessarily need another one. This is a pretty aggressive deck. I don't think I hate Temple Thief, and we could use the playable. Okay, now we can get that Flicker that everybody but me loves so much. Whoa, that's a nice table. Aspect. I'm very happy about that. That's a powerful aura to search out on curve with Pilgrim once in a while. That's a nice pickup for us. Omen of the Sun will probably make our deck. Maybe the second will too. And, okay, we got exactly enough playables. I'm a big fan of Aspect as well. This looks like a deck that can play 16 lands. Our cards are pretty cheap, and we can kill things. If we're stuck on 3, we're playing Banishing Lights and Apathy and Mire's Grasp. So I assume 9-7 because we have Daxos. So we actually have more cheap cards than I thought we did. So I'll cut that Temple Thief, I think, since we only have 7 swamps. I guess maybe we can cut an Omen and put Temple Thief in. The Omens aren't that good in this deck. They're okay. Oh, we're under 40. Haha. Okay, well, do we want to put back in the Omen, or do we want to put in an 8th Swamp? Nightmare Shepherd is double black, and these are black 2-drops. We could definitely get away with 16 land in this deck. But maybe we just play 17, I'm not sure. I know Deathsea hates lands. Omen is good with Hoplite, that's true. Alright, it's probably supposed to be a 16-lander. I'm probably a little too conservative. I feel like there's a bias here, because Deathsea's a much bigger landlord than me. So he always wants to play less lands, because he draws 1,000 every game. Definitely a play for stack. Definitely a perfect hand. Not actually, we don't have a 2-drop. Yeah, and I'm going to be choosing to play not drawing with the stack, so we should probably play 17 and then board to 16 if we expect to be on the draw or something like that. I don't know, it's close. I do love a 3-mana 2/2 double striker, though. Alright, so do we want to Banishing Light that Eidolon or play Envoy this turn? Kind of like Banishing Light. Are there any tricks they could have? We can't play both. Banishing Light's not an aura. It's just an enchantment. Yeah, they could flicker their Eidolon, I guess. That's true. Let's say I play Envoy and attack with the Favored. Can they do anything to really get me in combat by blocking with their Eidolon and playing a trick? They could Libation, but they could always just do that in response to whatever I do. Blessing will make them a 3/4, so it'll still trade with my my Erois. Will make it a 2/4. It'll still trade with my Erois. Doesn't feel like they can own me. I mean, I'm happy if I, like, you know, trade with their trick. I'm just not happy if their creature lives and kills mine. Oh, Blessing is indestructible, you're right. So my creature will die and theirs will live. Yeah, maybe I should have went with Banishing Light. Oh, that doesn't do anything. They just get a chump blocker. Unfortunately, we can't Banishing Light their only real creature, unless they make it a creature randomly on my turn, and if they do, they're probably blocking with it. Well, I'll take one more land for this Archon. Then no more. Finishing this game with exactly 6 would be ideal, Detsy, if you could make that happen for me. Oh, it's non-land permanent. That's right. I can. This isn't creature. Sorry, I can get the Thundering Chariot, which is nice because, like I said, it's their only real creature. And we don't want to Hoplite until after we play Archon. So I'll be pretty happy to Banishing Light away Chariot. Okay, and we want to do it pre-combat to turn on Double Strike, of course. Good job, chat. As usual, y'all are right. Count 10,746, chat. Ben, 7. I did get that one the other day. I'm not forgetting that one. Do I send the Envoy? It lets them hit me for 2 back. So it's 1 for 2. It actually lets them hit me for 3 back, because it can just bounce with the Eidolon right now, and they can't send the 1/1s or I'll eat those. So it's kind of like hitting for 1 and take 3. That doesn't seem like a good deal. I'm not winning this game by that much. Yeah, well, the Eidolon's lifelink isn't super relevant at the moment. It's just a question of what's the difference if I send Envoy, and they take 1, but then they could swing back for 3. Now they can gain 1 if they want to tap their Eidolon and bounce it with the Envoy, but they don't take 1, and I don't take 3. Presuming the 1/1s can't attack profitably, because they don't want to sack a 1/1 to deal me a couple points of damage. Okay, so this turn, we don't really have an enchantment to play. We kind of want to play Archon. I'm not that worried about getting an enchantment in the yard before they kill it, because if they Final Death it, it gets exiled anyway. If they Apathy it, like, that's pretty much white black's removal. So this turn, the favorite of Erois is going to stay back. So we might as well send the Envoy, and then we'll just play Archon. It'll probably get Final Death, but gotta make them have it. What if they don't? Yeah, 2-top is scary. If they tap out for some big threat, we can Banishing Light it, and it's awesome for us. Well, we can Banishing Light the Banishing Light, right? Get back our 4/4 that way. That's decent. And this time we'll do it pre-combat, of course, because it turns on Double Strike. And now we don't need to hold the Envoy back because we have the Archon back. They have their own. Theirs is better than mine because if they trade, they're going to get back Omen. I wish I had another Banishing Light. That said, let's make a bunch of 1/1s. Looks like a lot. No enchantment this turn. No real reason to trade right now. If nothing else, we'll do it next turn. See what else they have. Oh, they draw a card. I was like, that doesn't seem great. I mean, I guess, like, they're worried about me swarming, and they probably should be, but... Oh, okay, I'm glad we waited a turn. There's a perfect draw. Now I'm just going to alpha. If they put their Archon on my Archon, we've got the Indomitable Will. If they don't, they're taking a lot of damage. Ouch. Well, mine lives. It's not that bad. They're gonna draw a card, and they can get back their like Archon. They can't get back Minions return. I mean, they can, right? But it'll go on Hateful Eidolon. It won't go on Archon. So they can't like get their Archon back or anything. So it's not actually that bad. They can get like Omen and gain 2 and get some 1/1 blockers, which they probably need to stay alive. But I still have my Giant Flyer. Yeah, they can't put it on Archon. I realized that a second after I started to say it. Wait, they can? I thought they couldn't. Oh, no, it just comes back the one time. Right. So, that was pretty good for them, but, I mean, in the end, I still have a 5/6 flyer now they have to deal with. I guess if they favor their own Archon, that can trade with mine. And then they can get back Minions return, potentially. They can loop it in the sense that the next time Archon dies, it can get back Minions return. But they couldn't, like, it's not like a free thing. They couldn't just get Minions return back on the Archon that time. I think. I'm not 100% on these complicated rules interactions. I know I've been a pro for 20 years, but Magic's rules are so complicated. When it dies, is that in the yard to target? Maybe it is. I honestly have no idea. Seriously, I just have no idea. Okay, some people seem confident that they could, so maybe they could. I don't really know. Okay, so for now, what can we do? The 5/6 can attack profitably, but they have a chump blocker. So if we swarm, what happens? Eidolon puts them to 11 and eats one of these. 4/4 eats 1/2. 1/2 chumps 5/6. They could like block 2 more 1/1s. So then they're at 11. They take 2, 3. They're taking next to nothing. So a swarm is not good. So now we just attack with a 5/6 that can profitably attack. Wow, they're doing a nice job stabilizing. I thought they were going to be dead. I mean, I guess the 5/6 flyers, there's still something they have to deal with. They can Mogi's favor once. If they Mogi's favor, like, their Archon, then it would trade with my Archon. Thank you for subscribing, Jasmine Lawrence. Really appreciate it. So, I guess for now, since they didn't play favor, I can just keep attacking with Archon. I mean, they can get back, like, Elspeth's Nightmare, but that's not actually that scary. Yeah, they could Mogi's their own Archon, and then I wouldn't have an attack right now. They maybe should do that. They wouldn't have any dead enchantments to get back, so I could, like, trade Archon with theirs and then get back my Indomitable Will, but I guess that's not very exciting. Yeah, they realized they had to do that, I guess. They were trying to wait, probably, because anytime they kill a 1/1 with Mogi's favor, they draw a card, so that they had a good thing going there. If these trade, they'll draw a card. I can get back the will, I think, but that's very unexciting. If I draw one of my 2 Pilgrims, or my Apathy, or my Mire's Grasp, then I can kill their Archon and hit them in the air. So I think we just chill for now. Oh wait, they have the Alcide too. Did I get 2 Hoplites? I think I... No, I didn't. I took that other thing over it, right? Did that other Hoplite table? Because if I play a second Hoplite, then I would have infinite 1/1s. I took Apathy instead. That's true, yeah. But if I get Mire's Grasp or Apathy, if I Mire's Grasp the Archon and they give it pro black, that will knock the Grasp off and I can attack right away. If I get Apathy, they can respond by giving it pro white. The Apathy will go to the yard, and then I can Storyteller it back. So either Apathy or Mire's Grasp basically work. Or either of my 2 Pilgrims to go search them out, right? So I'm sitting around on at least 4 good draws. Yeah, Lampad just kills them, so that's another good draw. That's 5. They're literally just dead if I draw it. That's an interesting one. Do I want to do anything with that? The Alcide actually doesn't throw much of a stick in the plan. Because if I Mire's Grasp this Archon, they give it pro black, the Mogi's favor falls off, I get to have a nice attack right away, and then I can Storyteller back the Mogi's favor for next turn. If I Apathy, they give it pro white, I can't attack this turn, but I can still Storyteller back the Apathy and then kill the Archon the following turn. Yeah, I think we just put this on our big creature. I'm not really worried about them killing in a response or anything. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Just land it. They're probably holding mostly lands, but they might have, like, you know, 2 non-lands in hand. We don't want to give them more time to just accumulate more lands. So that's why you want to play Aspects sooner rather than later in a spot like this. Like, they ended up having to discard a Flicker. Not sure why they didn't flick my Archon in response. Wouldn't have been much different, but they knock off the will. Okay, so let's run the play we were talking about. Well, if they would have flickered my Archon in response, the Aspect wouldn't have landed, and then they wouldn't have had to discard 2. Could be Heliod's Intervention. It definitely has to be something really good. Okay, well, 4/4 Pro Black doesn't stop a 5/6 white creature, so let's find out what they have. It's kind of crazy how many effects there are per turn here, but I think we're looking good. I mean, I don't think they can have Heliod's Intervention. They would just blow up all my Banishing Lights and win the game. Like, if they had Heliod's Intervention, they could have just blown these both up, gotten their good creature, gotten their Banishing Light, used it to kill my Archon. I don't know what their last card in hand was. Maybe Storyteller. But I don't believe it's Heliod's Intervention. I don't think that makes sense. Like, they could have already just blown up both my Lights and my Dawn of Angel and my Indomitable Will and just wrecked me. Okay, so what's going on? They just searched out an Apathy to kill my Archon. It's not great. Because I won't even get these triggers. Not that I have any 2 power creatures in the yard. They're tapped out. So I could, like, Myers Grasp the 3/4 and potentially do some kind of big attack. They will gain 2 life, so they're effectively at 13. Though if they have to trade off Alseid, I'm happy. So let's say they gain 1, they're at 12. I've got, what, 4? So this 5 is connecting. So they're effectively at 12 when they block with Eidolon. And then they're taking 6 in the air, so they're effectively at 6. 4... 7 ground creatures to like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's not going to work. So we just have to chill. I think I'm just going to kill Hateful Eidolon. I don't want to let them keep drawing cards. Or gaining life for that matter. Just keep poking them in the air. Because now they can Apathy the Archon. But they're still taking 1 a turn in the air. They don't have any possible attack on the ground. They're also decking first. And we're at 30. So maybe we'll just end up decking them. You know what format is good? When you play the White Weenie Mirror and natural deck your opponent. If you wanted one way to measure a format as good or bad, that's got to just be the perfect formula. If you can natural deck your opponent in the White Weenie Mirror, it's a good format. I think it's 2 casting cost, not power. Let me check. Yeah, it's casting cost 2 or less. What? I'm not allowed to wear shorts anymore? What are you talking about? I thought the no shorts in the MPL was because me and Matt Nass didn't make it. Did they pass a rule MPLers can't wear shorts in tournaments or something? I mean, I'm not in the MPL. I'm a rival. I don't know if they passed a rule that rivals can't as well. But I would consider that a personal attack if they banned sweatpants. Yeah, well, I know you're not allowed to gamble on Magic games, but what is the deal with the clothes? What are y'all talking about? Yeah, I think Ephro meant rules don't get passed in private corporate boardrooms. Yeah, Lampad ends the game. Apathy or Pilgrim for Apathy is still quite good. I don't know if it ends the game or not. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to deck them. They still have like 5 or 6 lands left in their 12 or 13 cards. Unless they have Heliod or something, I think I'm just going to deck them. If I don't, like, kill them with this flyer. But I'm pretty far from that. Daxos is when a creature dies, too, so they can just start attacking with 1/1s and gaining a life. Obviously, if I start eating their 1/1s, I might be able to swarm them at some point in the future. But I think that for now, the poking them for 1 in the air, I think it's highly unlikely that that will ever end up killing them, because they could always just gain life thanks to their Daxos. But I do think I'm a pretty big favorite to deck them if I need to. They still have, like, at least 5, maybe 6 lands left in their unknown 13 cards. And I'm at 29 life. So, I mean, unless they have some game-breaking mythic or something like Heliod, it's going to be pretty hard for them not to run out of cards. They can't block a flyer. I was saying, like, the 1/1s... Like, let's say I keep poking them for 1 in the air and they didn't final death the flyer. If I get them to 1 or 2, they just attack with a 1/1 or whatever. I mean, I would take it on the last turn, but... Oh, they deck first by miles. I have 17 cards in my library. They have 10. I still have Nightmare Shepherd. Yeah, I still have a Sunmane. I still have Apathy, Pilgrim. But again, they're decking first, so I'm not really worried. I think they're going to deck if I don't kill them. I wonder if I can kill them with that if I take out their Daxos. Well, I guess they are dead. Okay, that was interesting. The white weenie, come up the board, deck the opponent's strategy, exactly as we drew it up. So, do we want to change anything? Oh, we have no playables in either color in our sideboard, except for Wings of Hubris. And they had plenty of flyers and removal, so I don't think I'm worried about Wings. So I'll board in my no white cards, no black cards. Why does Wings seem good? I like Wings against, like, turtle decks that are looking to block on the ground and stuff. They're, like, their deck's just as aggressive as mine, and they have flyers and removal. This does not seem like a good matchup for Wings to me. I'm just glad you said blue cheese. Never ranch, BF Bane. Never ranch. They played a couple different flyers. They had their own 1/2 Envoy and their own 4/4 Archon. Plus, they also just played several removal and, like, life gain stuff. I don't know. I don't think this is a Wings matchup at all. Obviously, it's a good stalemate breaker, but you're not counting on games stalemating like that just because that one did. This deck could really use a commanding presence to search out with the 2 Pilgrims and to play on the Envoy. Okay, well, I want to play Banishing Light so that I can play Chimera, but I'm not Banishing Lighting Heliod's Pilgrim. So it looks like we're doing nothing for now. I mean, just because games go for a while doesn't mean it's a stalemate. I mean, a lot of the games, you're still firing back and forth. The games just last a while because there's a lot of removal and life gain and stuff. This is traditional. Ranked is not available yet. Daybreak Chimera, on the other hand, is available right now. So we did have the Flicker of Fate. That we could have Flicker inflated the Flicker of Faded, the 1-2 Hoplite last game. That would have been a way to break that stalemate. For now, we probably want to just flicker this Chimera to free it up. We could try and get them on their turn, but if they don't tap out, it's pretty bad for us. I mean, I could Banishing Light either the Apathy or the Daxos if I want to. Got a few options. Can't do both, so we have to decide which one. We want this game to go long. We don't want to race because we have a bunch of good black spells and we don't have any swamps yet. So we should probably play for the long game here. I think we just want to maybe flick Chimera while they're tapped and it's safe. Knock off the Apathy. Because I kind of want to Banishing Light their Archon if they have that. And I don't mind trading Chimera for Daxos. Like I said, I really want to play for the long game. I have Broken Rare, 6 mana white creature, removal spell. So we want to play defensively and try and lengthen this game if possible. All right, well, I don't know what they have, but we're going to have to work through a trick, so let's find out. Oh, looks like that's what they had. Makes sense. Okay, so we're going to wait for them to play that before we Banishing Light, but I guess we got Pilgrim anyway this turn, so we can go get Apathy. So they're probably going to put Commanding Presence on the Pilgrim. What's up, TPO? So, do we have choices? I can get Indomitable Will, actually. I think this is actually pretty good right now. If they put Commanding Presence on the Pilgrim, I can block it with my 1-2 and Indomitable Will. If they put it on the Daxos, then I can Banishing Light Daxos and get rid of it all. And I kind of want the Daxos out of play if possible, because that'll deny them a lot of life. So getting this Indomitable Will, I think, works out pretty well here. It gives us the ability to blank Commanding Presence on the Pilgrim without using Banishing Light. And of course, if they put the Presence on the Daxos, then we have Banishing Light. They do have First Strike, so there's no multi-block that works here. But we do just get to put that out. Indomitable Will. I'm going to put it on the Pilgrim, because if they have a trick, this is the one I'd rather lose than the Envoy. So we still may have to Banishing Light away Daxos at some point. I don't really want to. Oh, wait, this Daxos has infinite toughness. So, well, I mean, less infinite after they kill Chimera. So let's actually count. 1, 2, 3, 5. So this is going to be a 2-5. Well, that's big enough to block a 4-4, so I'm down. I'm going to hold back the 2-4 because I don't want to be too feisty. But there's no reason to think we need the Envoy back. I probably should have attacked with it last turn, but their play wasn't scripted. We didn't know for sure they were going to do what they did. It's a 2-7, but it's really a 2-5 because they can pay 3 and remove this Chimera. That said, we're doing a good job of gumming up the ground, and we haven't even used our Banishing Light yet. So hopefully we'll draw those swamps soon. Because we win in the air easily if we just create a stalemate. We have 2 good 4-4 flyers in hand. I mean, I know I'm only playing 7 swamps, but we're almost halfway through our deck. Well, nothing really to do. Chill out. Hit them in the air. Hope we draw swamps. It's a pretty good one. So what happens if they attack with Daxos and I double block? I trade off like either the Pilgrim and then I can get Daxos back thanks to the Evangel. So that works, right? If the Evangel dies, whenever a creature dies, if an aura you control is attached to it. Oh, but like they're just going to kill the Evangel and not the Pilgrim. So the Pilgrim's the one I want to lose to get back Daxos. Because like I can double block their Daxos here. And then I trade Evangel for it, which is a good trade. I could also just put Pilgrim on it. And then I'll get back my Daxos. That seems better. They get a 1/1. I take 3. But Daxos is pretty good on this board. It's got infinite toughness to blank their creatures. Yeah, I think we just put Pilgrim on Daxos. Yeah, we lose a few devotion, but we can always cast this Banishing Light. Since they have Elspeth's Nightmare going off, we want to cast Banishing Light this turn anyway. So Daxos has more than enough devotion, I think. I don't care if they take Aspect, so we can Banishing Light their best card now. The question is, do we Banishing Light Heliod's Pilgrim or Daxos? I think it has to be Pilgrim, because it gets rid of Commanding Presence, whereas if we take Daxos, the Mogi's favor just goes to their yard. I don't think I can keep attacking. Definitely getting quite low here, so we do need this Daxos. If they don't have anything else, I'm going to chump with Envoy this turn. If they send the other 2, I can eat 1. Oh, they even just lost a white loyalty, so now it's not actually a chump. I can trade with the Daxos with the Transcendent Envoy. That's good. Well, there goes that, but not that big of a deal either way. I also don't need the Dawn Evangel. It's good, and I've got the Myers Grasp. But again, if I stabilize, I'll win, because, I mean, I gotta draw... Like, I gotta be able to win with Shepherd and Archon and the amount of power in my hand. So at the end of the day, I think all we're trying to do is just keep our life total up and stabilize. It's a big part of why I wanted Daxos back so badly, because it gains a lot of life, and it's just a good blocker. I don't know why Cardboard Live isn't working. I'll close it and reopen it. Okay, no decisions. When will we draw a Swamp? We're down to 22 cards in our deck. How many do you think we can go without a Swamp? Still nothing we can really do. I think we can poke them for 1 again now with the Transcendent Envoy. No need to keep that back when we have the 2/3 and we have 3 blockers for 3 attackers. I guess I should be playing lands. We didn't see a discard 2. We didn't see Aspect out of them last game. I might want to play Archon if I draw a Swamp. This card's double black. So now it's Pilgrim for Myers Grasp. We've already used Will and Apathy, I think. Just Will. Oh, okay. Pilgrim for Apathy. Then I can slap Apathy on Daxos and start attacking. This swung nicely. Yeah, I didn't have any non-white creatures, so I think I would have been dead had they given it pro-white and attacked. Maybe I'll win this game without ever drawing a Swamp. That would be impressive. 19 left in my library. Thanks, Warcut. I appreciate you looking into the future for me. Well, that went kind of awkwardly. Thank you, C31. Appreciate that subscription. That was one of the weirder matches I've played. Arena's actually pretty good about that because it shows you when a creature's summoning sick with animation, so you know which one just came into play because it's the one that's summoning sick. I've actually had a lot more problems with that on Magic Online than on Arena. I did win without a swamp. I am that great. So here I think we just go get Mire's Grasp. It kills their creature pretty efficiently. And then we can always go get it back. And if for some reason... Well, there is Aspect. Nah, they're missing land drops. We definitely want to get Mire's Grasp. Of course, we can attack if they have something cool. I'm not super attached to Daxos. Like, it's a good card. But don't think you're trying to protect your 2-drop. If your 2-drop can deal damage with your 2-drop. If they play a trick and they kill it, so be it. Now I'm wondering what they have. I don't care at all about this Heliod's Pilgrim. The only thing is they might have Chain to Memory, and since they're kind of missing land drops, I don't want to give them the opportunity to play a Scry card. Like, if I knew they had a card in their hand, 1 mana +2/+2, or like Mantle, I would just block because I want them to play it. But I don't want to give them the opportunity to use Chain to Memory. That's the only thing I'm worried about. I'm just going to block, because if it is Mantle, I want them to play it, because then I can Mire's Grasp their creature. I don't know. I didn't really watch it, Stannis. It's kind of cool, though, playing all 15 land decks. It's especially fun for Reed, because he doesn't play a lot of aggro. Okay, I guess they just wanted to play that. Works for me, no big deal. I'm not going to... I mean, I could play Storyteller to pressure them while they're screwed, but I'm going to Mire's Grasp soon, and then I can just play Storyteller after that. So I think I just want to play Pilgrim. Plus, like, Will is such a nice cheap trick. Aspect's pretty powerful, but they have so many cards in hand. I think we just want Will. This is kind of weird, but... So I know Will is the least powerful of those 3 enchantments, but I mean, we have a lot to spend our mana on with Storyteller and Mire's Grasp and Flicker and all of that. I can always go tutor up another one later by flickering Pilgrim. But ultimately, I think that Indomitable Will is going to hurt their blocks the most, and I think that's what we want when we're ahead like this. I don't think I really need to make them discard 2 here. They would just discard 2 of their expensive cards that the game is likely to finish before they get the opportunity to play. I mean, the nice thing about Aspect is that it's proactive, but if they're not doing anything, the game's over anyway. And if they start casting creatures, I mean, Indomitable Will is going to make their blocks really hard. Like, I know on board it looks like, oh, like, you can't play it or whatever. But, like, what are their options going to be like? I will say I'm not super happy about how this went. I didn't have Will up there or Flicker to protect my Pegasus. Might just have to run the Storyteller that I maybe should have ran a bunch of turns ago. Getting punished. Think I do need to pressure them. No enchantments in the yard still. If they come back, wow, I definitely did not press the gas pedal enough in this game. If I had 2 mana up for Indomitable when they played Elspeth's Nightmare, I would definitely have saved my Pegasus. I didn't have any mana up. I mean, that's not the worst, but they'll probably play something, and that's using my whole hand anyway. Works for me. Yeah, they knew about the flicker. Look, y'all, the set just came out. There's a lot of newish players on Arena. Relax. So here we want to play Hoplite before any of our creatures die. Also just grows the toughness. Make sure we don't accidentally lose Daxos. They can kill one of my 1/1s. Who cares? We have 10 of them. That should end the game. I mean, that was a weird game. I definitely could have, like, maybe been more aggressive and probably should have. Like, I probably should have played the Storyteller on turn 4. But kind of the point of getting the will was that, like, I have Flicker. So if they play blockers, then I can just attack and have Indomitable Will. If they go for removal, I have Flicker. I know they knew about the Flicker, so it depends on what their options were like. But also remember, they were stuck on 3 mana. They may have only had 1 or 2 cards they could cast. It's not like they had 5 mana and 5 cards in hand and they chose a bad option. Maybe that was their only option. Still not a good play, because, I mean, they could have even done it on my turn and then they would at least save 3 damage. But I'm just saying, it's not like they necessarily had a ton of great options at their disposal. So if I didn't have Omen, I'd consider grasping the 2/1, because I have a pretty slow hand. I probably still wouldn't do it, but I would consider it. But now I think next turn we're just going to pass, and then we can play Omen and trade the Piper for one of our 1/1s, and then we could save Grasp for a better creature. Like that Underworld Charger. Oh, I forget about stuff all the time. Think about how often the chat points something out that I missed. Magic is hard, yo. That's why it's still fun after 25 years. Alright, so what are our options here? We could play Chimera, but it will only get cheaper. If we play Sunmane, that's going to knock it to 3 mana. But, oh no, we don't have double white, so that's not even an option. So our options are Grasp on Wave Rider. We're not going to get a better target than Wave Rider for Grasp. That's highly unlikely. And play Lampad. Or just drop Sunmane. Okay, I think we accomplish more with Grasp and Lampad. Oh no, but we lose the ability to double spell. We do want to play white cards when we can, and then we might have the ability to double spell with Banishing Light and Grasp. If we had 2 planes, I mean, we might have different options with Chimera, but I think it would be better to play like Lampad and Mire's Grasp on board by a small amount than to play Sunmane. But I think we actually want to play Sunmane this turn, just so that we have the ability to double spell next turn, potentially. Because if I play Grasp and Lampad, I can only do one thing next turn. Now I can like play Banishing Light and Mire's Grasp, or Banishing Light and Lampad next turn. So this gives me the ability to double spell next turn, which is pretty valuable. So we're definitely not blocking Charger. If they attack with Wave Rider, whether or not to double block is close. I still probably wouldn't, but it is close. Yeah, but I'm using all my mana both times. So I'm falling slightly further behind, but in the end I'll have more out. Because, like, I'm going to be able to double spell later with these 2 mana cards, like, and just use all my mana more times, assuming I draw, like, a Plains for Chimera, or more single white spells to cast. I mean, there are ways it lines up where I don't use my mana better this way, but it requires some pretty awkward drawing. Given Plains unlocks Chimera, black cards I can cast, single white cards I can cast. Okay, so here, Devour's a pretty good threat. We could Banishing Light and Grasp. We could also just put out, like, hey, we got a raid from Echo 5. Bravo. Thank you for the raid, Echo. How you doing? Okay, so what do we want to do? Wave Rider and Devour are about equivalent. Ideally, we Banishing Light Charger if we Banishing Light anything. I think I'm just going to kill their 2 3/3s. So I think I want to Myers Grasp Wave Rider first. Then we can attack with both. Of course, if they want to trade Devour for this 1/1 Foot Soldier, I'll be ecstatic. Then if I Banishing Light Charger, I'm not really worried about them racing me with Devour. I can give this lifelink. I've got a bunch of stuff to do, including Lampad. So I think if we make this line, it's going to be pretty hard for Devourer to be a scary threat. I think they're not going to be able to race me, and we kill their 2 good blockers. Well, they're 1 good attacker and they're 1 good blocker. Yeah, they probably don't have that much escape in blue-black, though. I like the format. It's sweet. Slow games, the graveyard matters, enchantments matter. All in all, I find it pretty fun. I'm pretty happy with this format. So hopefully we'll draw Plains, and then we can play Chimera and both of our black 2-drops. Just doing it. So who said this wasn't going to be the most mana efficient? Come on now. How do you top this? No, but I mean, in all seriousness, obviously I didn't know what my next 2 draw steps were going to be, but there are a lot of different draws that result in playing the Sun Main that 1 turn being the most mana efficient you can be. Also, if you're Psychic, then you can just choose whatever's going to be the best, knowing what you're going to draw. So no decisions now. We'll just attack with everything. Lifelink up the Sun Main. Probably should have done it before I attack so I would have Vigilance, but obviously that doesn't matter. Then we can Scry into their turn. I guess I could have upkeep Scryed. I did want to spend 2 mana on the Sun Main, though. So I wouldn't have been able to cast anything good I Scryed unless I, like, found something really good, and then I wouldn't spend the mana on the Sun Main, I guess. The thing about upkeep Scrying, like, it feels good because you don't draw a land, but remember, when you have to tap 3 of your mana in play, what are you scrying into? You can only find a 2 mana card for that turn. So, let me talk about this concept a lot, because this does get suggested a lot, and sometimes it's right to upkeep Scry, and sometimes it's not, and it's super tricky. So, if a lot of your best draws, let's say you have exactly 6 mana out, like I did last turn, if a lot of your best draws cost 3 or less, then you probably want to upkeep Scry, but if a lot of your best draws cost 4, 5, or 6, then you don't want to upkeep Scry, because if you do draw one of those cards, you want to be able to cast them, and if you draw a land, you can still Scry next turn, and then be able to cast your 4, 5s, and 6s. So, like, upkeep Scry doesn't accomplish a lot if you bottom a land and top a 4-drop that you can't cast until the following turn anyway. So when you're upkeep Scrying, you really have to think about how much mana you have left over, and how many cards that you really want to scry into and play that turn with the leftover mana. It's not helping you to put a land on the bottom and then draw your 4-drop and then play it the following turn, because that land is just a random draw. So you could easily have just like taken that draw step and then scry a different land to the bottom. So what you're trying to think about is, like, are you cutting off yourself from playing your best cards, or are you giving yourself a higher chance to play your good cards? So they're at 6, so they're dead unless they have something. Oh, they're dead post-combat either way, so we can just pass to them here. Make sure there's no chain of memory, and then finish them off. Right, they could just have Unsummon or Chain. So that's why I didn't want to, like, sack the 2-2 and then have them bounce like Chimera. I'd rather let the 2-2 trade with the 3-2 and then finish them post-combat, once we find out they don't have Stern Dismissal or Chain of Memory to stay alive. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. I mean, streaming, you only really see my shirt. You don't see my, like, sweatpants that I'm always wearing. I also don't know if sweatpants counts as appropriate clothing or not. Like, they might be trying to say, like, don't come in like, flip-flops, you know, like a tank top and, like, you know, basketball shorts or something. Sweatpants are obviously athletic clothing, but they are pants. Me and Matt Nass are going to have to get together and talk to WotC. Oh, this hand's super slow, but they're not super pressuring me, I guess. They have a 3-3 on turn 3. This format is so slow. I love it. So, do we do something besides Shepherd, or do we just Shepherd? I think we probably just Shepherd, because then we need to put Aspect on it and hit them for 4. If they have removal, I mean, I'd rather them kill the Laguna, but I'm going to end up having to block with Shepherd anyway, right? Like, if I play Laguna to bait removal and take 8, I'm at 9. Then the next turn I play Shepherd or Chimera, I have to block with it. So I think what we want to do is play Shepherd, and if they kill it, we can Laguna it back, and then we'll gain life. Any enchantment, right? Yep. Now, we could beat removal as long as it's not Final Death. I'm not going to block to get it back, I don't think, because I can Aspect it if they can't kill it. But if they did, like, play a removal spell here on the Shepherd, we could just Storyteller it back on top and gain 4 life, and then the Storyteller blocks these just fine. But the reason I didn't block is because if they play 1 creature this turn, now I get to Aspect, get the last 2 cards out of their hand, and then gain my 4 life and all of that. You can't have removal. You would have killed Shepherd on your turn. You cannot have removal in your hand. Just discard your cards. Let's go. What I can't do now, though, is attack, because then they'll block with Spider. And then they'll bring Spider back. So we just have to pass to them. But that's okay. We'll still get our 4 life when we block with Shepherd on their turn. I didn't know they were going to have Spider, obviously. There's no way we don't want to Aspect the last 2 cards out of their hand here. So the plan, assuming they played a non-Spider ground creature, was, assuming they played a non-Spider ground creature, I would have Aspected the last 2 cards, hit them for 4, and went to 13. I would have took a lot and gotten low, but then I could stabilize after that pretty easily. I have a 4/4 lifelinker. So it's okay to go low. They weren't going to be able to lethal me. Since they played Spider, I can't really attack here with Shepherd because they would just block and then bring it back and kill Shepherd. So now we're going to switch gears. Just kill their best creature. We're not even worried about losing the Shepherd because we can always Storyteller it back and gain some life. It's not even bad for us. Well, they scryed. They put the Omen in play, and then they got to scry, right? So, I mean, definitely it was good to play Omen. Why are y'all making fun of them for playing Omen? It was definitely right. So do we want to trade with Charger, or eat Charger, I mean, or trade with Hierophant? So next turn, we have 7 mana, so we can play Pilgrim and Chimera, regardless of whether the Storyteller's in play. The thing is, if we block Charger, the good thing about making them bring it back is we eat 3 cards from their graveyard. The bad thing is then we have to Pilgrim up Apathy to stop it. I think we're better off right now just trading our 3/4 for their 3/3 Death Touch. Because next turn we can play Pilgrim and Chimera anyway, and then we can evaluate from there. Oh, we have Nightmare Shepherd. I forgot about that. Maybe it was wrong to trade off Storyteller. Sorry, I forgot about that. That said, the 3/3 Death Touch could attack into Nightmare Shepherd, and none of these other creatures can. So that play may still have been correct. For the wrong reasons. Because I was mapping out my next turn and forgetting I was drawing Shepherd. But I'm not actually sure that that play was wrong, because I wouldn't have a blocker that could eat a 3/3 Death Touch. Now they have no real attack on this board, because Shepherd can just block and eat any of their creatures. I mean, we don't mind Laguna dying with Shepherd in play, but it's not, like, incredible for us. We just can get back an aspect that we don't particularly want. This is better for us, actually. Now we get to Pilgrim again. That's awesome for us. We do have to play these all right now. So if I block, they can't bring it back now, but they can later. See no reason to let them kill my 4/4 flyer. Well, that's an interesting draw. So I have 3 different spells, and they have Elspeth's Nightmare. If I didn't draw Flicker, this turn would have been easy. I would have just used my removal spells. People are really about these early concessions. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was definitely in a favorable position. But they're at 20 life. Couldn't they have, like, drawn Final Death for Shepherd or something? Well, definitely not a Wings matchup. Sideboarding is easy when you only have 1 playable in your sideboard on color. I mean, I love to concede early. I'm, like, way on the side of early concessions. But, like, these games, like from my perspective there, I was a favorite, but I felt like I was, like, maybe 75% to win. Like, you know, if they had drawn a removal spell for Shepherd, like, it becomes a pretty 50-50 game from there. Like, I don't know. I mean, they know their deck. Maybe they just can't remove Shepherd. Like, if they have no outs to Shepherd in their whole deck, then they're a massive underdog. Maybe that's the case. I don't really know. Like, it's borderline unwinnable if that's the case. Pretty hard to have no ways to kill a 4/4 enchantment creature, though. They're not paid actors. And listen, I love an early concession. Like I said, I'm way on the side of early concessions as far as pros go. I mean, I don't know, you know? All right, so here, if we play Sunman, we have to take a hit for 4, but it's a pretty effective card on this board. Otherwise, we could Banishing Light the 4/1, but we don't want to be as frivolous with our second Banishing Light. They don't really have anything to bring anything back right now, so I think we just pass and use the Omen to stop the 4/1. I don't want to end up getting too low. I don't think we're in a position to be mana efficient and turn and race. I think right now we'll just try and stop their beatdown. We have Banishing Light for any good threat, and we have a really good late game with this hand. Thank you, the random person. Appreciate whenever I get a subscription from a random person. Really nice of you. Okay, well, now we'll Sunmane. So they did fill their yard up. So we're going to end up having to, like, Banishing Light away a 5/5 or a 5... Well, not a 5/2. That I'll just put out a blocker for. But a 5/5 we'll probably end up having to Banishing Light. I mean, the attack wasn't that bad for them. This has Escape, and this was just a mana creature they didn't really need. I talk about this from time to time. If there's one thing I've noticed from the Twitch chat, it's like y'all are obsessed with letting your opponents use their cards, even when the cards are going to do roughly the same thing later, and it's not really creating value to not let them use it. Every time I attack into something, everybody's just like, whoa, what did you do? I'm just like, well, I mean, if they had that, it was going to kill my creature next turn or the turn after. Like, the only time you really want to play around things is when the cards are going to do less later, like, or more later. Like, if having this Loathsome Chimera in play has value for them, because, for example, they have Klothys' Design in their hand, then that's a bad attack. But if it doesn't have value for them, if I were them, I would just attack and be like, well, they probably have Omen, but maybe they don't. If they do, the 1/1 and the 4/1 are just going to stare at each other anyway, so let's find out if they have Omen. That's literally what I'd be saying to you right now if I were streaming and playing their black-green deck and they were playing my white deck. It's not bad to let your opponent use their cards unless you get more value by playing around them. Like, if this Chimera is sitting in play, staring at my 1/1 tokens from Omen, it's not accomplishing any more than it is by trading with the 1/1 token from Omen. Now, on the other hand, like I said, if they have Klothys' Design, if they have Warbriar's Blessing, there can be reasons to not make the trade. But the goal of Magic is not to prevent your opponent from using the card in their hand. Okay, for now, we don't need lifelink yet. Let's dump our stuff out, and then we can evaluate the board next turn. Yeah, but the Caryatid put a creature in their yard, which fuels Escape, and they had infinite mana. Are you sure that they didn't want to trade Caryatid for one of my 1/1s? Because it doesn't look like they need more mana, and it looks like it put a creature in their yard, which they can then use to escape, like, their 5/5 or their Spider or whatever. Okay, so let's see here. I assume we want to trade with Spider. They have no more cards in the yard to bring it back anytime soon. And it's Escape 4. What's in their yard? Just Chimera? Yeah. So that will give them Mogies and Chimera. Because this is not a race I'm winning. So now, what do we want to do? We can Omen, make 2 1/1s to block Bad Breath Cow, and give this Vigilance. Or we could use all 5 mana playing like Pilgrim, and then we can get like Indomitable Will. If they don't have anything else to do, Indomitable Will is pretty good right now. But we don't have a block on the 3/3 Death Touch. Oh, we can get Mire's Grasp and kill the 3/3 Death Touch. And then we have Omen next turn for Cow. They're going to be able to bring back Spider then, though. We also kind of want to get this Dawn of Angel in play. So maybe we Storyteller for the Dawn of Angel. Because the Storyteller stops their board except the 3/3 Death Touch. And the Dawn of Angel lets us bring back the Lampad for free. So I think this is what we want to do. This way we minimize the amount of trading and killing their creatures, which keeps them off of Escape. Like, this works out really well. Now we just take the 3 back that we gained. And then when we Mire's Grasp, we can search out Mire's Grasp with this Pilgrim. And when we do that later, we'll have the Dawn of Angel in play. And that'll get us back a free Lampad of Death's Vigil. So I think this is the right line by a lot, actually. This lets us chain our cards and avoid trading. So now we can sink 2 mana into the Pegasus. And then play our Dawn of Angel. We're barely even taking damage because we took 3 and we gained 2 right back. And then next turn, we can go Pilgrim, Mire's Grasp, kill the Hierophant if we want to, and get back Lampad. We might do that, we might not, depending on what they do. But all in all, the chaining our cards has a lot of value. Well, there's a little curveball there. But I think now, basically, what we'll do is trade off Sunmane Pegasus, because that puts our back to the wall too much to try and preserve it. And then we don't have to worry about them spidering away anything for free. Now we can Pilgrim, Grasp away the 3/3, and then we still get back our land pad. So we still get to do some chaining, still get some nice value, get rid of the 3/3 Death Touch, get our land pad back in play. Or in our hand, anyway. Bad Breath Cow. I don't know if it's a buffalo or a cow. I don't know whatever that word is. So do we want to trade Dawn Evangel? How much more enchanting things are we going to do? Not much. We've got the Apathy. If we draw our other Pilgrim, we can get it back. I think we're in a position where we don't want to take a hit for 3 here. This worked out pretty well. They never got the good opportunity to spite or anything, and we kept our life total roughly as high as we could for them having a second Bad Breath Cow. So they're thinking about what they want to escape. A 4/5 is their best one, but it requires removing 4 cards compared to only 3 for the 5/2. So that's what this is a tough decision for them because they're close to being able to escape things more. Well, with Relentless Pursuit, they should have done that first, and then they would have had more stuff to remove, and they wouldn't have had to remove their other escape creatures. For now, though, I think we just want to play Omen this turn, and then we can trade our 2 1/1s for their 5/2. Because I don't want to trade Archon for their 5/2, and they have a pretty good life total advantage. Could play Lampad, or I can Scry. It's probably better to play Lampad, because Scrying doesn't have a lot of value right now, because I already have Archon to play, as soon as I don't have anything to do. Don't ask me why I just put the Omen in play. That was supposed to happen on their turn when they attacked. That was one of those, my hand just didn't do what my brain planned out. Oh, no, we should absolutely wait till they attack. It's not a big deal. I just planned out, like, I was going to play Lampad and Omen and blah, 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 and not Scry. And then I just clicked on the Omen and put it in play for no reason. That was absolutely wrong and not intentional, really. I mean, like, you know, I did it, but I didn't. It wasn't what I wanted to do or what I planned to do. Okay, so they removed the Spider, right? So I can play the Archon. Yep. So that's cool. I would have double blocked the Chimera with the 1/1 and the 1/2, but I can't really pass up the value here on an almost free kill on the Wanderer. I'm just trading a 1/1 for the Wanderer. This looks pretty good. I can still afford the 5 life. What do we have to get back? Dawn Evangel. So we don't want to lose Lampad. Or no, we do want to lose Lampad. Wait, I gotta think. If we Mire's Grasp... Oh, we can't get Dawn Evangel and Mire's Grasp. We can get one of them. So there's no way to get anything else back now. But we do have Aspect. So this is pretty interesting. If I Aspect the Archon... What's gonna happen? They have so many cards in their yard again. This is a good game. I think I need to go aggro, because otherwise they're just going to beat me with these escape creatures. So what I think I'm going to do here is put Pilgrim on Chimera and sack it to Lampad. I think I need to just kill them, and if they don't have an answer for this Archon, I can gain 4 life a turn by giving it lifelink, so that should let me live. Unless they top decked an out here, it's going to be pretty hard for them to win this race, I think. Obviously, if they draw, like, removal or something, they might win. Am I one short? I have to block and then sack. Maybe I'm one short. Well, no, because... Okay, yeah. I'll kill them in 2. Because if I block and sack, I'm taking 2 to 5, and then I go to 9. I guess they have Mogi's favor. This is a really, really tight game. I can also Archon an enchantment in play right now. This is really weird. Okay, so let's say I sack the Archon to drain them to 5. I can get back Mire's Grasp and kill one of these. I can get back Dawn of Angel. I think... Do I have outs? Because, like, if I can +1 the Archon, I can kill them on my turn. I guess I can scry first if I want to. So let's scry. I should have done this on my turn. Let's scry and see what we're going to draw. Because if I draw a single point of damage, I win. If I just block sack. If I block sack now, though, I take 4 effective. I'm at 3. I hit down back to 7. And then I have a blocker I can draw. Throw it in front of one of these, and I still die. I would need 2 blockers. So I think I have to bottom that. I'm going to set an upkeep stop. I've got, what, 8 mana? Yeah, so I can find, like, Hoplite. I can scry again on my upkeep. So I think we just need, like, 2 blockers or 1 point of damage. So we can draw, like, Indomitable Will for the win, or we can draw Hoplite for the win. And we have enough mana. So what I'm going to do here is scry again during my upkeep after bottoming both of those. And dig for Pilgrim, Indomitable Will, or Hoplite. Does Flicker work? I can flicker either of these Banishing Lights on their turn and then kill a different creature. So that works, right? No, it doesn't. It stops just one of their creatures. Flicker doesn't work on those. Flicker on Archon to block with it after I go to 7 doesn't work. What's the other card? Nope, neither of those work. I need to stop 2 cards. So I need, like, Hoplite, or I need Pilgrim for Will, or Will. 1 Pilgrim left, Will left, and Hoplite left. Flicker doesn't work, though, right? Attack and then flick this. It doesn't trigger. It's when that dies. Nope. Flicker doesn't work. So we need Will, Hoplite, or Pilgrim. Hey, Xaxes! It's always the most fun when it's the dead last card after you scry 4, you know? Good stuff, good stuff. Yes, we had fun in that match. Yes, we did. I'm not doing any more drafts tonight, but I'm going to play out these last 2 matches. It's not late. Last draft of the night. Did I not consider the block with the Lifelinker and the Chimera? So, I didn't realize I was exactly 1 short, but I felt like I had to race because they had a huge graveyard at that point. So if I start trading with their escape creatures, they're just going to keep bringing them back and run me out of resources. And I would have, like, no outs or no way to win. So the way I played it racing, like, remember, they drew the Beetle. If they didn't draw the Beetle, then I could have just, like, block sacked with the Lampad and then scried any blocker to the top, and I could have won that race. This is the 3rd draft. This is going to be my last draft of the night, but I'm going to play out these last 2 matches and do a little ads and chats hangout afterwards. But I'm working hard to get on earlier hours, and I've been sleeping like I'm jet-lagged for the past few days, like literally in, like, 3-hour batches at weird times. So I'm not going to pull, like, any sort of epic Thursday night tonight, but I'll play out these last 2 matches, and then I'll hang out for, like, 30 minutes to an hour, do some ads and chats. Now, sometimes I have fun in a match I lose, but, like, that was just, like, epic, because it was the last card. I mean, we scried 4, and we were looking for at least 3 outs. Off the top of my head, it was a 3-outer, Pilgrim, Will, or Hoplite. Alright, so first and foremost, let's get out our 2/2 Double Striker. course, the Evangel will trigger the Erroneous, and we don't have anything to Evangel back yet, so we'd rather hit for 4 than 2. And now it's really important, because you never want to trade with this 3-2 evenly, because they just get to untap a 2-3. Of course, if they want to chump block with it to untap their 2-3, I'm cool with that. The PT, the Players Tours this weekend are in Japan and Europe, and then Phoenix is the following weekend. So we don't have any enchantments yet. Should we trade our 2-3 for their 3-2? Nah, like we just talked about, that will just result in them on tapping their 2-3. On the other hand, Daxos is going to be like a 2-8, so that'll be able to blanket if they don't have Entrancing Lyre. But Lyre's pretty powerful, and they're down to 1 card in hand, so I think this is an easy turn. Just banishing Light the Lyre and play Daxos. I mean, look, if you can banish a Lyre, you want to do that. Lyres suck. Playing it pre-combat because I'm giving my favored double strike. I will be in Phoenix, so come say hi to me if you're in Phoenix. I'll be home this weekend. Next weekend I'll be in Phoenix. No, Lyre's got to go. Anytime you can banish a Lyre, you definitely want to do that. We might even be able to get them with Omen at flash speed to turn on double strike. If they don't do anything meaningful here, the 3-2 will probably jump in front of the favorite of Erois, and then we can give it double strike. Well, that stops that. So this is interesting. I can block the 4-3 with Daxos, but if they have like a bouncer removal for one of my other creatures, the Daxos will die. That said, they have 1 card in hand. It would have to be a bounce spell, which it's not a removal. I'll just replay my card. Daxos is good, but I don't know that it's that good. I think it's worth blocking because they probably don't have anything, and I probably save 4 damage this way. And if they do have the bounce spell, it's really not that big of a deal. Even like the Mantle, I'm not even sure that I mind that block, because now I can Apathy up the 5-4 token here. And of course I'll never exile it, so they'll never get to untap the other creature. So we got the Mantle out of their hand for Daxos, which clears the way to Apathy this giant creature. Like, if I knew they had a bounce spell there, I probably wouldn't block, but it's not a big deal. If I knew they had the Mantle, I think I probably would block. Whoa, and Quadjax does it again. Quadjax gifts out another 25 subs, making $9.50 in the channel. Thank you, Quadjax. Only my sponsors have emotes right now in this channel, and that's Quadjax, Fade to Karma, and Mage Market. Thank you, Quad. Having donated 950 subs out in this channel, that is incredible. I don't think I want to play Aspect on Evangel here and have them bounce or kill it. I think we just attack. If they chump the Erois, we can just put them to 2 and pass to them, and then Omen end of their turn. If they would have chumped the Evangel, I might have played Omen to try and lethal them. Thank you for your never-ending generosity, Quadjax. Yeah, it's a little bit of a late stream for me, but I usually go on the late side Thursdays. And, I'm liking the format and all that. How's work? Snack Faden. That's a good name. Yeah, Nightbot is a little aggressive. They're always trying to ban people. The only thing we ban is liars. Hmm. 5-lander, but it's a 16-land deck. We're on the draw, and we have the best card in our deck. Well, maybe Nightmare Shepherd's still the best card in our deck. But Reverend Hoplight's really, really good in this deck. We have double Omen to sit in play, double Banishing Light to sit in play, and an almost mono white deck. Oh, that's awesome. And then more drafts. I don't know. Is this a keeper or a mull? We're on the draw. We only have 11 lands left and 33 cards. We'll probably draw some spells. I think I would have definitely kept this hand before the London Mulligan. Yeah, I'll be disciplined. Okay, no real decisions here. Well, actually, whether we put back a Swamp or a Plains is kind of a decision. We do have the Nightmare, and it's double black, and only 7 Swamps compared to 9 Plains. We have Daxos for a cheap double white card, so I guess it has to be Swamp. Well, yes, this is way better. If I knew this was going to be my second hand, I would mulligan at the speed of light. The big risk when you're mulliganing is not that you'll go down a card, it's that your second hand will just be bad too, and then you basically can't win. The London Mulligan helped that a lot, because you get to see 7 cards instead of 6 to sculpt your second hand out of. But, I mean, you know, mulliganing, like, it does tend to snowball poorly sometimes. Alright, so we already have Aspect and Grasp, so our choices are Apathy and Will. Guess we'll just get Apathy. Yeah, it definitely is Siriana. I feel like being so experienced with the previous mulligans almost puts me at a disadvantage, because you know how I always talk about how I don't like to look at the previews because they can bias you, and it's a lot easier to learn something from a blank slate than it is once you already have formed opinions. So I have like such a long time mulliganing with the Paris mulligan, and the Vancouver wasn't that different, that I might not be mulliganing enough, given how much better the London Mulligan is than the Paris and Vancouver. Okay, so we could land Aspect while they're pretty tapped. I mean, if they want to Stern Dismissal my Pilgrim, I'd probably thank them. But then we'd also be putting our Lifelink enchantment on a 1-power creature. Otherwise, what are we doing this turn? We could play, like, Mire's Grasp on Naiad. Then we're only using 2 mana. That's pretty bad. We could play another Pilgrim. That uses most of our mana, and it searches out Will before we risk drawing it. None of our options are truly great. I think it's probably best to just play Pilgrim here. Using 3 mana and not 2 is pretty important when our hand has a million spells and no lands. Also, I mean, we do draw Will 1 out of 28 times or whatever that we don't play Pilgrim. Yes, Grimar. We played with Paris from about 1996 until 2015 or so, whenever Vancouver was. It might have actually been 2016, sometime around then. And then they added the Scry 1 when you mull. I know, isn't that cool, Thunderwunk? Okay, so think now we can't really use more than 2 mana or 3. I mean, I don't really want to play Aspect this turn. They still have 4 cards, and it's not really helping me, and I still don't have a good target for it. But I do want to put Mire's Grasp in the graveyard so I can Storyteller it back. So I think now we can just Mire's Grasp the Naiad. Then we have Will up, which is nice, because we can double block Hero. If they end up having something, we have Will as backup. And of course, now we can start using our mana, because even if we don't draw a land, if they tap out, we can Aspect. If they leave their mana up, we can try and Storyteller back Mire's Grasp. We shouldn't call the London Mulligan by the city that it was first eligible in. We should just call the London Mulligan something more fitting, like Awesomeness. Paris and Vancouver were fine names for those mulligans, but, you know, for something as great as the London Mulligan, I'm kind of feeling just calling it, like, Awesomeness or something. Okay, well, I think I'm going to play Shepherd while they only have 2 up. The Naiad's not in play, so they can't play a counter. So that means I just want to run the Shepherd. Also, if they kill it, I can get it back. If they don't kill it, it's a good target for Aspect. Additionally, if they try any attacks on the ground, I'll throw my Pilgrims. Oh no, I don't have anything else to search out. But still, I can double block or whatever and just turn 1/2s into 1/1s. So that's interesting. We don't want to let them exile it if possible because of its ability and because of Storyteller. I don't think we have any ways to prevent that, though. I'd have to, like, kill my own Shepherd, which I don't really have a way to do. So what do we want to do this turn? I guess Aspect is, like, my only real play this turn. I mean, or I could Storyteller back Mire's Grasp. They still have 3 cards. They're clearly not holding any lands. So I guess we're not going to get back Shepherd. There's no way to make that happen. That dream is dead. This way, next turn, we can have a pretty good turn. We can Mire's Grasp and Apathy, or we can Aspect them if they play 2 things. Oh, we don't want to play Hoplite. We're going to have way more white permanents out. And the 1/1s aren't really even doing anything. Hoplite was definitely not an option last turn. If we had Hoplited for like 3 1/1s, we're not in a position to swarm. We're not under pressure on the ground. Our 3/4 stops their board and our 1/2s do. Hoplite's going to be for like 7 after we cast Archon and Apathy and Will. Yeah, Flicker would have been an out to save it. That's true. Okay. Seems like we'll Mire's Grasp the hero. I'm not too worried about a 1/2 flyer. And then that gives us a nice attack with Storyteller. If they go for a quad block, in honor of Quad Jacks, we have Indomitable Will. If they don't, we can just pass the turn. I do have a Flicker in the deck, but not in my hand. Yeah, we called it the Paris Mulligan, I think, forever. I mean, don't get me wrong. More often than not, somebody would just say Mulligan. But whenever it was referred to by, like, a name, it was referred to as the Paris Mulligan. Okay, again, this time we just want to Archon. That gets most of our White Devotion in play. And then we might end up doing, like, Will and Hoplite or something later. That said, if they go for the quad block, I'll happily Indomitable Will and eat their team. So, first we'll attack with Storyteller. If they take the 3, post-combat we play Archon. If they block, then I'll Indomitable Will. And then since I won't have anything better to do with 4 mana, I'll post-combat Aspect. Miss 3 points of life, but it's well worth it in this situation. Because this is I would much rather just play Archon this turn. And, I mean, I'm not even going to play Indomitable Will unless they go for the quad block. So now they didn't block, so post-combat we can play Archon. Had they blocked with all 4 creatures, we would have went Indomitable Will, and then post-combat we would have played Aspect on the Laguna. Made them discard 2 cards. Okay, well, now we don't really have much else to do that's good with our mana, so it's time to play Aspect. They're tapped out, so we know we can safely land it. Get at least 3 life. And then, of course, again, if they did block with all 4, I'd Will. They know I have Will, so they shouldn't do that. Unless they have, you know, removal and they just kind of want to make me spend it. They discarded Stern Dismissal and Sentinel's Eyes. That wasn't great. Our hand is great, but that wasn't great. The Liar again. I banished you. You don't come back for the next game after you're banished. This whole format is just sweet. Okay, works for me. This turn looks pretty easy. We can drop Apathy on this Envoy, and that'll kill Sentinel's Eyes for good when they have a million cards in their graveyard. As usual, attack them for 3. If they want to block with all their creatures, we'll get them with the will that they know we have, so they probably won't. If they don't, then we just play Dawn of Angel post-combat. And Hoplite is 5, and Will is 2, so we can hold the 1 land, because we can spend 7 next turn, and we have 6 in play. So if we draw a spell, we can always play the land, and then we're not holding 2 lands anyway. If we draw a land, we can play one of the 2, and then we can only spend up to 7 mana. I don't think it's good to attack with the 1/2s, because they can just double block and force me to use Will, and then Will comes out of my hand when it's protecting good creatures, and these 1/2s are just not particularly important. Now that the Dawn Evangel's in play, I might be more inclined to do that if it means I can get back like a dead 2-drop or something. But that's not the case at the moment. So let's see. What happens if we Indomitable Will this Dawn Evangel if they block it with a bunch of things? We can kill the Chimera. Doesn't look great. We have 4 White Devotion, 5, 6 potentially. What do we want to do now? I don't know, but I'm glad you enjoy it. I mean, I like discussing Magic. Like, I find discussing Magic, like streaming and hanging out with all of you, a lot more fun than just playing alone. I do like drafting and all of that. I think we're just going to swarm them and use Indomitable Will as a trick. So I think it's worth missing the 1/1/1 and dumping our hand, now that we drew Temple Thief especially. I even forgot about that Apathy, so we actually had 1 more loyalty than I counted. But if we're going to start alphaing into a bigger creature, we're going to do it after we make 6/1/1s, not before. I mean, I think I'm one of the only pros that actually enjoys commentating a Pro Tour more than playing in it, so I definitely get where you're coming from. That's kind of similar. Okay, Flicker's got to be a good draw, but what can we actually do with it? We could Flicker Hoplite for infinite more 1/1s to finish them next turn. If we Flicker like Chimera, they've got 1, 4, so they have 5 blockers. So like we have 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that means 6 damage gets through. So we're not killing them with an alpha. But if they can't possibly put too many blockers on one creature now. So I think Indomitable Will should give us reasonable attacks. If they put Kraken or Chimera on like Evangel or Temple Thief, we can Indomitable Will one of them. So I think we're just going to attack with everything now. And then, of course, if they block Hoplite, I'll Flicker it. If they don't block Hoplite, then we'll see what they do. That's true. We could do the Apathy thing to move the Apathy over to the Chimera. And that's pretty good, but probably not as good as flicking this Hoplite here. Because, I mean, we can probably play Will in combat on whatever creature we want. Like if Chimera blocks Temple Thief or Dawn Evangel, or Kraken blocks Temple Thief or Dawn Evangel, then we'll Will it. And then we can just blink our Hoplite for like 7 more 1/1s or something sick like that to finish them off next turn. So I think that's the plan right now. Okay, so we'd rather kill the Kraken than the Chimera because it gives them an extra blocker. We do lose 1 loyalty and a better creature that way, though. So this is close. Because the Dawn Evangel's better than the Temple Thief, but the Kraken is better than the Chimera. So which one do we want to Indomitable Will is the question. Kraken is scarier, that's true. If we lose any of our enchanted creatures with Dawn of Angel, we can get the Temple Thief right back, though. I mean, I don't think we're going to lose any of our enchanted creatures right now. We'd have to find a way to sack the Storyteller or something. I mean, this way, also, we can connect with the Hoplite, and then we can save Flicker for, like, end of their turn or something, instead of having to flick, like, before we lose White Devotion. So I think I'm going to let them keep the Kraken, even though it's scarier. We're now not losing any White Devotion in combat. So I think I want to go for the will here. Because now we're losing no White Devotion, right? So we can just, like, let things happen. That doesn't really change anything other than they keep Chimera. So we can decide post-combat whether we want to flicker the Hoplite now or wait. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 White Devotion, I think. So if they don't draw Shatter this guy, they're going to have 1, 2, 3 blockers plus whatever they draw. Let's say 4. And we're going to make 7 more creatures, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in play. Yeah, we should be good. I don't want to let them top a counter. That seems wrong. Oh, it says it on the card. Cool. Right there in the left corner. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Blind Guardian and Atman. Okay, so they're super dead. Fairly sure, if my math checks out, drawing a blocker to keep them alive. 9, 11, 12, 13, 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like they're taking 9. Sounds like they're dead. You remember when I wanted that Hoplite over the Apathy really badly? I mean, the Apathy was the right pick with Double Pilgrim, but Hoplite in decks like this can be absolutely disgusting. Math is not just for blockers. I mean, we had to figure out that we could kill them in 2 exactly like that. If I had a removal-heavy white-black, like a grindy deck with Mogi's Favors and Myers Grasps and all that, I would absolutely choose to draw. This is more of a white-weenie deck with a couple of black cards because we opened Nightmare Shepherd Pack 3 and we didn't really have a second color. So I'm playing first because this is a white-weenie aggro deck. But yes, if you have a grindy black-white deck full of Myers Grasps and ways to recur them and stuff like that, then yes, I would choose to draw. Kiora Saga? Yeah, that would... Well, we would have still just swarmed them to death. They needed it earlier, but on the last turn, that actually wouldn't have helped them. Yeah, this is the last match of the night. Well, unless I lose, in which case I'll play one more. I am going to stick around for and hang out a little bit and do ads and chats. Not for super long. Like I said, I'm really trying to get on early hours. To everybody's benefit. I want to start my stream earlier. I want to be on time more. So I really need to get my sleep schedule solidified, which I'm not promising because it's something I've been really bad at in my life. But it's something I really want to make happen, and I'm going to try hard for. Thank you, Nemesis. Appreciate the subscription. Going for 5-0 because 6-0 doesn't exist, but yes. Not Wallet Inspector. Not the Wallet Inspector. A Wallet Inspector, but not the Wallet Inspector. Have a good night, Dangle. Thank you for hanging out, and thank you again for everything you do for the stream. Oh yeah, I'm all about banishing the Liar, but it'll untap the creature once the Liar leaves play. So, like, if they want to spend their mana tapping the Sunmane for now, that's better for me than me banishing the Liar last turn. Heck, now we have 5 mana and can double spell. What's the Liar bug? I didn't even know Liar had a bug. Well, if the Sun Main doesn't on-tap, then my play was wrong. But assuming it works properly, then my play was right. Okay, we're not going to Apathy a 2-2, even though we're on the aggressive. So let's go ahead and Vigilance Lifelink. The question is, do we want to trade Temple Thief for Elite Instructor? And the answer is yes, because of Omen of the Sun. If we cleared 2/2s out of the way, we can Omen into their turn, and then we can use Apathy on whatever other creature they play, and then our 1/1s can attack profitably. If we were not holding Omen of the Sun, it would probably be right not to trade Temple Thief for Elite Instructor. We have almost no escape, but we do have Indomitable Will and a few other reasons, Nightmare Shepherd, a few other reasons to leave Temple Thief in play. So when you're thinking about an even trade, like your 2/2 for their 2/2, what you should be thinking about is, do I have reasons to leave my 2/2 in play? And in this case, the answer is yes. Nightmare Shepherd and Indomitable Will. But clearing the way for these 1/1 attackers when we're on the offensive has more value than that. Now, of course, we have to exile the Chimera, or they would just bounce it back to their hand using its upkeep ability. If you wanted to technically sequence perfectly, we would do this post-combat. The thing is, even if they have a bounce spell, I'm still going to exile the Chimera rather than replay my creature. Otherwise, Chimera can pick itself up. Return up to 1. Oh, it can't pick itself up. Never mind. So then I sequenced wrong. So I do want to exile that still, of course. I don't have anything else to do. But given if they would have Stern Dismissaled my Sun Main or something, I would replay it and exile it later. I thought this was any enchantment. I didn't realize it was other. It can't bounce itself. I didn't realize it was other. I still wanted to kill it. I mean, I get to attack with a 1/2 and 2 1/1s it's blanking, and a 2/3 lifelink it would have traded with. But yeah, so I would have attacked, and then post-combat exiled it after they didn't use their Stern Dismissal. So we know they have a counter, or there's pretty much no reason for them to make the play they did. I think what we'll do is lead Lampad. No, actually, I think I would rather them counter the Banishing Light than the Lampad. The Lampad's just going to kill them. This is so weird, because we know for sure they have a counter in hand, like it's 100%. It's probably Memory Drain. It could be the 3-mana one, but then they would have probably tapped down Sun Main and not Transcendent Envoy. It could also be Ashiok's Erasure, but there's a 100% chance they have a counter. So I think what we want to do is play Banishing Light and get that countered, because then we can resolve Lampad. They're going to be at 5, and then we even have 5 creatures in play. So I think we actually want them to Memory Drain this Banishing Light, and then resolve our Lampad. That's just the better card of the two right now. Remember, even though we knew they had the counter, the goal of Magic is not to not let your opponent play their cards. This puts us in a position where we just win unless they have like a sweeper or something. Again, I'm not bringing in Wings versus a bounce spell and blue flyers and removal and counters. I really don't like Wings nearly as much as most people. It's a fine card to break stalemates, and this is a format where a lot of games do go long. But at the same time, there's a lot of removal, and there's a lot of powerful stuff, and I just don't love going down a card to give flying to things. Don't get me wrong. If my opponent doesn't have flyers and removal, and I don't mean, 0, like if they have 1 removal in their deck and they're not, or 2 removal in their deck and they're not flying colors, I'll bring in Wings. But it's still just like setting you up for losses, because you don't curve out as well when you go down a card. If you only draw like a 2 or 3 creature hand and they trade and kill them, you could have a near dead card. I do think Wings has its time and place, but I also think people are too high on Wings. Lampad out of White Weenie is just gross. I probably need to value that card higher when I'm a White Omen, White Hoplite deck. I usually only think of Lampad as great with sack outlets. I think of it as kind of filler in black, blue, and black, green, which is true. It's playable, but not exciting in black, green, and black, blue. but it's also kind of exciting in White Weenie. I don't know that I've had a White Weenie deck that went this wide with Lampad before. All right, for now, we definitely want to play the 3-1 first. Then we can play Favored, and then Envoy can give it double strike. Plus, we don't need to lessen the cost of our Mire's Grasp that we can't even cast. Now, you remember that whole spiel last game? So now we don't want an even trade because we have Reverent Hoplite. So this turn, we're just going to play Favored of Varroas and pass. I know we could have Transcendent Envoyed and Mire's Grasp for 1, but they might play a better creature to Mire's Grasp, and we don't necessarily want to miss triggering this Favored, which will deal 4 next turn. Of course, if I knew they were going to kill Favored, I would have made that play. Don't draw a like a spell, thank you. Now we have to play our only spell, so now we definitely want to play Mire's Grasp. Temple Thief, because it hits harder than Transcendent Envoy next turn if they don't have anything. And we're not looking to Hoplite this early. Lampad is a fine playable in all decks, but I think it's just a serviceable, definitely cuttable 2-drop if you're black-green or black-blue. If you're black-red sack, it's of course fantastic because it's such a good cheap sack outlet. And if you're White Weenie with a million creatures, it's pretty good too. Okay, this turn is easy. We can use all our mana, play the Transcendent Envoy for 2, play the Aspect for 3. And then if they trade, that clears the way for the Temple Thief. So I am going to attack now. Even though I don't really want to lose Devotion, the ability to trade a 3-1 for a 3-3, get my 3 life, and clear the way for Temple Thief has to be worth it. I don't know if there's anything that's worth exiling. Nothing in particular, so we'll just get their best creature. Thief can't be blocked by enchanted creatures or enchantment creatures. Triton, Wave Runner, or whatever this thing is neither of those. Oops. Where did that go? What just happened? Did I click something? Oh, I just gave them all 3 cards. Just what I meant to do. It definitely wasn't on purpose, I can promise you that. No, yeah, that's the kind I don't consider a punt. That's just like a misclick. I don't count misclicks as punts. Okay, well, we definitely want to play the Chimera before the Hoplite, so no decisions here. It's okay, we can beat all 3. We didn't need to make 2 piles. Exactly. This game would have been too easy if they only got the 1 good one or the 2 weaker ones. Everyone likes a challenge, right? So do we want to Hoplite for 3? Nah, we're not going to be able to swarm anytime soon. Plus, the Temple Thief is threatening the Timuret to either deal 2 next turn, or they have to trade with it if they don't have any more black permanents. So for now, I think we play Temple Thief. Hoplite would be for 4. Where's the 4? Oh, the Chimera has 2 white, duh. Yeah, it would be for 4. Still don't think we're looking to swarm, though. They're at 17. It could potentially be a lot more. Plus, the Temple Thief is hitting for 2 unless they play a black permanent. Thank you, Carla Tog. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for 8 months of support. They can't block it with Timuret. Very true. Because that, unlike the Wave Runner, is an enchantment creature. So if that resolved, I was going to play the land, because next turn I might want to pay 2 to give Sunmane lifelink and pay 5 for Hoplite. Since that got countered, I didn't play the land, because I can't draw a land and need to use 7 next turn. Okay, that's an enchantment creature also, so it can't block Thief. It can block Envoy, so we can't send that. So the only real question is, do we want to Hoplite for 4? I think the answer is no. They can still gain a few more life. Our deck is filled with white permanents. Daxos, which is double white. Thank you, Shoeless Joe. Appreciate that subscription. I don't think Hopliting for 4 does anything. I think that we wouldn't be attacking with the 5 creatures into their 2/2/2s right now. This is the last match if we win. We're currently 4-0 in the draft. Temple Thief is a fine aggressive creature, but you're not like that aggro that often. And there's better 2s, generally. I don't hate putting Temple Thief in my deck if I'm aggro, because yeah, you can kill their non-enchantment creature, get in extra damage. So I think it's a fine card in aggro decks. I just think Black-Red Sack is going to be more focused on the sack outlets for its weaker slots. And then Black-Green is not aggro, Black-Blue is not aggro. So Temple Thief is kind of like a potential good card without a home, basically. Okay, so now we're going to play Banishing Light. The question is, what are we going to banish? It could be any of their 3 permanents. It'll probably just get countered, but if it does resolve, we do have to know what we're going to target. Oh yeah, I'm holding 2 lands because of Aspect, because I really don't want to discard Hoplite. But so, what's the best thing to banish? Because all 3 of their permanents are pretty good. I don't necessarily want to get rid of the Liar, actually, because I'm not worried about the tap 2 things, and it locking down the Chimera is actually kind of good for me, because it's going to fuel the Devotion. I feel like I probably want to just hit Chimera, so I can start hitting them for an extra 1 a turn in the air. Plus, it slows down their clock. So I think it's just Chimera. Because that just lets me deal an extra 1 a turn, and that's what matters the most right now. Oh, it was the Liar. That was the right thing to target, because they couldn't Starlight Mantle it. So like I said, you banish the Liar. I mean, I didn't have any way to put a Starlight Mantle in their hand there, did I? I mean, if I knew it was in their hand, like if it was one of the Atris cards or something. But I do think otherwise, the Chimera was the right target. It's the one that can threaten me the quickest, and it lets me deal them an extra 1 a turn when I'm trying to get them low and then swarm them with Hoplite for the win. Look at this engine. Now they can play this, tap things, buy it back, tap things. This game has gone downhill quickly. Guess that's what happens when you give your opponent all 3 cards on Atris and then talk a bunch of smack. Okay, let's see. So Temple Thief can attack. So can Transcendent Envoy. I might as well play a land because I'm going to scry in a turn now. Actually, is that even true? Maybe I just want this out for an extra Hoplite counter. Although Scry 2 will probably get me more Hoplite counters in the long run. Oh yeah, Chimera is quite good. Shimmerwing Chimera, this card is excellent. So we're going to Omen into their turn. I think we sack it, because with the Scry 2, we should have the potential to find a bunch more white permanents. And if we're going to blitz them with this Hoplite, it needs to be for quite a bit. I mean, Timurit gains life. I know that there's no more creatures right now, but this is limited. I expect creatures to die. Also, if they don't have a counter, I could block the Lionfish or the Timurit if they attack with those. The only problem is they have the Mantle. So I have to double block the Lionfish. I don't know if that's right or not. Because then they don't play the mantle. If it forced them to play the mantle to kill both, I would be all about it. But they don't play the mantle. It does shut off their tap engine, though, which starts getting in 2 points a turn. I think I'm going to scry first. Might as well get some information. Well, those look pretty good. Let's see what's in the yard. Oh, but they have Timurit, so I'm not recurring anything. And these are both recursive cards. They're also both reasonable-sized creatures, though. So I can't double block Timurit because of Mantle. What if I put 1 on the Lionfish and they play the Mantle? Then I get to untap and hit them for 4 down to 7 and play like Storyteller. I mean, I do want to draw those. They're pretty reasonable creatures. Yeah, and white ones. What's going on? Did I run out of rope time? I guess I did. Think I'm just going to put 1 on this Lionfish. If they want a Mantle here to save it, then I get to untap and hit them for 4. No, it's better to kill the Lionfish so I can start hitting with the Temple Thief every turn. So yeah, we'll double block. This is ugly. I don't like it, but it is the right play. We've got a pretty big life total advantage. This way they can't tap the Thief every turn. Okay, so we can attack with the Temple Thief. We can't attack with the 1/2. If I put back the Omen, next turn I can discard Swamp, but then the turn after that I'm going to have to discard Hoplite, so that doesn't look great. No way for me to actually not have to discard one of my spells, right? I'd have to Hoplite this turn. No, even then I have to discard Swamp and I can't double spell next turn. That Enemy of Enlightenment is quite annoying. So they're going to go to 9. And then I guess, what do we want to do? Hoplite is for what? 1, 3, 4, 5. It'll be for 6 next turn. I think I wait 1 more turn, right? What's the upside of hoplighting this turn? I mean, other than they can't counter it. But a 3/4 is a pretty real creature on this board. And I'm not losing any of my white permanents in play right now, and this game is tight. I think I want to wait, get a 3/4 that might be able to attack or block this turn, potentially. Or at least force them to hold more things back. And then I'm going to go for Hoplite probably next turn. Because, I mean, this way's worse against a counter, but I'm not sure that I was going to be able to swarm them on this board anyway. Don't forget they have Timurit to gain life. Like, so I think this is right. This way I can discard Omen next turn, and then I can draw the Dawn creature the turn after that. Pretty much comes down to their last card in hand. Because if this Hoplite resolves this turn, I think I should be good. I mean, if they Mantle, they're up to a 3/4. That's still not even taking out mine. If that last card in their hand is a land, I feel pretty good. If they have, like, a counter or something, then they win, or, like, a removal, then they probably win. But if that last card in their hand is just a land, I feel pretty good. One time for the good guys. Come on, Hoplite. Resolve. I need you to resolve. Don't have a counter. Sigh. Thank you, Lil Ass Mathic. Appreciate that subscription. There's no way I said your name right, but I appreciate the subscription nonetheless. Yeah, this was a rough loss. I'm not sure like what I should have done differently aside from giving them the 3 cards, which was a misclick. I don't think I wanted to play the Hoplite the turn before, because then I missed the attack with the Laguna. Even if it resolves, they just hold back creatures, and I don't think I can swarm them out through Timurit. I think that way, if they don't have the counter, then there's nothing they can do. I can swarm for lethal the following turn. So I think that was right. Obviously, giving them the 3 cards cost me the game, because that game ended up being super duper close. Obviously, that wasn't on purpose, nor right, nor a choice. Okay, so they have a lot of counters, so we want anything cheap. Oh, wait. We have no playables on our sideboard to board in. This is the kind of matchup where if I had more Temple Thieves or something, I would board them in, because I'm going to be on the play against a bunch of counters in a control deck this game. So you want to go under them if you can. Yeah, we would have won the game for sure if we would have banished the Liar instead of it. But unless we had a reason to put Starlight Mantle in their hand, it wouldn't have been right. Here's a good hand to lose with. 5-lander, both kinds of lands on the play against a control deck. I mean, I can't mull this. Just what I wanted, though. A slow hand against the control deck. Now they can leave Deny mana up, and I don't even have anything out attacking them. So, of course, we're going to play something into Deny, but we're going to play Sunmane, not Nightmare Shepherd, because we saw a double Deny. Play things. I have such good cards to resolve. So this is what I was saying during sideboarding, how if we had like more Temple Thieves, we would want to go under them because they're a control deck with a lot of counters. So we would want to board in like 2/2s and stuff. So if they leave their mana up for a counter, we could just hit them for 2 or 4 and not cast things. And if they tap out for things, then we can resolve things. So pressure can kind of make counter spells bad. It can force your opponent to do things. Obviously, we didn't have that option because we had 1 wings in our entire sideboard. But just in theory, that would have been better. Boo. Stop having all the answers. So we can play Leonin or Chimera, but not both. So Chimera it is. I am back in South Florida. I moved back mid-October. Thanks for asking. I would try and say your name, but it would be hopeless. Well, that doesn't change its casting cost, at least. So there's that. I think a 4/4 is a lot better than a 3/3 there for multiple reasons. You can't really Myers grasp it away. There's way less cards that kill it. Plus, they have so many counters. That wasn't a situation where I was primarily concerned with being mana efficient. That was a situation where I wanted to resolve my best card. Because we already saw 2 denies and drain memory out of them. So that's why I played the 4-mana card over the 5-mana card. Not to mention, Chimera could easily cost 4 anyway. Like, if I had drawn a Plains instead of a Swamp to get to land 6, then I could have just played Leonin and then Chimera for 4, and still been just as mana efficient. But resolving Nightmare Shepherd there was pretty important. Okay, so we have to play Apathy, or they're going to take it from us. We don't want to trade 3-1 for one of these creatures, because it's fueling Hoplite. So we're going to play... We can't play Pilgrim this turn, or the Elspeth's Nightmare will take what we get. So I guess this turn we're just going to play Apathy and pass. So let's go Apathy on Devour, I guess. They can still activate it, but I guess I can exile it. Yeah, I mean, this might get denied, but I can't hold it. Or Starlight Mantled. But again, they would make me discard it with that, so I didn't really have any choices. That's it for this turn. Well, they're down to 1 card in hand. Hopefully it's nothing. So we have Mire's Grasp, Indomitable Will, and Aspect. So we don't want Aspect. Well, that's a bad sign. They didn't pump again, so they might have a counter. Well, or a Timuret. So what can we do? We can Mire's Grasp. That doesn't kill Timuret. 1 creature in the yard. 3. So it can gain 3. We can Mire's Grasp away the Devourer. It's not horrible. If I actually play Pilgrim and go get Indomitable Will, then Elite Instructor can't block Leonin, but it doesn't seem great. I think we just want to play Daxos. We actually have quite a bit of white loyalty, so if we get a window to play Hoplite, that could end up being an option. Oh yeah, that's gas. Our graveyard gets exiled, so they gain 2 less life with Timuret. I'm not that worried about the Devourer. We're going to gain a lot of life with the Hoplite Daxos combo if they don't break that up. So I'm still trying to play like pretty aggressively. Like, I think the plan here is going to be to Pilgrim for Mire's Grasp and kill Timuret. Actually, you know what I could do? I could attack with Daxos, and if they block with Timuret, I can Mire's Grasp the Devourer and kill both. Because I wasn't going to send the 3-1 anyway. But let's say they don't block and they take the 2. Post-combat, am I going to Pilgrim for Mire's Grasp and just kill Devourer or kill Timuret? We also have 5 white loyalty already. So we're getting close. So first let's do that. Let's attack with Daxos. They have no cards in hand, so there's nothing they can do to get us here. If they block with Timuret, we get the full blowout. If they take the 2, which one do we want to Mire's Grasp? Timuret or Devourer? I guess there's not much in the graveyard. I think y'all are way too scared of this Devourer. Like, next turn I'm going to gain 7 life unless they draw a removal or counter this turn. Hopefully they don't top deck Aspect, but we haven't seen it yet, and I could easily draw like a 2-drop and want to play it and play Hoplite. So I can't hold 2 lands now indefinitely. So the plan is now, next turn I'm going to play the Hoplite, because I don't want to give them a bunch of time to draw their counter spells, which we know they have plenty of. Okay, so if we play the Hoplite first, then we can attack with the Leonin too. So we definitely want to do that. Of course, we can't wait for more. Chimera is still white-white, so we should get 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 1-1s. People just love to concede on here. Like, if they would have traded Instructor for Timurit and took 2, then they could have gained a couple of life and then drawn like a big creature. It could have just been a stalemate or something. I mean, I was probably a favorite, but people just love to concede on this site. Well, we got another 5-0. It involved a lot of early concessions by my opponents, but that's what happens when you pay people off to concede to you so that you can look good on your stream. I hope everybody enjoyed that. Pretty cool decks, all very different decks. A blue-green ramp, a red-black sack, and a white weenie. That basically sums up this format. I think everything is draftable. You know, the format's about synergy, not like focused archetypes. And all 5 colors are good. So, and we drafted almost mono-white, blue-green, and red-black tonight. So that's kind of cool.